744. A foreign scholar named Qin Zhuoyo sent a flying sword letter to Luopa Mountain from Changchun Palace. Then he strolled through the capital city of Dali and walked all the way south. He leisurely wandered to the shop and dragon riding alley of the small town and met the shopkeeper Shi Ro and a young waiter named Ah Man. Just as he weighed his money bag and went to choose some pastries, the shopkeeper of the grass shop next door, Jia Sheng, came to visit again. Now the old immortal's Taoist robe was much plainer than before. After all, now that his realm was high, Taoist robes were mere worldly possessions. Qin Zhuoyo glanced at the old Taoist and smiled. Jia Sheng sensed his gaze and nodded. After leaving the shop, Qin Zhuoyo went to old Yang's shop. It was a pity that he didn't see old Yang. If he had known this would happen, he would have come here to chat about old times. Qin Lingjun hurried over with the wind. He had received a flying sword message saying that his good friend would arrive at the town on time today. They would meet at the shop in Dragon Riding Alley. Qin Lingjun left the mountain 2 hours early, 3 sword tokens hanging from his waist. He had borrowed one from Xiaomi and Silly Warm Tree before he left the mountain, so that he could give his own to Qin Zhuoyo. Borrow? What borrow? That was not generous at all. When they arrived at the shop, they waited for about 2 seconds. Eating melon seeds was not a good idea. Feeling bored to death, Qin Lingjun decided to tease the reclusive little Ah Man, saying, "Whatever fist you want to learn, whatever stance you want, it is too strenuous. I'll teach you a brilliant fist technique of our family's style, which is not easily taught to outsiders. It is called centipede jump." However, the shopkeeper only stood on the bench behind the counter, flipping through a book and ignoring the boy. Qin Lingjun clasped his hands behind his back and went to the shop next door to chat with his old friend, Jia Sheng. He patted his chest and said that he wanted to introduce Jia Sheng to a new friend. However, when the appointed time came and another incense stick of time passed, Qin Lingjun squatted at the entrance of the shop. Still, he did not see Qin Zhuoyo, so he ran back to the shop and asked Shi Ro if there was a scholar with a backpack. Shi Ro said that there was, and that he had bought some pastries 2 hours ago before leaving. Qin Lingjun stomped his foot and used camouflage to fly into the air. He looked down at the town from above, but he still didn't see the familiar figure of his friend. How strange. Could it be that he was too focused on riding the wind and did not pay attention to the mountain, causing both parties to miss each other? Could it be that one left the mountain and the other entered the mountain? Qin Lingjun hurried back to Luopa Mountain, but even after asking Millet, he didn't see Qin Zhuoyo. Qin Lingjun squatted on the ground and hugged his head, sighing. What was going on? Actually, Qin Zhuoyo was currently on Yellow Lake Mountain, sitting outside the thatched hut and basking in the sun. As a person of dragon slaying, not slaying a dragon when he reached water was like a fisherman not casting a net when he reached water or a woodcutter not chopping wood when he entered the forest. Was fine. All he had to do was wait patiently. Something even stranger would happen next. Qin Zhuoyo definitely could not miss it this time. That was a magnificent feat that hadn't happened in 10,000 years. Since Old Man Yang was no longer in the small town and had emerged from his 10,000-year imprisonment, then only Qin Zhuoyo in the Dragon Province could sense this. Even the mountain lord of the Cloud Pagoda Mountain, Wei Bian, was unable to do so. It was not just because the mountain lord of the northern mountains' cultivation was not high enough. Even he, Qin Zhuoyo, had to rely on his many years of seclusion, to follow a few clues, coupled with the karma of slaying a dragon, and his mental calculation to deduce the subtle signs of this change. However, he was rather curious. Did the embroidered tiger know about this? In the world of wilderness, outside a thatched hut on the top of a mountain in the myriad mountains, the old blind man stood with his back hunched. He faced the mountains and rivers that he occupied all to himself. In the past, he had personally cut out 2 eyeballs, tossing one into the boundless world and the other into the green underworld. The mountains and rivers in front of him were completely empty. It was too clean. It was far too clean. An old dog crouched at the entrance. He raised his head slightly and looked at the old man standing on the edge of the cliff. He didn't even fall off. He might as well just fall to his death. He experienced this tiny disappointment every single day. The old blind man asked, "Do you know why Alliance didn't return home after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Chi after carving the words?" The mighty Ascendant Realm old dog shook his head. "I don't know." The old blind man cursed. What a dog's brain. The old dog was not upset at all. He just really wanted to say, what else could it be? What else could it be? You sure like to lie, old blind. If we were to exchange realms, hee. After Alliance left the inverted mountain, he went straight to the Pearl Grotto heaven. Then he ascended to the Baek Okekyung building in the green underworld. In the sky beyond heaven he killed otherworldly demons while arm wrestling with Taoist number 2. After ascending to the 14th realm, he still did not return to his hometown, the Central Plains Divine Continent. Instead, he returned directly to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and was then suppressed under the moon-bearing mountain. One of the 2 ancient ascension platforms had once been used by 3 sword cultivators to challenge the moon-bearing mountain. They had severed the path that had the potential to reopen the link between heaven and man. The so-called link between heaven and earth, in the end, was to allow future cultivators to go to the broken celestial court that used to be filled with deities. No one could refine that ruin. Even the ancestors of the 3 sects could only cast restrictions on it. The old blind man reached out and scratched his wrinkled cheek. With Alliance's character, if he didn't break through, why wouldn't he go to his old friend's place in his hometown and pretend to brag? That guy would say, a 14th realm sword cultivator is nothing special. He would definitely say that. Just stick out his butt and you'll know what he ate. The guard dog nodded and said, I know. Alliance has a home but can't go home. He's a stray dog. Scholars are all like that. Actually, our world's when high isn't much different. It's fine in other worlds, but in the vast world, if anyone reaches the 14th realm as a sword cultivator, it will cause the remnants of the ancient deities in the entire outer world, no matter which factions they are divided into in history, to swarm into the vast world. No wonder the old scholar did not want his disciple to ascend to this realm. Not only is it too dangerous, it will also cause great trouble. This makes sense. That ponytailed girl ascended to the 14th realm in the beginning because she had carefully framed the world. The old blind man sneered. She's not a pig's brain. The old dog was helpless. Curse all you want. Old blind man, you only know how to bully your loyal dog. Old blind man, you're just wasting your time guarding the 14th realm. Go have a good fight with the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor. If you win, the entire wilderness will be your territory. Otherwise, go make a scene at the Confucian Temple in Middle-earth. I'll definitely help you look after the 100,000 mountains. Moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor and Wenhai were meticulous. Why were they willing to let Xiao Chua, a reclusive official who couldn't even control Qin Qing, stay in the Martyr's Palace and become a 14th-tier Dao integration cultivator? So other than giving the wilderness another top-notch fighting force, they had other plans. The old dog had a terrible headache when he thought about all these twists and turns. Then he immediately felt that the old blind man was actually quite kind. If he really slipped and fell off a cliff, it would be fine as long as he was half dead. The old blind man turned to look at the Great Wall of Sword Chi and then at Moon-bearing Mountain. He thought about the path the wilderness was taking and felt that something was wrong. Whether or not a great cultivator at the 14th realm had a pair of eyes wasn't really a big deal. It was just that the mortal realm had existed for 10,000 years. However, the old blind man still admired some young people no matter how much he insulted them. It was just that there were too few of them and none of them seemed to have a good ending. The old blind man sighed for the first time. It's time to take in a pleasing direct disciple. The old dog said with trepidation. It'll be fine as long as it's not that hidden official. That guy looks at me like I'm a dish. What's he looking at? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The old dog raised his head and stretched out a paw, scratching the ground lightly. He didn't dare to cause too much of a ruckus, but his tone was extremely angry. If it weren't for the fact that I have so many things to do at home, I would have gone to the Great Wall of Sword Chi long ago to hack him half to death. I don't have a flying sword, but it's not like I don't know sword techniques. The old blind man sneered. Even the dragon monarch couldn't hack him to death. What makes you think you can? Slice his meat and eat it to fill up that hidden official? The old dog crawled on the ground again and sighed. That sneaky old deaf man, he didn't even know to come here to pay his respects and took a detour to the south. Outrageous. Master, are you going to let it go just like that? The old blind man appeared beside the old dog without any warning. He raised his leg and stepped on the old dog's back, causing a series of cracking sounds that sounded like firecrackers. He rubbed his chin and said, "Sneak to the vast world's Aquarius continent and help me find a young man called Li Huai. Then bring him back. If you succeed, you will regain your freedom and you can jump around in the savage world." The old dog started to play dead. Compared to freedom, it was more important to stay alive. If he went to the vast world, especially the Aquarius continent, would he not be able to eat dog meat? He would definitely be cooked by the embroidered tiger. The old blind man kicked the old dog and muttered to himself, "Do I really have to personally go to the Aquarius continent? Is there anyone who takes in disciples like that?" Firen was left behind by Zhomi and Peachleaf Fairy. When they parted, Zhomi seemed to be seriously injured. It was even able to make a peak level 14 realm cultivator's face turn pale. At that time, there were extremely sharp sword chi and thunder Dao remnants on Zhoumi's body, and there was also a strange fist aura that could not be removed. After Firen threw away the book seal, she went back to the military tent first. For some reason, Zhoumi's last disciple, Zhou Qinggao, was already waiting there. He said that he would travel to Tongya continent with Firen next, and then go to the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island. Firen actually liked this young man very much, but she didn't like the feeling of being a puppet. However, since Zhou Qinggao came, it must be Zhoumi's order. As for what Firen thought, it was no longer important. Firen only asked one question. What would happen to the Mirage City of the Great Quan Empire? Zhou Qinggao answered with a smile, same. Firen brought Zhou Qinggao back to Xiaoping Peak and then they went south together. Firen landed in a deserted city in the human world, and walked on a stone arch bridge with lush vegetation. Firen, who was wearing a green robe and carrying a sword on her back, stopped at the top of the stone arch bridge and asked, "Since we have chosen to put all our eggs in one basket, why do we still need to divide our forces into two continents? It is not difficult to take one of them. According to the way we are fighting now, it is no longer a war, it is a broken jar. Why don't Fuyao continent and Jinjia continent go to Baoping continent and Hasa continent to make up for the reinforcements? No one in the military tents has any objections? As long as we occupy one of the continents, we can take down Baoping continent, then Beiju continent and South Hasa continent, then use Jinjia continent as a crossing point to continue north to attack Liuxia continent. In this way, this war can continue for a few decades or even 100 years. We have a good chance of winning. Especially Baoping continent, with Dali as the border between the north and the south, the entire southern coastal area was filled with demons appearing from the ocean. Zhou Qinggao said, "I had the same question before but teacher did not answer." Firen extended her hand to wipe the white bridge railing, her palm was covered in dust. After a moment of silence, she asked again, "What is the grand ancestor of Yu Mountain thinking?" Zhou Qinggao thought for a while, then shook his head, "I did not dare to ask teacher about this." Firen finally asked, "Why don't you follow your teacher?" Zhou Qinggao shook his head again, "I will follow teacher's orders. What I should not ask, I will not ask. What I should not think, I will try to think less." Firen turned around, leaned against the railing, leaned back and looked at the sky. The empty sky, the empty heart. After Firen's initial success in cultivation, she was used to thinking of herself as someone from the mountain, but she still separated her hometown from the vast world. So, it was good to give advice to the military tents. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Qi, Firen did not hesitate to use her sword to kill people. But outside of the battlefield, for example in Tongyi continent, Firen did not talk about UC. Even with Zhou Qinggao, who was also fascinated by the vast knowledge of the 100 schools of thought, the two sides were still different. Zhou Qinggao laughed, "I don't drink, so I don't carry wine with me. If not, I can make an exception and drink with brother Firen." Firen shook her head, "Forget it, I can't drink wine. If one were to say that life was like an arch bridge paved with bricks and stones from time to time, then it would be like this." Then the mortal teachers at the foot of the mountain, at the age of 30, at most 40, would have reached the highest point of the bridge. Walking on the bridge, one could look back but there was no turning back. So, when they were young they were anxious to grow up. When they grew up they were afraid of old age. And the Qi cultivators who climbed the mountain to cultivate did not seem to be in such a situation. But in fact, once the cultivators' soul decayed day by day, and there was no hope of breaking through, they would only suffer more than the mortals on the mountain. Firen suddenly laughed, "Our hidden official is called Qin Pingan, but he seems to be the most unsettled. Thinking of this, I'm in a much better mood." Firen took out 2 pots of wine and threw one to Zhou Qinggao, asking coldly, "There's nothing to visit in Tongyi continent. Why don't we skip the creation cave and go directly to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to visit the hidden official?" Zhou Qinggao was hesitant. Firen patted him on the shoulder, "Previously when we passed by the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingan ignored you. Now that the coffin is closed, the two of you will definitely have a lot to talk about. As long as you are familiar with him, you will know that he is more talkative than anyone else." Zhou Qinggao nodded, took a sip of wine and smiled, "Then let's try. The premise is that you have to promise that I won't be beaten to death by him." Firen smiled, "Sure." On the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a Dragon Gate cultivator of the demonic race was panting, the hand holding the blade trembling slightly. Before ascending to the top of the wall, he had already made an agreement with the famous hidden official. The two of them were only going to spar with blade and fist techniques, there was no need to fight to the death. If he lost, he would have wasted his trip to the northernmost part of the wilderness. After descending from the top of the wall, he would immediately return home. The hidden official gave him a thumbs up, and praised him with even more elegant words of the wilderness, saying that he was meticulous in doing things and had a long-lost heroic spirit, so there was no problem at all. As a result, this fight was very satisfying. Actually, it was just this military cultivator alone on the top of the wall, hacking with his blade, while the young hidden official in a bright red robe just let him hack at himself. Occasionally he would use the narrow blade hidden in the scabbard to hack at him, and casually raise the scabbard to block one or two attacks. Otherwise, it would seem that he was not treating his guest with sincerity, and it would be easy for his opponent to become disheartened prematurely. In order to take care of this hero's mood, Qin Pingan deliberately used the thunder palm technique, so that every time the scabbard and the blade collided, there would be bursts of snow-white lightning that looked like white snakes slithering around. At this moment, with the narrow blade propped on the ground, Qin Pingan looked at the demonic cultivator who had sheathed his blade and stopped, and asked with a smile, "You must be tired from hacking. Why don't I do it?" The demonic cultivator immediately raised his chest and said heroically, I'm not tired at all. Let me take a break, what are you in a hurry for?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Guest, you came uninvited, shouldn't you respectfully call me Master Hidden Official? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Without hesitation he shouted, "Master Hidden Official." He even added, "You live up to your reputation, good fist technique." Qin Pingan suddenly looked around blankly, but he quickly collected himself and waved at him, "Go back." He was not really stupid. "You're not going to kill me?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "This is the first time in your life that you've climbed to the top of the city wall, and you've never been to the battlefield. Maybe you won't have a chance to come here in your life, so why should I kill you?" After he sheathed his blade, he clasped his hands and said, "I'm a little inferior, but Master Hidden Official is really good at fist techniques." Qin Pingan pressed the hilt of his blade with one hand, and rubbed his eyebrows with the other. He looked at the humble and sincere guest and said, "When you go back to your hometown, say that you defeated Master Hidden Official. If outsiders ask me, I'll help you smooth things over and admit it." He was a little embarrassed and whispered, "That's not very good." Qin Pingan grabbed the sword in his hand, and the demonic cultivator saw that the situation was not good, so he immediately flew away. After the great demon, who was not very clear-headed, left, Qin Pingan looked up and found that there was a heavy snow for no reason, without any warning. The wind and snow and floating clouds covered his eyes. Before today he would still have doubts. He didn't know whether or not he would have a chance to return to his hometown and eat a bowl of eel noodles that he didn't get to eat in the past. He didn't know whether or not he would have a chance to return to his hometown and eat the delicious stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots. Would the wine bowl on the table be replaced with a wine cup? Would he be dragged to eat hot pot in the summer? Would there be an old man lying to him? Everything had its vanquisher. Drinking wine could relieve the spiciness, and it was so spicy that he almost cried. All these years after he obtained that travel book of mountains and rivers, he had been bitterly waiting for this day to come, but he also seemed to be worried that this day would come. In an instant, the world was thrown into chaos, so much so that the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi shook. Qin Pingan tried his best to stabilize his mind. The mountains and rivers were turned upside down. A blue-clothed scholar stood on the city wall. He turned to look at the young man. "You can go back." Qin Pingan took out a white jade hairpin and placed it in his hair. He stepped onto the city wall and squatted down. "Can you let me eat a meal and drink a pot of wine first and then make a decision after I've eaten my fill?" Cui Dong nodded. "The important matter has already been settled. These are all minor matters." Qin Pingan's but landed on the city wall and he fell backwards. He said that he would eat his fill, but he didn't eat or drink. He only lay on the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared at the snowy night. "You made me wait for so long. I almost couldn't make it." 7:45. Cui Dong suddenly laughed and said, "The 3 gold coins in the immortal's tomb, I have already helped you to keep them." This was a response to the saying, "A lamp in a dark room for 1,000 years will light up." It was also the hand of the immortals that created the saying, "Although the light is extinguished, the lamp remains." On the road of life, good deeds may be divided into big and small, and there may even be doubts about whether they are real or fake. However, there is no difference between good and bad deeds. Cui Dong suddenly thought of a saying, "A gentleman's heart is not good at sincerity. If you are sincere, there is nothing else. Only benevolence is defense, only righteousness is change instead of prosperity." This is called the virtue of heaven. In just 2 sentences he was able to point out the 3 important things: sincerity, benevolence, and virtue of heaven. It was just that the old scholar spoke too much, and there were too many good words hidden in them, which made these words not so eye-catching. When the old scholar was still unknown in the marketplace, he had talked to his first student about these words many times. In the end, it was not easy for him to put these words together with other principles into a book with a light smell of ink. They were printed and sold to make money. In fact, at that time, the old scholar thought that the bookseller must have water in his head to be willing to print his untimely words. In fact, the bookseller really thought that he would not be able to sell and would lose money. It was someone who persuaded him in every way possible, and with the help of the future scholar's disciple, that he was only willing to print a pitiful 300 copies. In private, just a few students of the school secretly bought 30 copies out of their own pockets. They also successfully persuaded the rich and overbearing Alliance to buy 50 copies in one go. At that time, the first disciple of the school was the most capable. He tempted Alliance with benefits, saying that this was the first edition of the rare book, and that there would only be 300 copies. This book could be considered the only copy, and when Lao Xiu became famous in the future, the price would be at least several times higher. At that time, the youngest disciple in the school used tea as a substitute for wine, saying that he and Liang would go one by one. He even asked Liang to wait, saying that when he was older and had saved up 1 or 2 gold leaves and a few large silver ingots, he would go to Jianghu. At that time he would come back to drink wine. To hell with the tea, it was tasteless. The heroes in the Jianghu romance did not drink tea, they only knew how to drink big bowls, not even wine cups. That was the period when the students of the literary saints lineage were the most strained in terms of money. The few of them drinking with the unruly Alliance was a happy thing. But before that, Cui Dong had been drinking alone with the chubby bookseller, whose face was flushed red. Cui Dong felt that he had never been so humble in his life, especially when it came to drinking. It was as if Xiu, whose entire life's worth of flattering expressions and words had been used in advance for this drinking session. The young man was standing, and the chubby bookseller, who had a few stinking coins in his pocket, was sitting. The young scholar held the cup with both hands, drinking cup after cup. Only then did the chubby bookseller laugh heartily and raise the cup. He only took a sip of wine and then let go of the cup to eat. Perhaps the old elementary scholar still did not know about this matter. Perhaps he already knew about these trivial matters, but it was inevitable that he would put on the airs of a teacher, and pay particular attention to the refinement of a scholar. He was too embarrassed to say anything. In any case, he owed the first disciple a word of thanks, and so he continued to owe him. Or perhaps it was the teacher who taught and dispelled the student's doubts, and the student who solved the teacher's problems. This was a matter of course, and there was no need for both sides to say anything. When Qin Pingan heard this, he slowly closed his eyes. His taut heartstrings had finally loosened completely. The exhaustion on his face was evident. He really wanted to have a good sleep. He wanted to sleep soundly for a few days and nights. He didn't even care about his thunderous snoring. Snow swirled about, but it did not fall on the two of them. It was like immortals cultivating in the mountains. Heat did not come and cold did not come. Therefore there was no cold or heat in the mountains. Previously, Qin Pingan had been worried about the possibility that Cui Dong's methods were as meticulous as before. Then wouldn't 10 years of not eating or sleeping have all been for naught? Qin Pingan had no idea what Zhou, who was outside half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was scheming against him. However, the reason was simple. To be able to make an uncivilized person like Zhou scheme against him, it must be a great scheme. Thinking of complicated things in simple terms, it was dismantling and cutting, just like how a sword could break 10,000 laws. Thinking of simple things in complex terms, it was sewing, building, and creating a small world. The matter of Qin Pingan hiding the 3 copper coins in his hometown when he was young was extremely secretive. No matter how resourceful that Sun Go was, he would not be able to find out. Xiu, who was indeed good at understanding human nature. With one sentence he was able to make Qin Pingan let down his guard. Cui Dong turned his head and glanced at Qin Pingan, who was lying on the ground, and said, "It's not a good thing to become famous when you're young. It's easy to be self-righteous without knowing it." Qin Pingan nodded his head in agreement. This was a principle that could be right or wrong. However, for Cui Dong it was more reasonable. There were many principles that others seemed to only say 1 or 2 sentences to you, but in fact, they were using your entire life to reason with you. Whether it was useful or not, and listening to it would not make you lose money. If you did, it would be like drinking a bowl of wine for free. Qin Pingan knew that Xiu, who was talking about that travel book of mountains and rivers. However, he could not help but feel a little resentful. Going to the other extreme and causing my reputation to be ruined, is that good? Qin Pingan was not worried about his reputation being damaged or anything. After all, it was an external matter. However, there were still some simple-minded children on the mountain. If they saw that foul travel book, wouldn't they be heartbroken? He reckoned that when he returned to his hometown in the future, there would be a girl who would have even more reason to avoid him. Cui Dong smiled and said, "Your reputation is still better than Shanjun Wei Pai's." Qin Pingan opened his eyes and was a little worried. He asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Cui Dong said, "You'll know once you see it. No need to ask me." Qin Pingan used his saber to support himself and tried to sit up. His hands were no longer hidden in his sleeves. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his cheeks hard to dispel the heavy sleepiness. He asked, "How did the trip to Calligraphy Lake feel?" A narrow saber stood on top of the city wall by itself. Cui Dong turned his head again and looked at the cautious young man. He smiled and did not answer the question. The silver lining in the misfortune is that we still have time. Qin Pingan's question was a small question that Cui Dong had asked the young mountain chieftain when he went to Luopa Mountain to rub salt into the wound. Cui Dong's answer was a sentimental remark made by the Dali imperial tutor. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and stood up. In the snowy night, the sky was dim and the earth was dark. It was as if there were only two people in this vast wasteland. Finally, they were no longer trapped in a situation where they were surrounded by enemies from all directions. Even if the Dali imperial tutor beside him had set up the questioning heart game at Calligraphy Lake, this scholar still came from the vast world, from the lineage of the sage of literature, from his hometown. There was no paper or pen when they met on horseback. They could only rely on their master to pass on a message saying that they were safe. It was a pity that Cui Dong did not seem to be willing to talk about the vast world. Qin Pingan also did not think that forcing it would be of any use. Cui Dong said casually, "If your heart is as calm as a Buddha, it will make people unable to write the words of immortals in books. Therefore, your lineage of the sage of literature can't rely on you when it comes to writing words." Qin Pingan said softly, "It's not you, it's we." Cui Dong did not seem to hear this. He did not dwell on the words we and we. He only said to himself, "In the study room, Li Baoping and Chao Qinglang will be more promising. There is hope that they can become the pure and mellow scholars in your hearts. However, in this way before they really grow up, others will have to work harder to protect them. You cannot slack off for even a moment." Qin Pingan stretched out a finger and gently pressed against the white jade hairpin that had accompanied him for many years. He did not know what mysteries were hidden in it. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Pingan was still not in a hurry to open the small cave restriction of the white jade hairpin to see the inside story. He loosened his hair again and put the white jade hairpin back into his sleeves. 2 daggers slid out from his sleeves. Qin Pingan subconsciously held them in his hands. There was no need to suspect Cui Dong's identity. However, Qin Pingan was used to using a certain thing, a certain thought, or a certain action to calm his mind. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would not be able to control his mind. His state of mind would be like the scene of wild grass and heavy rain. This would cause his mind to be muddy and waste a lot of his mind and spirit for nothing. Suddenly, he realized that Cui Dong was staring at him. Qin Pingan said, "Baoping has to wear red clothes since she was young. I've been paying attention to this for a long time. In the 2 letters that I asked someone to pass on to her in the early years, there was a reminder. The 2 letters mentioned this matter. One was for Nyexing to pass to Ningyao. The other was for Qin Pingan to pass to the future mountain master of Luopa Mountain, his student Chao Qinglang. Then Chao Qinglang and Li Shixing would take the initiative to talk about this matter." Cui Dong said, "That's all?" Clearly, in Cui Dong's opinion, Qin Pingan had only done half of it. It was far from enough. Qin Pingan was puzzled. Cui Dong was slightly displeased. He made an exception and reminded Chao Qinglang's name. Qin Pingan frowned. What was he trying to do? Observing the body but not the body, mirroring the water and the moon. Observing the heart without shape, bright and clear. Cui Dong shook his head, seemingly disappointed. He raised his head and looked at the 2 bright moons in the sky. He said slowly, "In an emergency with a strong reflection, the clouds disperse and the sun shines brightly in the clear sky. I thought that after traveling away from home for so many years, with a student named Qinglang by your side, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the Buddhist saint guarding the sky screen, you would have read up to this point. I really don't know what you have read after reading so many books." Qin Pingan seemed to have understood something. He did not care about Chui Dong's strange words. Chui Dong retracted his gaze and shook his sleeves. He sneered, sweeping away all traces. The moment is cool and refreshing. The true nature is deep and profound, like still water, tranquil and pleasant to the spirit, invincible. As long as you have read about this in the books, even if you know a little about the true meaning, there is no need to say that you can't get through it. So what if your state of mind is like porcelain and broken? Isn't it a good thing? The predecessors used words to pave the way. You just have to walk in big strides. Looking from the water, lowering your head to see the broken and round moon in the water. Raising your head to see the original moon, it is even brighter. The hidden official, on the other hand, is in a daze. What a good way to say that it is dark under the light. Amazing. Otherwise, as long as you have such thoughts, you would have reached the realm of jade by now. Inner demons? Even if you beg it to come, it might not come. Qin Pingan muttered in his heart, I'm not King crazy. I can read all kinds of books, remember everything and know everything. If I know, I can even understand the true meaning. If you were my age, it would be hard to say who would be scolding who here. Chui Dong had a playful expression as he glanced at the bright red robe with disheveled hair. It was as if he was saying, why, after being the hidden official for a few years, are you used to floating on the city wall? Qin Pingan immediately said, it's not too late to understand these Buddhist verses now. Good things are not afraid of being late. Qin Pingan learned a lot from Chui Dong Shan when it came to understanding other people's thoughts. Qin Pingan suddenly remembered that Xiu Hu was much smarter than Qin Pingan at his age. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been regarded as the vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple or the Grand Chancellor of the Confucian Temple. He was already Xiu Hu's. Chui Dong said, Zhuozhu wanted to bring you back to the vast world. However, he was pestered by Xiao Chua and couldn't leave. Qin Pingan heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't come. Otherwise, senior brother's trip would be fraught with danger. Chui Dong looked at the 100,000 mountains in the south. The world has always been like this. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You have the heart but you don't have the strength. It doesn't make much difference whether you are a mountain dweller or not. Ordinary teachers have things that ordinary teachers can't do. Cultivators have things that they can't do. That's why you missed a lot. Qin Pingan asked, for example? Chui Dong said, a lot. Chui Dong said again, a lot. Previously, Lu Cha asked the Sun and Moon Sword in South Pasua continent. The previous hidden official Xiao Chua killed the Ascendant Realm Sun Yuan in Tongyi continent. Bai also went to Fuyao continent. One person with 4 immortal swords, he challenged several sovereigns. After the contract was broken, Wang Zhu successfully went to Aquarius continent and became the first true dragon in the human world. Old Yang opened the ascension stage again. The sword cultivators of northern Reed continent went south to reinforce Aquarius continent. Old Master sat on the peak of Sui Mountain and suppressed moon-supporting mountain Grand Ancestor. The Sage of Rites guarded vast world from the sky. After that, there were many other major events that were too much for the eyes to take in. Among them, the small Aquarius continent had the most strange people and events. It was the most shocking. Now there was still the secondary sage holding up the moon-supporting mountain. Chui Shi's mountains and rivers were inverted as he stood on the great wall of sword Qi, resonating with it from afar. In the past, the Confucian Temple's secondary sage and the Confucian sage's 2 lineages fought against each other. However, when the battle ended, the Confucian Temple's secondary sage and the Confucian sage's lineage worked together. It could be considered as a gentleman's fight. Qin Pingan squatted on top of the city wall, holding onto his saber with both hands. So what if I miss it, what can I do? Chui Dong laughed, you can drown your sorrows in alcohol since Bookworm is not here. The joy of drinking was the tranquil state of drunkenness. Alcohol could intoxicate people. After a few cups, the alcohol would be as strong as a martial artist of the 11th realm, causing people to shed layers of armor. Those who were good at drinking were wine immortals. Drunkards who indulged in drinking could allow people to ascend to the immortal and ghost realms. That was why Xiu Hu once said that alcohol was the most invincible in the human world. Qin Pingan said, when I was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, regardless of whether I drank in the city or on top of the city wall, senior brothers were never said anything. Chui Dong sneered, don't say such tough words in front of me. If you have the ability, say it to Zhuozhu. Qin Pingan pursed his lips, I dare to say it. Don't talk about drinking. It was not hard for senior brother Zhuo to lower his head and admit his mistake. As long as Mr. was by his side. Chui Dong asked, you haven't made your decision yet? Qin Pingan said, I'll think about it again. Anyway, good things are never too late. Chui Dong did not say any more sarcastic words, because he could understand the young man's state of mind. He wanted to go back to his hometown but did not dare to. Chui Dong once had such complicated thoughts, which was why the invitation to return to hometown was kept on the desk by the late Emperor of Dali. It was better not to return to one's hometown. Chui Dong seemed to express his feelings looking at this strange and vast world. There is a limit to what a person can do. No matter who it is, there will always be a boundary. Words, actions, and thoughts, there is no exception. You can break the rules around you, big and small. It seems free and pure, but in fact it is not. Since order cannot be rebuilt, disorder itself is a kind of great imprisonment, far from being truly free. You can't really do whatever you want. You can't make the world disappear with a flip of your hand, but you can raise the world with a raise of your hand. That is great freedom. Even if all things in the world become one, you can't use one to create all things. That is still not true freedom. Chui Dong stomped his foot lightly. You can destroy an ant's nest with one step. Children can still do it. What's so great about that? It's the opposite. Chui Dong raised a finger on his right hand and tapped the back of his left hand lightly. Do you know how many small worlds you can't even imagine have disappeared in an instant? Chui Dong smiled playfully. Who told you that only spirits and sentient beings are the head of all things in the world? If it wasn't for a certain great Tao under my feet, I wouldn't dare to, and I wouldn't be able to go far. Otherwise, there would be another 15th state in the world that could change the world. You might say that the patriarchs of the three sects won't let me have my way. What if I become the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple first and then go beyond the heavens? Or I might as well cooperate with Jia Sheng from the inside. Qin Pingan knew what Chui Dong was talking about. Porcelain people. They knew poems and songs, knew how to play chess, knew how to cultivate, knew how to ponder over the 7 emotions and 6 desires. They knew how to feel joy and sorrow. They could freely change their state of mind and cut off their emotions. They seemed to be no different from humans, but they were even more inhuman than real cultivators. Because they were born with Tao hearts, they disregarded life and death. They seemed to be puppets that were easily broken and their fates were in the hands of others. But in the past, how did the high and mighty God spirits view the human race on the ground? An inestimable what if would change the world. Furthermore, they would rise faster than the human race, and the human race would be destroyed even faster. Qin Pingan asked carefully, has the Aquarius continent been defended? Chui Dong laughed it off. He was asking the obvious. Qin Pingan did not ask any more questions. Qin Pingan was not in a hurry to return to the Aquarius continent. Chui Dong felt that he had said most of what he wanted to say. At that moment, Chui Dong suddenly did not know what to say. After all, the person beside him was not his junior brother Jun Qian, but his half-junior brother Qin Pingan. Jun Qian was not distracted. She liked to listen, but Qin Pingan thought too much. He liked to listen and would remember and chew on it. But Chui Dong was unhappy. Lin Shui dared to question him. Aren't you good at talking? You just tricked the old scholar into siding with you, and now you want to be a taciturn person? Qin Pingan seemed to have a tacit understanding and said, all these years I have scolded you a lot. He spoke halfway. I have hit you a lot. In any case, his student Chui Dong Shan could be considered half a Chui Dong. Chui Dong nodded his head as though he was satisfied with the answer. It was rare for him to acknowledge Qin Pingan. It was the first time he called the young man by his name. Qin Pingan, don't think that we are the only ones working for the world. That is not the case, far from it. Just like you have indeed done some things, there is nothing to deny, but in my eyes, Qin Pingan, as the last disciple of the sage of literature, as a scholar of the world, it is only right and proper for him to do things that are beyond the book. You and I know that this is for the sake of a clear conscience. In the future, when you suffer losses, don't ask for more from the world, there is no need. Other than the heroic deeds, in addition to the merits and demerits that are destined to be recorded in the annals of history, you also have to think about the lives and deaths of those who do not even have a name. Just like the great wall of sword Qi that has stood here for 10,000 years, it should not only remember those sword immortals with outstanding killing power. Chui Dong looked into the distance. The wind and snow made way for him. Chui Dong used all his strength to look at the distant moon-supporting mountain. It was as if he saw many years ago, there was a scholar in a foreign land, laughing and talking about the world with a gray-robed elder. The latter said to the scholar, please go to the highest place, go to a place that is more knowledgeable than the ancestors of the 3 sects, and help me see what the true great freedom is. Zhou bowed and answered with 4 words, I dare not disobey. Chui Dong looked up at the sky. Is the world at peace? It is probably at peace. Then can I sit back and relax? I don't think so. Chui Dong gathered his thoughts. Qin Pingan raised his hands and wrapped them around his shoulders, casting a mountain and river spell to casually tie up his hair, as if there was a ring around his hair. Qin Pingan raised his eyebrows high-spirited and no longer looked down. I've thought it through. I want to move the mountain. In the prison of the past, Qin Pingan once said to an Ascendant Realm otherworldly demon, "We want to become strong, we want to do something for the world. We want to do something for no one else but ourselves." Chui Dong smiled and said, "What do you mean?" Qin Pingan said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if I become a sword servant or a scabbard, after a sword strike, I will not stop falling, it is up to me. I want to ask the sword to hold the Moon Mountain. I beg senior brother, to protect me?" Chui Dong nodded and said, "Very good." In an instant, Qin Pingan seemed to have been immobilized. The next moment, Qin Pingan had no power to fight back, he was hit by Chui Dong's strange spell and fainted on the spot. Chui Dong sat aside, and a tall woman appeared beside him out of thin air. After seeing Qin Pingan safe and sound, she seemed a little surprised. She squatted down and reached out to stroke Qin Pingan's eyebrows. She looked up and asked the embroidered tiger, "Why?" Chui Dong patted his knees with his hands and said leisurely, "This is the last conscience game. Whether the student can surpass the master or not depends on this." 746. In the snowy night, a man in a bright red robe casually opened the mountain water restriction and walked out of a cave. He stood at the door and turned his head to look. The words Zhaohua Cave were engraved on the cliff. Luhua Island? The Zhaohua Cave that once had an Ascendant Realm monster? Looking into the distance, the heavy snow hasn't stopped. The snowflakes were as big as a mat. There was a great beauty between heaven and earth. It was already 1,000 miles white in the snow, and the moon was very round. Qin Pingan had 3 dreams before and then he woke up. Did he wake up, or did he just enter the dream? When Qin Pingan opened the door, ripples surged. The immortal mansion on the sea, which was always in a state of panic, immediately sensed something strange. Sword light and treasure light lit up one after another, breaking the night sky. In a few blinks of an eye, they rushed to the Zhaohua Cave from different directions, and more than a dozen cultivators surrounded them. Qin Pingan immediately stretched out his finger and gently touched the robe. The bright red robe instantly became the same color as the white snow, and then covered his face with the skin of a young man. Qin Pingan reached out to catch the snowflake, as if he needed to use it to confirm whether he was still in the dream. The cultivators formed a formation as if facing a great enemy. A nascent soul realm sword cultivator was floating in the air on his sword. He was the leader in the middle and his expression was dignified. He was afraid that the hidden monster who roamed the sea and committed crimes was going to stake everything here. In these years, the number of immortal mansions and sects on the sea was even more than during the war. It was those monster cultivators who hid in the sea from the land of the 5 continents. There were 2 young men and women beside the old laurel. They were also sword cultivators. It was a pity that they weren't an immortal couple. The 3 sword cultivators had a jade seal tied with a long golden tassel on their waists. It was an ancient seal script with water patterns, and a pocket flying sword was carved on it. It had been many years since he saw so many people at once. It actually made Qin Pingan a little uncomfortable. He held the snowflake and his palm was cool. Qin Pingan had already recognized the origin of the 3 sword cultivators. They were foreigners from Luhua Island. According to the jade seal shape, they should be the direct disciples of the sect pedigree of the South Hassa continent. Qin Pingan was able to deduce a lot of things based on the appearance of the 3 people tonight. Luhua Island and the Rain Dragon sect were key points that connected the old site of the inverted mountain to the Tongya continent. However, there was only one nascent soul realm cultivator guarding the island, and he had crossed the sea from the South Sa continent. Could it be said that the world was really peaceful? Therefore, not only did the South Sa continent successfully defend its mountains and rivers, but after the war ended, it still had the strength to transfer cultivators across the sea to guard it. In that case, how long had he dreamt for? Where were the demons of the upper 5 realms? Could it be that they had all been annihilated by the boundless heaven? Otherwise, important places like the Rain Dragon sect and Luhua Island would definitely be guarded by at least 2 or 3 cultivators with outstanding killing power. If it was in the final stage, it wouldn't be too much for the Ascendant Realm cultivators to take the lead and 20 to 30 Upper Realms cultivators to block the path of the monster race. Just as Chui Dong had said, he had missed out on a lot. But the world was finally stable. The 3 sword cultivators all noticed that the young man's gaze had become gentle, especially when he looked at the 3 of them. It was especially intimate. This caused the young female sword cultivator to subconsciously lean closer to the old man. The sneaky young man was born with good looks, but he was unexpectedly a playboy. He was tall and slender with a jade hairpin on his head. He wore a white robe but his body was slightly hunched. He looked like a golden core realm cultivator. The old nascent soul realm sword cultivator still didn't dare to let his guard down. He asked in a slightly unfamiliar language of the Central Plains, "Who are you?" The young man replied in Tong Yezhou's language with a smile. "Tong Yezhou, second-class guest of the Jade Gui sect, Chao Mo. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I've been fascinated by the Fortune Cave for a long time. I wanted to sneak in and out but I couldn't resist and accidentally triggered the restriction." An old man from Luhua Island immediately asked in Tong Yezhou's language, "Since you're a guest of the Jade Gui sect, have you ever been to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land?" Qin Pingan was waiting for this. He nodded and said, "Of course I have visited all 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave. When he was in the Summer Palace he would occasionally read all kinds of secret files that had been sealed for a long time. So he was not unfamiliar with Tong Yezhou and Jade Gui sect." The old man from Luhua Island smiled and said, "Since Immortal Master Chao has visited the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, then you should know that there is a stall at the Rotten Rope Pavilion at the Cloud Gate Ferry all year round. What do you sell outside the pavilion? What do you want me to sell?" Qin Pingan raised his hand and a jade bamboo folding fan appeared in his hand. He lightly tapped the palm of his hand and sneered, "As an honored guest, you would also visit the Rotten Rope Pavilion that cheats outsiders for a few pieces of snow? I can't afford to lose face like this. When I visited the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, I only went to Huang Heji to drink 3 bowls of moonlight wine, and then went to Yunding Peak to sleep. At dawn, I used a white reed broom to sweep the clouds and I collected the clouds into my sleeves. Without the restriction of 1 caddy, I only collected 3 caddies each time, and the price was 40% off. Are you jealous?" The old man from Luhua Island was so scared that he almost believed him. Especially this young cultivator from Tong Yezhou, the old man felt that he was not unfamiliar with the arrogance of this young man. In the early years all the immortal masters from Tong Yezhou were like this. They were so arrogant that it made people want to punch them in the face. The younger they were, the more their eyes were above their eyebrows. But now, among the cultivators from Tong Yezhou, most of them had gone to the 5th world. The old Yuanying of Daming Shui said in his mind, "Hu Qin, make sure that he is not a monster first." The disciple named Hu Qin on the side obeyed his master's order and immediately took out an ancient mirror. The young man silently chanted the incantation, holding the mirror with one hand and making a gesture with the other, and gently stroked the surface of the mirror. There were 2 circles of inscriptions engraved on the ancient mirror. 2 strings of golden words began to rotate, shining with colorful light. Ancient mirror reflects the true spirit, the body element is pure, the moon reflects the truth, and a bright moon contains the true spirit, all things in the world cannot be hidden. Qin Pingan was still tapping his palm with the folding fan. He looked up and narrowed his eyes. It was the plain moon mirror, one of the 6 Howren demon revealing mirrors. Judging from the ripples of the young cultivator's mind and aura, as well as the signs of the thunder art, he should be using one of the unorthodox thunder arts, which was specially used to suppress and defeat the demon clan and the spirits of the mountains and lakes, as well as to kill the strange ghosts and evil spirits in the temples. The young sword cultivator raised his arm high, and the ancient mirror in his hand shot out a bright light, which shrouded the young man in white clothes at the entrance of the Cave of Fortune. Qin Pingan looked calm, but he just gently clenched the jade bamboo folding fan in his hand. In the eyes of those cultivators, the young man did not move at all, and just let the white mirror light shine on his body. White clothes like snow, young man beautiful and elegant. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, your Suyu ancient mirror has actually been used by your master as a smokescreen. Your real body is the higher grade macaque ancient moon mirror, right? This is a magic treasure that can be used as a half-immortal weapon. If I were a jade unpolished realm monster, I would not be able to hide my real body. No wonder fellow Taoist is only a Dragon Gate realm cultivator, but you can train here. It turns out that you have a great treasure in your hand, and you have a card up your sleeve. Fellow Taoist is young, but you are already a direct sword cultivator of the Great Yao River, and you also have such a magic treasure that can both attack and defend. Ah Chao will treat you as a Jindan realm cultivator. Only when you become a Jindan realm cultivator can you be considered as a Jindan realm cultivator." Qin Pingan smiled and cupped his fist. At the same time he said sarcastically, "Fishing the moon in the water in my dream, and visiting the ancient macaque ancient moon mirror in person. The young Dragon Gate Realm cultivator put away the ancient mirror. The old Jindan Realm cultivator of Luhua Island said helplessly, "There is really no chance left in our cave of fortune." The young man seemed to have a straightforward temperament. He said frankly, "If I don't see it with my own eyes, I will not give up." The old Jindan Realm cultivator said, "Immortal Master Chao sneaked into Luhua Island without permission and triggered the restriction of the Cave of Fortune. You have broken the rules of our sect, so you need to go to the Ancestral Hall." The young man smiled and said, "I have asked the questions and the demon-revealing mirror has also shown, so there is no need to go to the Ancestral Hall for tea." The old Yuanying Realm cultivator from the Great Yao River of the South Hassa continent said, "You have broken the rules once, and I advise Immortal Master Chao to follow the rules again. When we send a message to the Divine Seal Peak and get a reply, we will let you go. Before that, Immortal Master Chao might as well stay in Luhua Island for a few days." Qin Pingan said helplessly, "I am just a guest of the Yugui sect, and the name Chao Imo is not on the Divine Seal Peak's landscape register. When the chaos broke out, I couldn't go to the fifth world, so I had to hide. Now that the world is peaceful, I dare to travel down the mountain." None of the cultivators were in a good mood. From the previous vigilant look, they now looked at Chao Imo with undisguised disdain. How could the stubborn Yugui sect accept such a guest? Is he a guest of the Tongyi sect? The female sword cultivator said, "Where is the guest's token?" The young man blinked his eyes and said, "Sect leader Jiang of the Yugui sect invited me and Lu Fang to go to the Divine Seal Peak to help. I was afraid of death, so I didn't dare to go. So I sent a message to the Yugui sect and returned the precious jade." The old Jindan Realm cultivator from Luhua Island was slightly surprised. "Sword Immortal Lu didn't die?" The young man seemed to regret his words and stopped talking. But the two groups of cultivators stared at him. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Lu Fang once traveled with me to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. We both cultivated at the Bird's Eye Peak, but I left the Blessed Land earlier." The old Jindan Realm cultivator was obviously very familiar with the Yugui sect and the Tongyi continent. At this moment he began to communicate with the three sword cultivators from the Great Yao Water through telepathy. The old Golden Core cultivator finally said, "One last question. Immortal Master Chao, may I trouble you to tell me about Sword Immortal Lu? Please tell me everything you know. Also, you must be careful with your words. Sect Master Jiang, Sword Immortal Lu, and I have drunk at the same table." The young man was a little annoyed. He turned his head and stretched his neck. "Aren't you guys annoying? Why don't you just beat me to death? Come. Use your flying swords to chop me. What a great Yao water sword cultivator. You are so arrogant." Sect leader Jiang discussed heroes with Sword Immortal Lu in private. He said that among the sword immortals in the South Sa continent, Chao Shi and the others were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Only the great Yao water elemental sword immortal was worthy of his toast. The expressions of the three great vile water sword cultivators instantly became much friendlier. How could they not be happy that their own sect and their own master could be admired by the sect leader of the Yugui sect? It was just that deep in their eyes, there was a bit of sadness. The Great Yao Water had a total of 5 branches. Not all of them were sword cultivators. Only one branch was passed down from Sword Immortal Yuan Qingshu. The old nascent soul stage sword cultivator waved his sleeve. He seemed to feel that this cowardly person was too annoying and should get lost early. Chen Pingan put the jade bamboo folding fan on his waist and once again cupped his fists at the 3 sword cultivators. He left Luhua Island and went to Tongya continent to take a look at the Yugui sect. Jiang Shangzhen was still alive and became the sect leader of the Yugui sect? He was indeed the honorary master of the Luapa mountain. On Luhua Island, Chen Pingan didn't ask much. He would know what he needed to know. He couldn't stop what he didn't want to hear or know. The great Yao Water nascent soul stage sword cultivator hid his aura and followed him from a distance with a water escape technique. Chen Pingan pretended not to know. But after half an hour he activated the water word seal, the natal item of the 5 elements, and performed a water-repelling technique. In a flash, he escaped from the nascent soul stage cultivator's sight. The old sword cultivator returned to Luhua Island and said, "It shouldn't be a monster, but we still need to send a message to the Rain Dragon sect and the Yugui sect." Chao Imo hid his strength very well. He is most likely a nascent soul stage cultivator, and he is very good at water techniques. No wonder he can be the guest of the Yugui sect. The female sword cultivator said angrily, "People like him are the most common in Tongya continent. His ability to escape is the best in the world." The old nascent soul stage cultivator of Luhua Island sighed, To be honest, cowardly people hiding in the mountains are better than those bastards who rely on monsters and do evil. The old sword cultivator sneered, Tongya continent is so big but most of them ran away. They deserve to be infiltrated by the cultivators of the Baoping continent. And they still have the face to quarrel with the Confucian temple in Zhongtu? If I were the sage of the Confucian temple, I would have slapped them. Qin Pingan walked on the sea and the wind and snow came again. In the vast wind and snow he stood alone. He looked around and suspected that he was in the Jade capital. Qin Pingan immediately took out an item that was close to him. There was nothing to worry about. It was a gift from Cui Dong and there was no restriction on it. After looking around and confirming that there were no cultivators spying on them, Qin Pingan took off the white jade hairpin. Qin Pingan racked his brains but he did not expect this to happen. When he was immersed in it he found a group of children living in the broken cave. They were all potential sword immortals. The older ones were 7 or 8 years old, and the younger ones were 4 or 5 years old. These children were very familiar with each other. After all, in the small cave inside the white jade hairpin, they depended on each other. The small cave did not have a large area. Although it was small, it had everything. In addition to houses, there were mountains and rivers, plants, pots and pans, firewood, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and everything else. There was even a dragon-slaying cliff that was used to sharpen flying swords. It was the size of a pillar outside the mountain temple and was priceless. Qin Pingan just happened to take out one of the talisman boats and ferries from within the talisman boat. Because there was a total of 3 ferries and a sunstream boat within it. Qin Pingan chose a relatively simple talisman ferry. It could accommodate 30 to 40 people. Qin Pingan brought the children out of the small cave and fixed the white jade hairpin. A boy with his hands behind his back raised his head and frowned slightly. Who are you? Where is the hidden official? I am Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan squatted on the ground and rubbed his glabella. Tell me your name. 5 boys He Gu Qing Chaolo. Bai Xian. Yu Jianwei. Yu Qingzhong. 4 girls He Xiangding Yao Xiaoyan Nalan Yuji Sun Chun Wang. 7 sword cultivators in the lower 5 realms, 2 cave realm sword cultivators by Xian Yu Jianwei. Qin Pingan said, Firstly, you are not allowed to tell anyone about your hometown. I will teach you the 2 elegant sayings of Aquarius continent and Tong Yi continent every day. He Gu crossed his arms and said angrily, Why can't I tell you about my hometown? Are you embarrassing yourself? Master Hidden Official, if I knew earlier I would have placed you at the bottom. What elegant sayings, I don't care to learn. Luckily, he had thrown old Deaf from the 10-peak sword deities to the side, and replaced him with the young Master Hidden Official whose cultivation was not high. Yu Jianhui nodded his head gently and spoke like an old man, Us sword cultivators, our words are all about the sword. Qin Pingan did not care about the children's complaints and continued, Secondly, train your sword well in the future. That's all. Just 2 requests. He Gu was unhappy and stared, What? That's all? How can you be Master Hidden Official? The elders in my family all say that you are scheming, and have a clever mind especially when you don't study well and are the best at cheating people. You can even participate in the discussions of the 10-peak sword deities, and you are the only one who is not a sword deity. My mother asked what you rely on and my father said what else can you rely on? You rely on your mouth that can cheat people to death. Why are you so quiet today? Don't tell me you're a fake hidden official? Don't study well and are the best at cheating people? My wine shop is famous for its fair prices, and I do not cheat the old or the young. My house is famous for everyone earning money, and everyone can get a share of the spoils. Qin Pingan stood up and smacked him with a chestnut. The little troublemaker hugged his head, but he was not angry, and instead nodded his head. His young face was filled with gratification. No wonder my father said that the second shopkeeper is a damn scholar, and changes his face faster than flipping a book. Seems like you are really Master Hidden Official. Qin Pingan laughed involuntarily. He must have lost the bet and not the fake one, so don't blame me. Qin Pingan thought for a while. Also, call me Chao Mo in the future. It is an alias or Master Chao. I will be your sword protector for the time being. In the future, when you follow me to my hometown, whether you enter my sect or not, it will be up to fate. These children who had traveled far away from home, and many of them were heartbroken from parting with their loved ones, and were slowly enjoying themselves in the white jade hairpin. They were leaving their hometown, but they were returning to their hometown. Then let's give each other a high five and let's go. Let's get to know each other. Qin Pingan's eyes were gentle, and he bent down, extended his hand, and gave each of the children a high five. Some of the children kept a straight face, standing where they were, and did not raise their hands or high fives, but Qin Pingan did not mind. Chen Pingan stood at the end of the ferry, and while driving the talisman boat which was not too high above the sea, he had a headache. Originally he thought that he would be traveling alone in the Tongya continent, but he did not expect that it would be such a noisy scene. Some of the children were leaning on the railing, whispering to each other. Some of them had already sat cross-legged and began to nourish their flying swords. What a big water, I can't see the end of it. How deep do you think it is? If the Great Wall of our hometown was thrown here, would we be standing on the surface of the water or under the water? Asked the hidden official. Asked Chao, he is very knowledgeable. The talisman boat sailed across the sea, during which Chen Pingan saw a group of pearl divers from Luhua Island. So he cast a camouflage spell on the talisman boat and took a detour. But this talisman boat was too expensive. Chen Pingan raised his head and looked over, hoping to pass by a cross-continent ferry that went from west to east. Compared to riding a talisman boat to travel across the sea, the latter was obviously more cost-effective. Moreover, since this group of children came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it was inevitable that they would have to deal with people outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The ferry was relatively safe, so it was actually a very good choice. Unfortunately, Chen Pingan did not expect to see a ferry passing by. After all, the Tongya continent was too isolated in history, and there was no such thing. Chen Pingan took out the blade-strengthening gourd, tied it to his waist and patted the wine pot gently. Old man, we finally meet again. Then he put the jade bamboo folding fan that his student Chui Dongshan gave him on his waist. Sitting at the bow of the boat, he asked the children about the situation inside the white jade hairpin. The little girl named Nalan Yuji had a clear voice. She poured out the beans from a bamboo tube and spoke tirelessly about her cultivation over the years. The flow of time was slow inside but fast outside. It was really a different world. So in fact, these 9 children did not practice swordsmanship for a long time in this small broken world. Chen Pingan was silent for a long time and suddenly asked, "Tonight, do we want to eat stewed fish? The taste of sea fish is still different from the taste of river fish." Higu was not shy with strangers, so he said casually, "I don't really want to, but we can make do." Yuxia added, "Being a hidden official is not domineering at all. Why don't you just give orders directly?" The child added, "There are no outsiders here, so I don't need to call you Chao Mo." Chen Pingan smiled. Yuxia immediately raised his hands, "You are too polite." Okay, Chao Mo, Master Chao, Grandpa Chao, okay? Chen Pingan sighed. Why does it feel like Li Huai was with him in the past? Chen Pingan activated his water arts and conjured a fishing rod that seemed to be made of jade. He then used a wisp of martial arts jinchi to congeal a fishing line and a fishing hook. Without any bait, he threw the fishing rod far away into the sea. Then he closed his eyes and focused, using the slight vibration of the thin fishing line to search for fish in the water. Little Yen praised, "Chao Mo is really immortal." Yuji raised her eyebrows and said proudly, "Of course, otherwise how could my sister be so devoted to Yin?" Master Chao. My sister used all the money she saved to buy the seal, the fan, and the Song of Immortal Sword at the Yen family's shop. She went to the wine shop to drink many times, but she never saw Master Chao. But every time she went home she was very happy. Grandpa said she was obsessed, but my sister didn't listen to him. She slacked off on her swordsmanship, and often secretly practiced calligraphy, copying the inscriptions on the fan. Little Yen said softly, "When can we see Sister Wanwan?" Yuji sighed, "It's hard to say. I only know that my sister went to Inverted Hanging Mountain with Fatty Yen and the others." Chen Pingan opened his eyes, holding the fishing rod with his right hand and the blade-strengthening gourd with his left. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. It was the taste of wine that he hadn't tasted in a long time. It was the wine from his shop. Maybe it was because he hadn't drunk it in a long time, or maybe it was because he didn't have any pickles to go with the wine, or maybe it was because he didn't have a bowl of green onion noodles waiting for him to eat. So, he only took a small sip, but it was so spicy that it almost made him cry. On the road of life, one would meet many passers-by who would never meet again after parting. But in people's hearts, passers-by could be people who stayed for a long time. They would smile, talk loudly, and drink drunkenly at the same table. They would also remind people of someone, and it would be as if that person was looking at them without saying anything. Chen Pingan slowly turned his head and looked at the children who were either chatting or practicing swordsmanship in silence. The dream seemed to be real. It really seemed like a dream. This was probably what the books called, as if a lifetime had passed. Chen Pingan didn't dare to drink too much. He turned his head and shouted at the little sparrows who seemed to have come from the city, "Hey! The children who were chatting turned their heads in unison. Even the few who were practicing swordsmanship pricked up their ears. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "In the vast world, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, I will beat them to death." Bai Xian asked, "If you meet an immortal or even an ascendant realm cultivator in the Tongyi continent, you definitely can't beat them." This child liked to put his hands behind his back and pretend to be an adult. Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head. Among the native cultivators of the Tongyi continent, there were most likely no ascendant realm cultivators. As for immortals, whether or not he could beat them, he could let them try. However, since the cultivators of the upper 5 realms who stayed in the Tongyi continent didn't leave back then and survived, they were all well-deserved heroes or formidable people. Don't fight if you can. Harmony breeds wealth. When Chen Pingan didn't need to merge with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he lost his reliance and broke free from the cage at the same time. As for how Cui Dong did it, only God knew. Because Cui Xian's sewing technique carried the true name of the Great Demon, Chen Pingan had been practicing martial arts. He was everywhere. At all times, he would be suppressed by the great Tao of heaven and earth. The small world of the human body, the tendons, the bones, the blood, the flesh, the meridians, the Qi residence, and then the soul. It was as if the entire small world of mountains and rivers was under a mysterious, heavy pressure without exception. Everything was shaking. Several great grandmasters were mercilessly punching Chen Pingan fiercely to temper his body. This familiar feeling was also a long-lost peace of mind. Therefore, when he opened the mountain and river restriction in the Cave of Fortune, Chen Pingan was careless and couldn't adapt to the Qi of heaven and earth. He dropped to the Aurous core stage. Otherwise, with Chen Pingan's cautiousness, those cultivators wouldn't have been able to detect his whereabouts. From meeting Cui Dong to inexplicably being in the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island, everything was strange. When in Rome, do as the Romans do and get used to it. At this moment, Chen Pingan needed to cast a camouflage spell and deliberately pretend to be an earth immortal of the golden core stage. The white-robed young man raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He raised the blade-strengthening gourd high and murmured with a smile, "Wine has other uses, there's no need to grow up." Little Yen asked timidly, "Where's the fish?" Chen Pingan suddenly raised the rod and pulled a palm-sized fish out of the water and threw it on the ferry. The children looked at each other. Just this. Not a big fish the size of a hill? Chen Chaolu immediately ran to catch the small fish, but she was called a little dog by her companions. Inside the cave, Ching Chaolu was the one cooking and cooking. Her cooking skills were not bad. Yuxia whispered, "Higu, I still think he's a fake hidden official. Let's take it easy, don't help him count the money after being sold." Many of the children chimed in as they pecked at the rice. Chen Pingan thought of something. He took out a green robe made of fine bamboo threads and put it on. He took off the previous skin and covered it with the skin of a middle-aged man. At the same time, he restrained the Qi of a Qi cultivator and displayed the Qi of a martial artist of the golden body stage. He hung the saber at his waist and reached out his hand to condense the water energy into a bamboo hat. He put it on his head. He was the real Chao. Moreover, Chen Pingan's camouflage spell involved the operation of the human body's small world. If one wasn't an immortal, they might not be able to see the truth. Bai Xian sat at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. He sneered, "Fake my ass, isn't this the hidden official? How many sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Aura change their appearance every day and even disguise as women to pick up scraps on the battlefield?" Sita Yuji nodded and said, "My sister said that the hidden official at that time was gorgeously dressed. He was even more beautiful and feminine than her." Chen Pingan continued fishing. He held the blade-strengthening gourd and drank small sips. He smiled and said softly, "In ancient times, snow filled the courtyard. A guest rode on a horse. His hat was covered in snow. The hero dismounted and entered the hall. Under the reflection of the snow, his face was darker. He drank until he was speechless. He threw down the golden leaf and rode the horse. He fought in the snow and did not stop. He did not know his name." Yuxia waited for a long time, but he did not continue. He began to expose him out of habit and asked, "What about the second fish?" Chen Pingan replied impatiently, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up." The fish called for its friends and its ancestors. It doesn't take time to travel. Chen Pingan suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance with all his might. Why was his luck so good tonight? Was there really a cross-continent ferry to the Tongya continent? However, before that, it seemed like he had to deal with a cultivator in the immortal realm. She swam from afar and used a secret technique to involve water fate. She helped him to investigate the movements in the water within 100 miles. She probably still could not find Chao Mo, who escaped through the water and did not give up. Then she found the ferry talisman boat. She arrived in the form of a rainbow but did not land on the ferry. She was more than 100 steps away from the ferry and moved side by side. She reminded Qin Pingan, "You have so many children with you. Be careful on the sea at night." Qin Pingan was stunned. He put down the fishing rod and stood up to cup his fists. He smiled and asked, "Senior, don't you suspect our identity?" The female cultivator in the immortal realm smiled and said, "I have killed all the demons around here. I suspect what you are doing." Qin Pingan did not say anything more. She asked, "Do you really know Jiang Shangzhen?" 747. Qing Chaolu and Yao Xiaoyan cleaned up the pot and utensils. One of them really liked this kind of chores, while the other was determined to be a good wife and mother at such a young age. As for practicing the sword, it was no different from eating, drinking, and defecating to the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. No one would slack off. It was no different from the scholars at the foot of the mountain who wanted to pass the imperial examinations. It was a matter of course. Qin Pingan stood up and passed a bowl and a pair of chopsticks to Qing Chaolu. Then he looked up. It really was a cross-continent ferry that was heading towards the Tongye continent. The shape of the ship was faintly discernible. Spiritual qi lingered around the ferry, as if there were women in colorful clothes on the murals. Their clothes fluttered in the sea of clouds. Qin Pingan focused his eyes and looked closer. Indeed, there were flying dragon ladies, water immortals, and lightning immortals painted on the walls of the ferry using the method of immortals' alchemy books. They were all women's depictions and were vivid and lifelike. Qin Pingan learned from his mistakes at the Cave of Fortune and immediately retracted his gaze. As expected, one of the dragon ladies in the murals seemed to have sensed someone spying on her from afar. In an instant, her gaze wandered, but she couldn't find the talisman boat that was extremely far away. After a while, she retracted the divine light in her eyes and returned to normal, returning to silence. Only the ribbons were still fluttering in the wind, dragging hundreds of feet away. Qin Pingan adjusted his bamboo hat and rubbed his chin. The ferry was an extremely brilliant mountain and river formation. It could help the ferry travel through places with thin spiritual qi or through lightning and rain without being too bumpy. It was beautiful and looked very ethereal. It was also very practical and could naturally suppress the clouds, rain and lightning. Did the ferry belong to a sect with a majority of female cultivators? Otherwise, gods like the Rain Master, Thunder Lord, and Uncle Yun wouldn't be lacking in those few strokes. They would be painted on the wall and the effect would only be better. Logically speaking, the Rain Dragon sect should have been reduced to ruins long ago, and all the cultivators were dead. Could it be that the owner of the Water Spirit Palace on the inverted mountain, Yun Qian, didn't take root in the 3 continents and established her own sect and spread her branches? Instead, he brought those cultivators back to the sect and began to rebuild the Rain Dragon sect. Did Yun Qing obtain this ferry by chance or did he buy it from someone else? Or could it be that this ferry came from the south swirling continent or the even more distant Fuyao continent, so it passed by this place midway? Qin Pingan quickly thought about the sects and immortals of the whirling and Fuyao continents. Qin Pingan was actually no stranger to the cross-continent ferries of the 2 continents. In his early years at Spring Banner House, he had interacted with many ferry managers face to face. Qin Pingan was a little hesitant about whether he should drive the talisman boat to approach the cross-continent ferry that was not too fast. He was mainly worried that the inexperienced kids from the Great Wall of Sword Qi would have an accident on the ferry and get into a dispute with the immortal masters. Qin Pingan was not afraid of getting into trouble, but he was afraid that he would be careless and lose control of himself. A pure martial artist who was at the peak of the 9th realm and was at the bottleneck of the mountain peak would lose control of himself. At the end of the day, it was naturally because he could not control himself. Qin Pingan could let a demon cultivator who came to the city to provoke him safely return to his hometown in the south only because the other party did not have any enmity with the vast world. Whether it came to the city to have fun or to seek death, Qin Pingan could use it to relieve his boredom. However, now he might not be able to listen to a few worrisome words from his hometown. He might not be able to withstand 1 or 2 worrisome things done by his hometown. He saw that Master Chow was in a daze and asked, "What are you thinking about? You can't take your eyes off a beautiful woman and are distracted?" Yu Xie added, "If I were older I would probably be tempted too. It's human nature." No wonder Master Chow took a few more glances. Anyway, it's a waste not to look. His hands did not touch that big sister's body. Qin Pingan smiled and said, there are millions of good-looking women. Everything is for the White Bone Temple. The little girl Nalan actually took out a pen and paper on the spot. She took a breath and wrote down this sentence on the paper. Then, with a shake of her wrist, everything disappeared. Chin Pingon was a little surprised. She was actually a little girl with a good family background? She even had a mind item with her? Nalan Yusia. Surname Nalan. After confirming a little guess in his heart, Chin Pingon could not help but let his thoughts wander 1,000 miles away. The only thing that could cause the river of time to be unable to restrain was probably one's thoughts. The female immortal cultivator who came in the form of a rainbow was most likely responsible for patrolling the Rain Dragon Sect's sea region. Chin Pingon actually only saw the scented pouch ornament on her waist that was overflowing with multicolored light and her red and yellow aura that was like the rising clouds of the morning sun. He had already guessed her identity. She came from the drifting cloud continent and was also the master of the pine mist blessed land. She was good at refining all kinds of clouds in the world. She was said to be good friends with the Taisha progenitor Liu of the crouching earth peak in the north continent. Was the world at peace? It seemed so. This was what Cui Dong had said earlier. It was also what Chin Pingon was currently thinking. Chin Pingon had long noticed that there was a problem with his mental state. He was used to thinking too much. On the city wall, he was alone, surrounded by enemies from all directions. Chin Pingon, who was still carrying the burden of being a hidden official, could not help but think too much. Once he thought too much, he would fall into the trap. One careless move would cause him to lose everything. Other than his own death, he would also implicate the direction of the entire world and cause it to deviate slightly towards the wilderness world. Moreover, as long as he did not have to die, how could Chin Pingon bear to die? There were still so many people he wanted to meet. They were scattered all over the world, waiting for him to meet them one by one. Chin Pingon asked, "Do you want to take the cross-continent ferry?" Of the 9 children, other than the 3 who did not like to talk from beginning to end, He Xiangting, Yu Qingzhang and Sun Chunwang, the rest were all excited. They wanted to experience it and did not even consider the hidden official's money bag. Chin Pingon reminded them, other than the 2 points I mentioned earlier, when you get on the ferry, remember to hide your identity as a swordsman. Anyway, as long as you do not cause trouble, there is nothing to worry about. If you want to practice your swordsmanship, you can practice it in the house. If you want to enjoy the scenery, you can go out and enjoy it. There are no taboos. Chin Pingon steered the talisman boat and shot towards the cross-continent ferry. He was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed more than 100 miles and caught up with the ferry that was fluttering with colorful ribbons. The 2 ferries were more than 1,000 feet apart. Chin Pingon asked loudly in the elegant language of the central divine continent, "Can we board the ferry?" The cross-continent ferry did respond. The few cultivators on the mountain who went out to enjoy the scenery quickly returned to their residences without the ferry saying anything. Then, around the railings of the ferry, mist rose to a height of more than 10 feet. When the mist dissipated, long talisman swords appeared. They were made of green bamboo and looked very green. Moreover, the swords were engraved with Dan's script. They were written in the Tao of Talisman and were used to slay demons. The key was that the thousands of talisman swords were made of green bamboo produced by the bamboo sea cave. It was filled with Tao and was naturally superior to the spirits of mountains, rivers, lakes, and lakes. Although it was not close to the 10 ancestral bamboos of the Green Immortal Mountain, such a large number of green bamboo talisman swords must be very expensive. It was definitely not something that any cross-continent ferry could buy and refine into such precious talisman swords. Moreover, the bamboo sea cave rarely sold their green bamboo to the outside world. Even if they allowed their green bamboo to rot and turn into green mud, they would never make money from it. Then there was only one possibility left. The lady of the Green Immortal Mountain, who had never left the cave and never appeared in the world, had sold the vast amount of green bamboo from the bamboo sea cave at a low price. She might even have given it to the Confucian temple in the central region. Therefore, if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely travel to the bamboo sea cave. The cross-continent ferry was filled with sword chi and the world was austere. In the past, the cross-continent ferry to the inverted hanging mountain was mostly staffed by earth immortals of the nascent soul realm who were good at killing. There were even cultivators of the upper 5 realms who helped to escort the goods just in case. The painted women on the outer wall of the ferry showed up one by one. They had graceful figures and were about 3 to 4 feet tall. Each of them held a talisman sword made of green bamboo and of a higher grade. The tip of the talisman sword was pointed at the talisman boat. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a warrior. He wore a bamboo hat and a green robe. A narrow saber hung from his waist and a wine pot was tied to his waist. On the cross-continent ferry, the cultivators and most of the passengers were looking at the talisman boat that appeared out of nowhere. The group of children had nothing to look at. Most of their attention was on the man. Chen Pingan raised his hand and smiled. I can let the green bamboo talisman sword cut my palm and use it to verify my identity before boarding the boat. He sighed and said, not domineering at all. Yuxia nodded and said, very cowardly. A ferryman in a black robe stood at the front of the boat. He held a pair of iron maces in his hands. He had a big beard but a small face. He looked scholarly but his words were simple and concise. He only said 3 words, get lost. Chen Pingan raised his hand high. He held a grain rain coin between his fingers and said, I don't lack money. The ferryman said, 1 sword in your palm and 1 in between your eyebrows. Are you willing? Chen Pingan nodded and said, it's okay. But please be careful with your strength. Don't break it. Chen Pingan chuckled and added, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let the wrong person go. It's too harmful to the virtue of the underworld. We are all real immortal masters. Don't learn from the wild cultivators. The painted dragon girl seemed to have received the ferryman's order. She really did send out 2 swords. The sword light suddenly cut through the night sky and then suddenly disappeared. After she kept the sword, she looked down. On the tip of the sword, there were 2 beads condensed by blood. The tip of the sword trembled slightly. The 2 drops of blood from the man in the bamboo hat's palm and between his eyebrows shattered. A woman in a colorful dress with the appearance of a water immortal and the aura of an earth deity condensed the blood again with a secret technique. Obviously, she did not notice anything strange. She held the bamboo sword upside down with the dragon girl. Perhaps this was a sign of goodwill to the man in the bamboo hat. After all, the other party's action was very sincere. Handing over the blood to an alchemist for verification was not as simple as handing over a customs document. Chen Pingan waved his hand and took the 2 drops of blood into his palm. The ferryman's expression became more amiable. He asked, where did you guys come from? Chen Pingan chose to answer telepathically. After I learned that the Liuxia continent's senior Tsong Yi's Dao was boundless and had already wiped out the demon race that caused chaos, the Rain Dragon sect's territory could be said to be peaceful and peaceful. There were no more hidden dangers. I took the juniors of my sect out to sea and visited Luhua Island to see if I could find any opportunities along the way. As for my sect, let's not talk about it. Those who left have gone to the 5th world. There are not many old people left. The ferryman's heart tightened. Good lord, it's actually a nascent soul cultivator pretending to be a pure martial artist. Damn it, it's most likely that cultivator from the Tong Yi continent. He's either a military cultivator or a sword cultivator. Otherwise, his physique would not be so tough as a martial artist. The other party's telepathic thoughts were extremely clear. It was obvious that the 2 layers of mountain and water restrictions on the ferry did not affect his cultivation much. If it was a Jindan Earth Immortal, it would not be difficult for him to hear clearly. It's just that the voice would not be so clear. Chen Pingan's palm lightly patted his green robe. The robe rippled and released waves of green mist. It took the initiative to break through some of the camouflage, revealing the bamboo silk robe on his body. It came from the Azure Immortal Mountain. Lu Yuzhou, who took the Osmanthus Island to the Yuanruan mansion, wore a bamboo silk robe back then. This type of robe also had the reputation of cool land and summer resort. Especially Qi cultivators who cultivated the wood and water Dao. Their preference for the Azure Immortal Mountain's bamboo robe was no less than the pursuit of the world's cultivators for things that were close at hand. No demon cultivator would wear the Azure Immortal Mountain's bamboo robe, unless it was a great demon of the immortal realm with profound Dao. However, with the current mirror hanging in the sky, demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms, especially those of the immortal realm, would not be able to hide their presence once they left the bottom of the sea. The huge mirror hanging high was a legendary mirror for opening makeup. If it was an ascendant realm great demon who was better at hiding its presence, this Sai fairy could only admit that it was unlucky. It was nothing more than a battle to the death. However, once the great demon's presence was exposed, it would definitely die. There were cultivators stationed at the old site of the Rain Dragon sect to help take revenge. Other than Xiuxia Continent's immortal Tsong Li Golden Armor Continent's female sword immortal Song Pin, there was also an ascendant realm cultivator from the Central Divine Continent who personally guarded the Jiaolong Ravine. The steward cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for the offense. Please board the ferry." Chen Pingan cupped his fists and returned the greeting. He smiled and said, the wind on the mountain is strong. It's better to be safe than sorry. If Chen Pingan showed up with his green robe and bamboo robe first, he probably wouldn't be able to board the ferry tonight. This was the human heart. The steward smiled. He knew how to talk. Chen Pingan asked for 3 rooms from the ferry. Chen Pingan had 1 room for himself and the girl and boy each had 1 room. Chen Pingan only had 1 request. The rooms had to be adjacent to each other. Immortal money was easy to negotiate. He could name any price. As for whether the Tsai ferry needed to discuss with the guests and vacate 1 or 2 rooms, Chen Pingan could just add more money to compensate the immortal masters. He wouldn't let the immortal masters move for nothing and make things difficult for the ferry. There were the most people with the surname Chen in the world. The matter was handled quite smoothly. Firstly, the immortal money on the mountain was becoming more and more valuable. Secondly, the Tsai ferry also had some intention of giving in. It was true that caution was the parent of business on the mountain. However, the saying, "the wind on the mountain is strong," was even more true. Chen Pingan formed a sword seal with 2 fingers. At the same time, he activated his metal natal item and helped to draw a golden sword pool in the 2 rooms. This was to prevent the idle conversation of the children from being unknowingly spied on by the busybodies on the ferry. Chen Pingan originally wanted to take out a few more talisman and paste them on the windows and doors. However, after some thought he gave up on the idea. He didn't want the children to be too reserved. The ferry stopped at an immortal ferry at the southernmost end of the Tongyi continent. It wasn't too far from the Jade Gui sect. Chen Pingan returned to his room and asked for a pot of immortal wine that was unique to the Tsai ferry. After drinking half a pot of wine, he dipped his finger in the wine and wrote a line of words on the table. The river is clear and the sea is clear. The last time he went to the Tongyi continent, the cross-continent ferry was a treasure-swallowing whale that had several mystic realms. Now the inverted mountain was gone. It was unknown where Lu Tai was now. If Lu Tai appeared as Lu Kai at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it would make Chen Pingan's mental state worse. However, since he had returned to his hometown, Chen Pingan wouldn't shrink back. Chen Pingan habitually pasted a filth-dispelling talisman on the window and began to walk. He had to familiarize himself with the pressure of the Great Tao in this world as soon as possible. This was the aftereffect of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the wilderness, one would be suppressed. In the vastness, it was the same. For pure martial artists, this was a great thing. Not to mention walking or sparring with others, even every breath was training. However, for cultivators, the situation was more awkward. If Chen Pingan didn't have the foundation of a martial artist, he would probably be lying on the ground with just his identity as a sword cultivator. However, as long as one was familiar with the operation of the Great Tao in the vastness, the influence would become smaller and smaller. However, once one fought with one's life, there would still be many accidents. In short, Chen Pingan was now equivalent to half a demon cultivator. He was in the small world of the saints in the vastness. Chen Pingan closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep as he walked slowly. During these years of guarding the door at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had practiced more than 3 million punches. He planned to practice another 500,000 punches before returning to Luapa Mountain. Therefore, the 10 million punches that he didn't even dare to think about before was still very promising. The 2 groups of children in the 2 rooms didn't go out for the time being, so Chen Pingan continued to walk with peace of mind. At dawn, the Tsai ferry slowly stopped. It said that it would pass by the largest pearl diving field on Luhua Island, and it would stop for 2 hours to buy all kinds of pearls from the cultivators of Luhua Island. As long as the passengers of the ferry held a green bamboo talisman sword, they could go to the temporary immortal ferry in the pearl diving field. However, there would be someone leading the ferry, and no one was allowed to leave without permission. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to board the ferry again. Since he liked to wander around, he might as well go to Tongyi continent alone. Chen Pingan walked out of the room and went to the bow of the ferry. However, he didn't want to go to the pearl diving field. He just stood at the bow of the ferry and wanted to listen to some cultivators chatting. Earlier, he wanted to buy a few copies of the Shanshui Daily, but the reply from the ferry was very straightforward. If he thought that it was too expensive, the ferry manager could write a copy of the hairpin-style small regular script for him. It was not expensive, just 1 divine coin and Guyu coin. Obviously, they were bullying a cultivator from Tongyi continent. In the Howran 9 continents, the cultivators of Tongyi continent were already very famous. Even if he didn't need to go to the pearl diving field to spend the divine coin, there was still something that he could do on the Tsai ferry. The location of the ferry was very particular. Deep below the ferry, there was a water vein in the sea, and there were many fishes in the Li River. If he was lucky, he might even encounter some rare aquatic creatures. However, if he wanted to enjoy the pleasure of fishing, he needed to pay extra money. He needed to rent a green bamboo fishing rod that was secretly made by immortals from the ferry, and it cost 1 divine coin for half an hour. Chen Pingan saw that there were already a few fishermen near the railing of the ferry, so he spent 1 divine coin and sat on the railing and cast the fishing rod into the sea. The fishing line was very long, and he didn't need to spend any money to buy a small porcelain bottle of bait. Otherwise the ferry would be too greedy. Chen Pingan sighed. In the past, Cui Dongshan would often talk nonsense beside him, saying that the words in black and white had a deep meaning, and that each word was a shadow. After so many years, Chen Pingan still couldn't figure it out. He just felt that this saying did have a deep meaning. Chen Pingan raised his head and looked at the night sky. The wind and snow were getting heavier. The sky was tens of millions of miles away from the earth. The sun and moon hung in the sky, and the earth was tens of millions of miles away. Chen Pingan suddenly wanted to go to the sky to take a look. He could ride the wind, swords, or even the talisman ferry. However, when he thought of the children still on the ferry, Chen Pingan temporarily dismissed the idea. Apart from fishing, Chen Pingan was more concerned about the conversations of the cultivators. However, there wasn't much to talk about. They were all trivial matters and didn't involve the situation of the world. Chen Pingan's biggest worry now was that he was in the 4th dream. It couldn't be the trick of the white paper blessed land. The most mysterious thing about the white paper blessed land carefully built by the family was that the sentient beings in the blessed land, although they were all white paper puppets, they were really sentient. They could follow the complicated network and have their own thoughts and actions. They were no different from real people. The only difference was that the paper figurines in the blessed land, even if they were cultivators, had no sense of the passage of time. Therefore Chen Pingan was of course worried. From the first step he took out of the fortune cave on Luhua Island, the people he saw after that were all white paper. They might even be transformed by a person, and the scenery he saw was the legendary one-leaf vision. The world was vast and boundless. Immersed in it, one would feel like an alcoholic who was half drunk. He wasn't dead drunk, but he wasn't truly sober either. Then there would seem to be someone beside him, smiling and asking if he was drunk and if he could continue drinking. How could he not feel disappointed? This kind of thing his senior brother Cui Dong could do, not to mention the Dali imperial tutor of the Howren 3 brocade sect could also do it. Cui Dong and Cui Dongshan, what they were best at was to concentrate on one thing. Once they dispersed their thoughts, they would talk about a few things. Chen Pingan was afraid that all the people around him would suddenly condense into one person, and become a white-haired Confucian scholar in a green robe. They had already acknowledged him as their senior brother, but they couldn't beat him and they didn't dare to scold him. Even if they criticized him in their hearts, they would still be seen through. Wasn't that surprising? A cultivator laughed loudly, suddenly raised his rod, and successfully caught a fish from the Li River. Although it was called a fish, it was actually a big red turtle, the size of a basin with 4 eyes and 6 legs, and pearls adorned its feet. The man peeled off 6 pearls and then threw the fish back into the sea. Very quickly, a female cultivator on the ferry, dressed in a xiangshui skirt, went to buy the pearls. The cultivator received a small sum of money and was all smiles, high-fiving his good friend beside him. His good friend said that this trip to the Tongyi continent would definitely be a pleasant surprise. Chen Pingan didn't get anything, so he didn't care at all. If his luck was too good, he would feel a little guilty. Another person caught an even older fish. This time, the female cultivator on the colorful clothes ferry bought the whole fish from that person, spending 3 small sums of money. Chen Pingan turned his head and saw that the manager of the ferry was standing not far behind him. He was dressed in a laurel black robe and had an ancient style. The manager introduced himself, Huang Lin, Wusun Lan's second consecrator. Chen Pingan was puzzled. Wusun Lan of the Golden Armor continent? Since when was there a male consecrator? Wusun Lan produced more than 10 kinds of immortal colored letter paper. It was famous among the immortal residences and aristocratic families of the Central Plains, and it made a lot of money. This was especially so for the Spring Tree Stationery and Tuanflower Stationery. In the early years they were even sold in the inverted hanging mountain. It was similar to the dragon fairy dress, xiangshui skirt, pearls in the palm, bright moon. As long as an item could become the favorite of female immortal masters and aristocratic ladies, there was no need to worry about not being able to make money. As for men, no matter how much they valued money, they would probably spend a lot of money for the woman they liked. On his Luapa mountain, there seemed to be a lack of such exquisite and cute items. Huang Lin said, "Too many people have died." Chen Pingan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and cupped his fists. Huang Lin suddenly laughed. A Qi refinement warrior who dares to bring 9 children out to sea, no matter how afraid of death he is, has a limit. Previously, I stopped you from boarding the ferry and offended you. It is my duty, please forgive me. Later, I'll pay for it out of my own pocket and have someone send you a few pots of wine as an apology. Qin Pingan nodded. Fellow Taoist Huang is very gracious. Huang Lin dismissed it with a smile and took his leave. When it was time, Qin Pingan returned the fishing rod, returned to the house and continued to move the poles. Half a month later, there was a commotion everywhere on the ferry. Qin Pingan opened the window and found that he had encountered a mirage. There seemed to be a huge hole at the bottom of the sea, and its breadth formed a large chain of immortal palaces. They stood in the sea of clouds of different heights, sparkling with golden light. It was like an ancient immortal realm with immortal residences everywhere. On the cloud roads that connected the immortal palaces and attics, there was an endless flow of carriages and horses. Men and women were of ancient appearance, and the people driving the carriages were mostly burly golden men in armor. There was even one of the most majestic palaces, with dozens of yellow cranes circling above it. Qin Pingan sighed with emotion. It was said that the older the divine object, the more effective it was. Ordinary mirages were mostly unobstructed illusions, but this sea market was obviously not like that. The spiritual qi flowed, and the illusion was close to the truth. The colorful clothes fairy seemed to have encountered this mirage before, and chose to take a detour without hesitation. However, they did not expect that after taking a detour for more than 100 miles, the mirage kept blocking their path. Some Earth immortal cultivators who did not know the severity of the situation wanted to investigate, but they were stopped by manager Huang Lin, who said that the dying Ho hid very well. Even the immortal cultivators could not find a trace of it after searching for several months. Moreover, the demon was now in the state of Dao scattering, which was similar to the soul of a pure Jade Realm cultivator. It could no longer suppress the leakage of its Dao Qi and was trapped in the sea market. Ordinary barrier-breaking talismans were useless. Moreover, the big demon's actions today were very likely to show its ferocious nature. It wanted to fight to the death with the ferry before its Dao disappeared. The painted women on the outer wall of the ferry appeared one by one, and the green bamboo sword formation was even activated. Flying swords were like rain, breaking through the fog and miasma formed by the Ho. It was like a pocket-sized sword boat. In front of the ferry, a palace covered in clouds appeared out of thin air, and there was even a white rainbow hanging in the air. This caused Huang Lin's expression to change drastically. The white rainbow of the secular world might not be that strange, but the white rainbow here was the aura of a soldier. The Ho really did not want to hide its tracks anymore and finally went on a killing spree. It was just that he did not know whether his ferry could hold on until the immortal arrived to help. Qin Pingan frowned slightly. According to the sage's word interpretation method, the word rainbow was interpreted as 2 flood dragons, which was why it was placed next to the word insect. Qin Pingan looked over with rapt attention. The white rainbow was indeed split into 2, the male and female of the rainbow. The ancients saw the rainbow as the obscenity of heaven and earth, just like the toad in the ancient moon palace, which belonged to the essence of the moon. Huang Lin stood at the bow of the ferry, and a 1,000-foot-tall Confucian Dharma appeared. Huang Lin's real body used his finger as a knife, and cut open his palm, using his own blood as the material for the talisman's elixir script. When Huang Lin wrote on his palm, the Dharma took control of his hand, and a golden talisman appeared in his palm. Huang Lin calmed his mind and condensed his qi to write the characters and said loudly, "Celestial official Lu Ding Minister Jiao Ho." On the 1,000-foot Dharma's palm, 10 large talisman characters appeared. Golden light flowed and shone in all directions. The fog and miasma seemed to be illuminated by the sun, and the area within a radius of a few miles instantly melted like snow. Huang Lin cut open his palm again and said in a deep voice, "With the Son of Heaven's decree, water creatures should imprison themselves." On the Dharma's palm, there were layers of halos. Golden light suddenly bloomed and a torrential rain fell. It was like a huge pot of boiling water was sprinkled in the wind and snow. In the mirage, a market collapsed with a loud bang, and a huge figure hiding under it flashed and disappeared. A cross-continent traveler was actually a hidden sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Aura's core realm. He laughed and said, "I'm here to help Taoist Huang slay demons." However, this sword cultivator's way of practicing the sword was rather strange. He actually stepped on a viewing platform and his hands formed a sword seal. Only then did he exhale softly and spat out a lustrous sword ball. It was extremely fast, and after 1,000 feet away from the ferry, the sword ball that was originally less than 3 inches long suddenly turned into a huge pitch-black sword engraved with the ink of an immortal. As for the Oris Core sword cultivator, he did not stop his steps. In the end, a Big Dipper talisman formation appeared under his feet, and a black fish floated out of the water. The sword cultivator stepped on the back of the black fish, and when he finished his sword seal, he muttered, "The mountain man rides a fish to the sky, the wise take care of it, and the fool guess." The electric heavenly sword in his hand slashes straight at the sea of the long whale. The natal flying sword that was heading towards the palace and the white rainbow was flowing with sword radiance. It dragged out a divine general in golden armor, and held a huge black sword. Lightning intertwined, and a divine spirit and a flying sword slashed straight, trying to split the white rainbow and the mirage apart. After the strike, the sound was like thunder and the wind and clouds surged. The chi dynamic was turbulent, and even the ferry shook and swayed. The Oris Core sword cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood, and reached out to hold on to the railing. He hurriedly used his mind to retrieve the flying sword, but he did not expect a miasma that covered the sky to surge out crazily, and wrapped around the natal flying sword. It was as if it was isolated from the world, and cut off the connection between the sword cultivator and his natal item. The sword cultivator's face was pale, and his mind was trembling. Huang Lin immediately used his supernatural powers to help the sword cultivator find the missing flying sword. Qin Pingan had already lightly increased the strength of his feet, so that the two neighboring houses were as stable as usual, and were not affected by the chi dynamic. However, unlike the other cultivators on the ferry, Qin Pingan's gaze did not look for the huge figure that was used as a smokescreen. Instead, he stared directly at the sky canopy in the southeast corner of the sea. Qin Pingan raised his left hand, and used the water seal, and 5 thunderbolts gathered. In the fortune palm, Qin Pingan did not directly use the complete thunder art, but chose one of the water art heavenly thunder, which was used to control thunder and rain, and suppress all the troublesome flood dragons, poisonous snakes, evil venomous snakes and other aquatic creatures. It could move clouds and rain and raise winds and waves, and was in charge of the water mansion. With a sudden twist of Qin Pingan's wrist, the water thunderbolt, which was condensed into the size of a pearl, moved extremely fast. It was even faster than the natal flying sword of the Earth Immortal with the bottleneck of the Gold Core realm. As a result, none of the cultivators on the colorful clothes ferry noticed it. Therefore, when the water thunderbolt went from invisible to straight lines, to rumbling noises, like the rumbling of the heavenly thunder, everyone on the ferry mistook it for the divine ability of steward Huang Lin. At the same time, Qin Pingan's left hand gathered another thunder array, and his right hand condensed chi into a sword, and formed a rainbow-slashing talisman. Previously, when the water thunder struck the hiding place of the giant venomous snake, it did not seriously injure it. It was just an act of knocking on the door as a guest. However, the rainbow-slashing talisman, which used peaceful means before resorting to force, had an astonishing momentum. Previously, when the Oris Core Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator attacked with all his strength, it only made the white rainbow hanging above the palace shake. When the rainbow-slashing talisman, which was supported by the thunder array, appeared, a slender sword light that broke through the small world appeared in the mirage. It slashed down, and the white rainbow and the immortal palace were severed. Then the thunder array bloomed and the two objects collapsed on the spot. He did not leave. The thunder array and the sword talisman had been activated successfully. The world was clear and the atmosphere was renewed. There was no longer a mirage blocking the way. The giant venomous snake dived into the depths of the sea, and the surface of the sea surged with raging waves. Affected by the chaotic chi, the colorful clothes ferry still swayed endlessly even with the formation of mountains and rivers. The Oris Core Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator was pleasantly surprised. In a thin cloud he sensed a sword light. He hurriedly used his mind to control the intrinsic flying sword to return to his acupuncture point to be nourished. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment, and gently clenched his fist. He withdrew a new sword technique and gave up on the idea of chasing after the giant venomous snake. This was because the immortal green onion was definitely on the way. The Oris Core Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator cupped his fists and said loudly, "Sword Immortal Gao Yunshu of the Gold Armor Continent, thanks Sword Immortal Senior for saving me." There was silence. There was no response. Gao Yunshu only thought that the Sword Immortal expert did not like to be courteous, and was tired of these complicated formalities. This made him even more impressed. He thought that since the sword immortal expert who was elusive would ride on the Wusun ferry, he must be a senior from the gold armor continent. Chen Pingon closed the window and continued practicing his stances in the house. On the colorful clothes ferry, there was a young female immortal cultivator who brought over a few bottles of premium immortal wine. When she knocked on the door, she had a strange expression. She clearly did not understand why the consecrator Huang Lin would treat this cowardly Tong Yi continent cultivator so courteously. Chen Pingon thanked her and did not stand on ceremony. He accepted the wine and then asked curiously, "Miss, may I ask what is the market price of a bottle of wine?" Steward Huang Lin should have sensed something, but he did not say it out loud. The female immortal cultivator seemed to be quite angry. She squeezed out a smile and asked in return, "Customer, do you think the colorful clothes fairy will buy their own wine?" Chen Pingon placed the few pots of immortal wine on the table. They were different from the wine he had bought previously. These pots were pasted with Wusun Bar's secret colored paper. If he tore them off and sold them to others, he reckoned that they would be more valuable than the wine itself. Chen Pingon finished practicing his stances. His footsteps were extremely light, and his punches were extremely slow. Unknowingly, a day and a night had passed. After Chen Pingon opened his eyes, he spoke to the two groups of children telepathically, and then went to open the door. Soon, the 9 children rushed into the house one after another. Yu Qingzhang held a book in his hand. He Xiangting and Yu Qingzhang stood side by side. Sun Chunwang seemed to be a little unsociable. He stood at a subtle distance from everyone. These 3 children had not said a single word to Chen Pingon yet, and they were also very quiet in private. Chen Pingon could roughly guess the reason, but he was unwilling to get to the bottom of it. A great wall of sword chi. Not everyone had a good impression of the hidden officials, and they all had their own reasons. Chen Pingon said, "You all have your own inheritances in the way of the sword. I am only a protector in name, and there is no master-disciple relationship. However, in the Summer Palace I have read many secret sword manuals. I can help you find and fill in your gaps, so in the future if you have any questions about the way of the sword, you can ask me." Chen Pingon noticed from the corner of his eye that 2 of the children, when they heard these words, especially when they heard the word Summer Palace, their faces became rather gloomy. Chen Pingon also pretended that he did not know, and pretended that he did not notice. He Gu asked in a small voice, "Master Chow, when we passed by the mirage, that sharp sword light, was it?" "Was it?" Igu. He was the tallest and had an extremely well-trained short sword at his waist, scholar-made. It should not have been forged by the sword workshop, but passed down in his family or his master. Also, the person who had passed down this sword to Higu definitely had a great amount of resentment towards the world. Yuxiahui said something nice for once, soul-stirring, soul-stirring. Chen Pingon said straightforwardly, "No." He was both Mo Fu and a Shin general. He did not dare to pretend. Yao Xiaoyan felt that it was a pity. Chen Pingon said, "When we reach the Tong Yi continent and land, if there are any accidents that I feel are troublesome, you all must immediately enter the grotto heaven without any hesitation." Cheng Chaolu suddenly asked timidly, "Can I learn from Master Chow? I guarantee it will not affect my sword practice." Bai Xian, with his hands behind his back, rolled his eyes and muttered in a small voice, "You really are a lackey. Whatever Master Chow knows, you follow him and learn." When this child was in the grotto heaven of the white jade hairpin, he liked to call himself a little hidden official. Hidden official Chen Pingon. Little hidden official Chen Li. Then he could only be a little hidden official. But when they came out and saw the real hidden official, Bai Xian did not mention this. Chen Pingon smiled and nodded at the little fatty Cheng Chaolu. "Of course you can. Fist theory and sword theory are interconnected. Of course there is a boundary between fist and sword practice, but it is not the kind where mountains and distant mountains never meet. It is the relationship between high mountains and distant rivers. As long as the 2 theories are connected, it is a great arrangement where mountains and rivers depend on each other. They can benefit from each other and strengthen the body and soul." Speaking to this point, Chen Pingon stopped talking and said to the others, "Go back and practice the sword. Those who want to hear about fist techniques can stay." In the end, only Cheng Chaolu stayed. Chen Pingon asked the little fatty to sit down and lit a lamp on the table. Cheng Chaolu whispered, "Master Chow, in fact he Xiangting wants to practice fist more than I do, but he can't bring himself to do it." Chen Pingon waved his hand and did not let Cheng Chaolu say more about this matter. He continued his previous words, "Punching out to the heaven and earth is to go out. Warming the fist intent is to go in. Both are indispensable." A little girl walked hurriedly and came back. She knocked on the door gently. Cheng Chaolu quickly ran to open the door. It was the Nalan Jade Archive. She elbowed the little fatty and let her close the door. Then she sat down and took out a pen and paper again. She sat upright and still and signaled the hidden official to continue talking with her eyes. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "The Fangsuan item is very precious. It is best to carry it with you." The little girl immediately copied it down on the paper. Qin Pingan felt a little helpless, but he didn't care about her. He said, "If you only train your muscles, bones, blood and flesh and don't refine your spirit to nourish your body, you will only cut off a person's spirit. The higher your realm, the heavier your punches will be. Every time it will hurt a martial artist's soul and spirit, and it will be very easy for you to fall ill. If you accumulate too many hidden dangers, how can you last long when you hurt the enemy by 1,000 but hurt yourself by 800? Especially the fierce fist path that can easily kill the enemy. Once the martial artist does not know the method, it will be like being possessed by evil. Even the gods can't save him. Learning fist to kill people, in the end, he will inexplicably beat himself to death. So in my hometown there are two sayings: if you want to teach a disciple, you have to teach medicine first. If you don't have a method, you are not a disciple. There are also two sayings: the poor learn martial arts, the rich practice martial arts. A person who practices martial arts consumes 3 generations of wealth. These are all old sayings that are widely spread in Jianghu. Of course they are reasonable. Cheng Chaolu, if you really want to learn fist, there is no problem. But you have to start from walking and standing, which are boring. If one day you feel that fist practice is boring, don't worry about being reprimanded by me. Just concentrate on practicing the sword." Cheng Chaolu's eyes lit up and her face flushed. She was very excited and said, "Master Chow, I will definitely practice hard. As long as I have half of Master Chow's fist skill, I will be satisfied." Nalan Yuji shook her head and said to herself, "It's difficult." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "As you wish." The little girl was very smart and immediately followed with a word, "Dang." The little fatty sighed, "God." Qin Pingan could not help but laugh. Nothing happened on the way. The colorful clothes ferry swept across thousands of mountains on the land from the sea. However, even if one looked down from the ferry for a long time, there was still little smoke in the world. Only the green mountains were not old, the green water was flowing, and the birds and the white clouds were staying together. Finally, in the night, the ferry landed at the southernmost point of the Tongye continent. The immortal ferry that was rebuilt from the ruins was located at the old Yuzhou territory of a broken dynasty. The old country had mountains and rivers, and the city was full of spring vegetation. There was an old saying, "If you miss your master, you will go to Yuzhou." Qin Pingan sat back at the table from the window and stared at the lamp on the table in a daze. The common people did not live forever. For 36,000 days, every night was like a candle. There was a knock on the door. The little girl outside was a little excited and said, "Master Chow, we are here. We can get off the ferry." Qin Pingan nodded, stood up, and let the lamp continue to be lit. He raised his hand, performed a spell, and put a bamboo hat on his head. He opened the door and walked down the ferry with the children. He looked back. Huang Lin seemed to be waiting for him to look back. He immediately smiled and cupped his hands to send him off. Qin Pingan turned and cupped his hands to return the greeting. After walking for a while, Qin Pingan suddenly squatted down and reached out to touch the ground. Then he gently grabbed a handful of soil and put it in his sleeve to bring back to his hometown. 748. While Qin Pingan was squatting in a daze, Nalan Yuji, the only one who had a special object, took out an immortal book named Mending Records of Mountains and Seas. Her family had asked someone to buy it from the inverted hanging mountain in the early years. The little girl moved very quickly and flipped to the Tongye chapter. In the immortal book, a page could record more than 10 scrolls of mountains and rivers and thousands of fine words. Ordinary teachers who had never cultivated could not see the content of the words clearly. Qin Pingan was shy in the past and only bought the Annals of Mountains and Seas. He was not willing to buy a bigger book that recorded the mountains and rivers in more detail than the Mending Records. The little girl began to explain the origin of Yuzhou's immortal ferry to others. The little girl had just started talking when she suddenly remembered the reminder that she had copied herself. She quickly threw the book back into the core item, clapped her hands and squatted beside Qin Pingan. She imitated Master Chow and pressed her hands against the soil, pretending that nothing had happened. Qin Pingan came back to his senses and smiled, "It's okay this time. I'll be more careful next time." Small mistakes were made early and the child remembered them early. Qin Pingan stood up and said, "Jade Archive, I'll help you cover it up. Continue reading the book and help us explain. Actually, I don't know the history of this fairy either. If you can use Tong Yizhou's language." "How can Master Chow not know? You're testing my ability to speak fluently, aren't you? That must be it." Na Lan took out the mending records again and used Tong Yizhou's language to read the words on the book. Yuzhou was the southernmost part of the Great Ying dynasty. In the old Great Ying dynasty, there were more than 30 states and more than 200 prefectures. Among them, the Yuzhou prefectural records were the strangest. There were 6 immortals' traces, 9 dragon caves and more than 60 ancient temples. Before the imperial tutor died, he sealed the Jin duo and sunk it into the water. The last emperor of the Great Ying dynasty, after suffering consecutive defeats at the northern border, had a whimsical idea. He ordered hundreds of alchemists to search for rivers and canyons. In the end, they broke through a well-guarded and hidden underwater palace and found the Jin duo. He successfully drove the mountain into the sea and filled the sea into the land. He became the first person in the history of the Great Ying dynasty who was second only to the founding emperor. When the children heard these stories, they didn't feel anything. They just treated it as an interesting story. However, Qin Pingan was filled with emotions. Qin Pingan actually wanted to know if the person in charge of rebuilding the mountain-driving ferry was a descendant of the Lu family of De Ying, or a sect on the mountain that had survived the disaster, such as the Jade Medallion sect. The reason why Qin Pingan did not head straight to his hometown, the Aquarius continent, was because of a coincidence. He bumped into the Rainbow Clothes ferry. Qin Pingan originally wanted to buy the Landscape Gazette on the ferry, and from there learn about the current situation. Furthermore, if he allowed the children to return to the White Jade Hairpin's small grotto heaven, although it wouldn't affect their soul lifespan or their sword cultivation, there were differences in the flow of time in the world. Qin Pingan couldn't bear to let them miss out on a lot of scenery. Even if the journey was mostly a boundless sea and the scenery was dull and boring, Qin Pingan still hoped that these children could see more of the mountains and rivers of the world. Lastly, Qin Pingan had a selfish motive. He was really tormented by the 3 strange dreams, so he wanted to see the mountains and rivers of the continent as soon as possible. He wanted to see the mountains and rivers of the continent with his feet on the ground, especially with the help of the Tong Yi continent's demon-subduing pagoda, to check if it was real or fake and help unravel the dreams. In fact, reality proved that Qin Pingan didn't waste his efforts. When he suddenly squatted down, Qin Pingan almost staggered. This made him feel more at ease. After Qin Pingan got up, he deliberately straightened his back and no longer hunched over. Just this slight movement made Qin Pingan feel even more uncomfortable, but the benefits to his body were even greater. Walking was the best stake walking. It was to practice martial arts non-stop. Every time Qin Pingan breathed in and out, it was like the remnant and damaged fate of the Tong Yi continent was condensing into a martial artist who had achieved great success in martial arts, feeding Qin Pingan a punch. He felt that after a fierce fight, the bottleneck of the 9 Realms Mountains martial artist would be loosened. Intuition told Qin Pingan that it was extremely difficult to break through the realm and become a martial artist. Qin Pingan was not in a hurry to break through the realm. Instead, he cherished the formless training of the natural martial arts arena of the Tong Yi continent. The reason was very simple. Someone once said that the Battle of the 10 Realms was the key to determining the outcome of his and Chao Ci's martial arts in the future. After losing 3 rounds in a row, he would continue to lose in this lifetime. Or after many years, Qin Pingan turned the tables in the 4th round. The first step was to see if he could reach the peak of martial arts as the strongest 9 realms. A young female cultivator left the colorful clothes fairy and found Qin Pingan's group. She stood tall and didn't move forward. Qin Pingan pretended not to recognize her. "You are?" The wussen female cultivator was holding a simple but elegant painting box with the character Yellow Flower Pear. The 4 corners of the small painting box were inlaid with white copper ornaments with rui patterns. There was also a cloud head racket carved from fine jade. At first glance, one could tell it was an old object that came from the palace. She looked at the middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat and said with a smile, "My master, who is the manager of the Kai boat, asked me to bring this item for you. I hope you won't refuse it. There are a total of 108 pieces of colorful paper from our wussen boat." Qin Pingan patted his bamboo hat lightly and quickly took the wooden box. He thanked the manager, Huang Lin, and sighed, "If I knew this, I wouldn't have taken off the colorful paper on the wine pot. I would have stuck it back on later in case you don't know what's good for you." The female cultivator said telepathically, "My master asked me to pass a message to you. The Confucian Temple in the Central Plains banned the landscape bulletin for 5 years. It's only lifted half a year later. Therefore, it's not that we don't want to sell the ferry, but we don't have the ability to do so. Qin Pingan felt a little helpless. It was no wonder that not long after he boarded the ferry, he sensed a mirror light and an immortal's aura quietly wandering outside the ferry. It turned out that he, a cultivator from the Tongyi continent, had accidentally exposed himself. Later, when the ferry encountered a mirage, if he didn't act decisively, he might have to pay for the tea he owed at the ancestral hall of Luhua Island on the colorful clothes ferry. In addition to the nascent soul sword cultivator from the Great Yao Island and the female immortal from the Liuxia continent, there were very likely to be other powerful cultivators who would serve the customers together. On the colorful clothes ferry, the Wusun ferry's second minister, Huang Lin, was actually an orthodox disciple of the Confucian Academy. Previously, when he used words to suppress the people of the sea, Huang Lin used his great spirit to break through many barriers in the sea market, and there was also the sentence, Emperor's Decree, in the sage's book. As for why Huang Lin gave up his identity as a gentleman and became the minister of the Wusun ferry, it was probably because of a love song in a chaotic world. Qin Pingan couldn't help but think of the young cultivator who teased him on the ferry. Good boy, you are quite good at pretending. You even know hairpin-style small regular script? The young man seemed to be joking, but in fact he was very calm. Between his words and expressions, there was not the slightest flaw, so even he was fooled by him. So Qin Pingan said, "There is a young man on your ferry. Although his cultivation aptitude is not very good, his temperament is not bad. He is a good seedling. Maybe he will become a great talent later." The young female cultivator smiled sweetly and actually bowed to Qin Pingan. "Thank you for your kind words, senior. Thank you on behalf of my brother." Then they parted on good terms. Qin Pingan brought the children and found the ferry building at the entrance of the Mountain Drive Ferry Market. As the southernmost ferry in the Tongyi continent, the Mountain Drive Ferry, other than stopping at the cross-continent ferry like the Tsai Ferry, there were also 3 mountain routes in 3 directions. They went to the Yellow Flower Ferry, the Ferry Boat Ferry, and the Parrot Continent. The ferry did not reach the center of the Tongyi continent. They were all small ferries. Regardless of whether it was the Annals of Mountains and Seas, or the Buji, it was not recorded that the Yellow Flower Ferry was the only way to go to the Jade Gui sect. Qin Pingan was a bit puzzled. Why did the Jade Gui sect not occupy the Mountain Drive Ferry? According to the Buji, the Great Ing dynasty's leading immortal sect was a vassal sect of the Jade Gui sect. Whether it was out of sentiment, reason, or interest, the Jade Gui sect should legitimately help the Mountain Drive dynasty to tidy up the vast old mountains and rivers in the south of the Tongyi continent. And the Great Ing dynasty was definitely of the utmost importance. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Yu prefecture was a place that the militarists would fight for. What was even more strange was that the immortal master in charge of the Mountain Drive ferry spoke in the Tongyi continent's language, but he actually had the unique accent of the Snow Mountain Drive ferry. Qin Pingan brought a large group of children, so it was especially eye-catching. And the 9 children looked like they had decent aptitude for cultivation. Naturally, it made people envious, but at the same time, it made people wary. But no one would believe that the 9 children were not only sword cultivators who had already nurtured their natal flying swords, but they were also sword immortal embryos among sword cultivators. Not to mention the sword immortal embryos of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In such a situation, no matter where it was, even if it was in some sects that were founded on the way of the sword, having a sword immortal personally lead a team to travel down the mountain was enough to frighten people. Therefore, even if Qin Pingan shouted at the top of his lungs, as long as the 9 children did not draw out their flying swords one after another, no one would believe him. In such a large Tongyi continent, there were only a handful of sects that could gather so many sword cultivator children on the mountain. Even if there were sword immortals of the upper 5 realms to protect them, they would not dare to act rashly. Qin Pingan deliberately took out a piece of Guyu money and got back a few pieces of Xiaoxia money to buy 10 jade tokens for boarding the ferry. Now that he was on the ferry, the cost of the immortal money had more than doubled. The reason was simple. The immortal money now was much more expensive than before. The immortal master who could travel on the mountain now must be really rich. But this travel fee, as long as the Qi cultivator's luck was not too bad, there was a chance to make up for it. It was just more of a test of one's eyesight. The amount of money one could earn depended on the size of the opportunity. In prosperous times, antiques and treasures were collected. In troubled times, gold was the most valuable. In troubled times, antiques that were once worth thousands of gold were often cheap. But the more it was so, the less people cared about it. But when the world began to be governed from chaos, during this period of time, it was the best time for many cultivators to pick up scraps. This was also one of the reasons why cultivators valued things so much. As for things that were close at hand, it was wishful thinking and more like a dream. Now, there were actually two kinds of chi cultivators who went down the mountain to travel. Those who went down the mountain to seek opportunities and those who looked for opportunities to earn money in the human world. Compared to the fairy tourists in the early years, the two kinds of chi cultivators either had higher cultivation or stronger backing. At the same time, they were more cautious. For example, today when Qin Pingan brought the children to visit the shops in the market, there were many people on the road. But between people, almost intentionally or unintentionally, there was a distance between them. Even if they entered a crowded shop, they would be very cautious with each other. For people like Qin Pingan who brought a group of children down the mountain to travel, no one dared to provoke them easily. If they could, they would avoid them. Qin Pingan turned over the few small summer coins. One of them was a seal script that he had never seen before. It was a pleasant surprise. The seal script on the front and back were "Water connects the 5 lakes," and "Sword suppresses the 4 seas." Qin Pingan had been interested in collecting the small summer coins since a long time ago. This was because the small summer coins were the only immortal money with different seal scripts. It was said that in history, there were a total of more than 300 types of seal scripts made by different famous craftsmen. Qin Pingan had worked hard for more than 20 years and now he had collected less than 80 types. There was still a long way to go. He had to earn more money. He had to quickly set up a small bag shop. There were still 4 hours before the yellow flower ferry landed. Qin Pingan brought the children to the market to wander. There were all kinds of shops, paintings, porcelain, miscellaneous items, large and small items. There were even imperial edicts and official robes. There were also bundles of books. They looked like firewood that had just been chopped from the mountains. They were casually piled on the ground and tied with straw ropes. Therefore there was a lot of wear and tear. There was a wooden sign at the side of the shop. Anyway, it was sold by weight. Therefore the shop assistant was too lazy to shout. The customers had to look at the sign by themselves. The wind and snow had just stopped. The rare books that once belonged to a scholarly family had to weigh their money bags to buy 1 or 2 were soaked in water. They were like weak scholars drowning. Qin Pingan glanced at the goods in the shops along the way. Most of them were dynasty and vassal states antiques and treasures. Since they did not have spiritual energy, they could not be considered spiritual weapons. The key to whether they could be called spiritual weapons on the mountain was whether they contained spiritual energy and did not dissipate after a long time. Spiritual weapons were divided into inanimate objects. For example, an ancient inkstone or a bald brush was stained with some of the wisdom of the past and had abundant spiritual energy. If it was not preserved well or if the refiner used too much of it, it would become an ordinary object. A horsetail whisk or praying mat that was used by a Taoist master all the time might not be stained with spiritual energy. Similarly, a dragon robe or official robe might not be able to leave behind any dragon aura. The living objects in the spiritual weapons were of higher quality. They were called spiritual objects on the mountain because they could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and nourish the materials themselves. As for magic weapons, not to mention the ordinary teachers, even the cultivators of the mountains and swamps might not be able to see them more than a few times in their lives. In fact, the cultivators below the level of earth immortals were not very willing to deal with magic weapons. After all, the appearance of this item often meant that they were fighting to the death with the immortal master. If they were lucky enough to win, they would beat the younger one and provoke the older one. In the end, it was very rare for them to gain an advantage, let alone lose. It was very likely that no one would help to collect the corpse. Qin Pingan only bought an inconspicuous small sword and a black scabbard waist knife with a gold-plated kuei-long ornament. It could barely be considered as a spiritual weapon. It was most likely because it was enshrined in the local martial temple or city god pavilion, so it had some residual incense smell. In the Jianghu world at the foot of the secular mountain, it could be considered as 2 divine weapons. It was not difficult to sell each of them for 5,000 to 6,000 taels of silver. Qin Pingan spent 10 snowflakes. The shop said that it was buy 1 get 1 free. In fact, if Qin Pingan was a bag shop, there was not much profit. The only thing that could be counted as a bargain was a genuine spiritual weapon. There was a stone sundial made of white jade in the jade building vermilion railing in the book. Looking at the inscription on the back, it was an old Kintiangian item. The shop sold it at 8 snowflakes. In Qin Pingan's eyes, the real price was at least 2 times. He could sell it casually, but it was a little too big. If Chen Pingon was alone today he could carry it. After all, he had carried a bigger case on. If Chen Pingon was the shop owner, he would not have set the price at 8 snowflakes. It was too useless. Chi refinement warriors who did not know how to spend money would not be able to get rid of it in a short period of time. Would they have to carry such a huge item and travel all the way in front of everyone? He might as well price it at 1 snowflake. It would be more fun for the buyer to carry it. Would it be the same to spend money with 8 snowflakes in one's pocket and 1 snowflake in one's pocket? Of course not. In the end, Chen Pingon squatted on the side of the small book mountain and carefully flipped through the books. Most of the time he only flipped open a corner of the pages. He didn't expect that the shop assistant at the door would say, "Don't flip if you're not buying." Chen Pingon looked up and smiled, saying that he wanted to buy. The young shop assistant then turned to take care of the other distinguished guests. Chen Pingon selected a few caddies of books from the secret collection of official seals. They were made of official documents paper. Every piece of paper was stamped with the official seal and the year number was recorded. There was a bundle of scripture books. Whoever wrote, who was printed, who was engraved, and who was printed. The paper was extremely thick and heavy. There was also a bundle of flowery paper books from a private library. They were passed down in an orderly manner, but they looked brand new. It was enough to show that they had been hidden in the boudoir for hundreds of years. They could be called rare books in the book forest. However, the truly valuable books, which were so valuable that even the cultivators in the shop had heard of some of the secret collections of the royal palace, would definitely be treated differently. Chen Pingon bought a big sack of books and carried it on his back. It was sturdy and it weighed more than 100 caddies. He only paid 5 snowflakes. With 1 snowflake he could buy 20 caddies of books. If Chen Pingon was willing to bargain, he reckoned that he would not be short of money and could carry away 20 caddies more. It was just that Chen Pingon did not bargain with the shop. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and buy everything. By then he would not even be able to fit something close to him, let alone a small item. It was better to talk about fate at first sight. Among the children, only Nalan Yuji chose books. The little girl took a fancy to a few books. She did not look at the material of the paper, the engravings of the palace, the seal of the book, and so on. The little girl only chose books with beautiful and pleasing to the eye. The little girl wanted to pay, but Chen Pingon said that the books were included. The few books added together did not even weigh 1 caddy, so there was no need. The little girl did not seem to be saving money but earning money. She was very happy. Chen Pingon followed with a smile. A tourist from afar who also took the Tsai ferry stood on the road, as if he was waiting for Chen Pingon. In fact, Chen Pingon had already noticed this person. Previously in the mountain dispersing ferry building, Chen Pingon and the others left, and this person entered after them. It seemed that he would also follow them to the Yellow Flower Crossing. This Jindan bottleneck sword cultivator from the Jinjia continent had helped Huang Lin on the ferry. At that time he had taken out a black ink flying sword, and his momentum was shocking. It was full of the spirit of a sword immortal, but the ending was not too perfect. When he saw Chen Pingon walking towards him, he immediately clasped his fists and said telepathically, "Junior Gao Yunshu pays his respects to Senior." Chen Pingon carried a big bag and held the straw rope with both hands. He did not return the greeting. He nodded and asked with the elegant language of the Central Divine Continent, "Sword Immortal Gao is looking for me?" This was called returning the favor. You call me Senior and I return you the title of Sword Immortal. Just now, Gao Yunshu had played a little trick and spoke with the elegant language of the Jinjia continent. Now that he was respectfully addressed as a sword immortal, the thick-skinned Gao Yunshu blushed with shame. He was sure that this hidden bladesman was the sword immortal senior who had broken the sea market and forced the great Liao to retreat. Although the other party had not brushed past him, and the senior had a good temper and did not ignore him. Instead, he looked at him with a smile and was very patient. But Gao Yunshu actually felt very pressured. He felt that just by standing in front of this senior, it was as if he was in a confrontation with the other party. One wrong word and life and death would be decided. Gao Yunshu hurriedly took a deep breath and forced himself to say, "Can I treat Senior to a drink?" Chen Pingon shook his head. Gao Yunshu wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Pingon smiled and asked, "Brother Gao, are you thanking a sword immortal or a stranger for saving you?" It was the same gratitude but 2 different intentions. Sword Immortal Gao was an honest person. Not only did he not feel that the senior was humiliating him by asking such a question, he even heaved a sigh of relief. He answered, "Of course. Senior Sword Immortal, you did not leave your name but you helped me retrieve my flying sword. That is equivalent to saving half my life. Of course I'm extremely grateful. If I can get to know a generous sword immortal senior, that would be the best. To be honest, this junior was born an unorthodox cultivator. There are very few sword immortals in the Jinjia continent. To get to know one is harder than ascending to the heavens. This junior is truly unwilling to be a consecrator that binds my hands and feet. Therefore, if I can get to know a sword immortal without any benefits, this junior would not have made a wasted trip even if I were to return home now. Chen Pingan nodded and said, Sword immortal Gao treats others with sincerity. I'm impressed. Gao Yunshu asked, Senior, are you really not Sword immortal Su from my hometown? Chen Pingan said in puzzlement, Sword immortal Su, forgive me for being ignorant. Can I trouble Sword immortal Gao to explain? Let's talk as we walk. Gao Yunshu strolled with Chen Pingan and was extremely frank with him. Not only did he mention the sword immortal, he even spoke of his own thoughts. The sword immortal Su Jun from his hometown that Gao Yunshu mentioned had already taken the lead in touring the Tongye continent. Gao Yunshu's cross-continent trip, apart from following fate in a foreign land, was actually because he had the intention of seeking advice from Su Jun on sword arts. Su Jun was a sword immortal that appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield of the Jinjia continent. The world did not know his real name for the time being. They only knew that his surname was Su and that he was a native sword immortal of the Jinjia continent. However, he had ascended to the 5 realms, but before that huge battle he remained unknown. It was said that this Su Jun and the word engraved, Old Sword Immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Chi Tingji hit it off very well. Gao Yunshu wanted to come here to try his luck. If Senior Su Jun had the wish to establish a sect in the Jinjia continent, Gao Yunshu wanted to follow Senior Su Jun and at the very least, become one of the founders in name. Chen Pingan seemed to be casually asking about the situation on the battlefield of the Jinjia continent, but Gao Yunshu still spilled the beans. He did not mind telling this senior more about his deeds. Among them, he mentioned Chao Ci of the Central Plains Divine Continent and 2 female martial grandmasters from his hometown. However, Gao Yunshu was a mountain cultivator and the Temple of Confucius had banned him. Therefore he only heard about the 2 women. One was surnamed Shi and the other was surnamed Pei. Gao Yunshu guessed that since the latter's surname was Pei, she was most likely a martial artist from the Great Duan dynasty. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. The Great Duan dynasty's martial fate was so prosperous that it shocked the world. Putting aside the pair of master and disciple Pei Bei and Chao Ci, there was also a prodigy who appeared to be younger than Chao Ci. As for whether she was in the far travel realm or the peak realm, it was hard to say. However, the far travel realm was already very exaggerated. Could it be that half of the martial fate of the world was really in the Great Duan dynasty? Chen Pingan made a rough calculation in his heart. Back then, when Wanyan Laojing was engraved on the city wall, Shi Zaishi was that Yu Zhuanfu. As for the female martial artist who was younger than Chao Ci, could she be another direct disciple of the martial god Pei Bei? After hearing this, Chen Pingan smiled and said, I'm really not some sword immortal Su Jun. He reached out and patted the hilt of his narrow saber, indicating that he was purely a martial artist. Gao Yunshu gathered his courage and asked tentatively, Then why did Steward Huang look so highly at you and specially sent someone to give you a wooden box? Gao Yunshu hurriedly swore, Senior, please don't think too much about it. I saw it by accident. It's just that ever since you boarded the ship, you've been rather independent and left a deep impression on me. Good fellow, what sharp eyes. Could it be that he had followed the clues and found me to blackmail me? Chen Pingan could not be bothered to explain and stopped using telepathy. He cupped his fists and said, Since it's a chance meeting, let's stop here. Gao Yunshu nodded and did not dare to pester him further. If it really was that sword immortal senior whose sword arts were divine, regardless of whether he was from the same hometown as Su Jun, he should not push his luck. He cupped his fists and returned the greeting, Then I wish you a smooth journey. He was certain that Su Jun was a sword immortal. Even if he kept calling him sword immortal Gao. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Then I wish you a happy dream come true. Gao Yunshu laughed and said, Farewell. Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes and nodded. Gao Yunshu turned and left in large strides. To return to the ferry square, he needed to change to another ferry as a stop for the northern tour. Yuxia whispered, Did you see that? The pugilistic world. This is the pugilistic world. Qing Chaolu and Nailin Yuji whispered, Yuji, why didn't you copy down Master Chao's words? The little girl lifted her sleeves and glared, Can it fit in ink and paper? Cheng Chaolu wanted to argue, but Nailin Yuji only needed paper and pen to write and copy. But before Cheng Chaolu could speak, Chen Pingan reached out and pressed his head, teasing, If you don't want to be a bachelor for the rest of your life, don't speak. In fact, all the children realized one thing no matter how late they were. Master Hidden Officer was most concerned about Yao Xiaoyan and Nalan Yuji. Although he was calm and treated everyone equally and did not care who was more important or belittled based on their realm or the quality of their natal flying sword, Master Hidden Officer, or rather Master Chow, would look at the two little girls with especially gentle eyes, as if he was looking at his own juniors. When it was time to eat, Qin Pingan looked around and finally chose a restaurant. He even asked for a private room from the waiter and did not ask for any wine. After the dishes were served, Qin Pingan did not eat much and chewed slowly. Bai Xian and Nalan Yuji sat on either side of Qin Pingan. It was not because they were in the cave-dwelling realm and were in a higher realm than the others, but because they were bold and were not shy with strangers. These children did not go out even once on the Tsai ferry. When they got off the ferry and arrived at the driving mountain ferry, they were so obedient that it did not match their age and temperament. But the children of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, especially when they were born to be sword immortals, were in fact the most ignorant children in the world. This was because there were too many sword immortals and they could be seen everywhere. And those sword immortals who walked down the city wall were most likely the elders of a child's family, their teachers or their neighbors. Nalan Yuji said, "Master Chow, shall I pay the bill today?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, but forget about paying the bill." Nalan Yuji said, "I have a lot of Guyu Qian. Back then, the Fengsuan item that my ancestor gave me was full of immortal money. She always said that if you don't move money, you can't make money." Qin Pingan said helplessly, "Don't listen to half of what she said. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, you can't afford to spend it. Only when money falls into the hands of businessmen, you have to move your nest and go to other places." Nalan Yuji blinked her eyes, "Then I will partner with Master Chow to do business. The money will be handed over to Master Chow to take care of. When you make money, you can give me dividends." Qin Pingan could not help but laugh. He put down his chopsticks and waved his hand, "No need, no need." Ancestor Nalan Saihuan? He did not know if she had established a sect in the vast world. The little girl was a little dejected. Qin Pingan comforted her, "Don't worry, if there is a way to make money in the future, I will ask you." While Qin Pingan was eating, he kept paying attention to the conversations outside. But there were not many people talking about the world. Most of them were discussing ways to make money in low voices. The group boarded the immortal boat to Yellow Flower Ferry. After Qin Pingan arranged for the two groups of children, he sat in his room for a while. He took off his bamboo hat and walked to the bow of the boat alone. Bai Xian quickly appeared and came to Qin Pingan's side. He asked telepathically, "Why don't you let us hide in the grotto heaven? That way Master Chow can return home earlier." Qin Pingan patiently explained, "If I travel alone, riding the wind to Aquarius continent, as long as I meet with an accident, it will be bigger. I might not be able to get there quickly. If I follow the ferry, there will be many accidents and I will hide myself. If I take the sea route, there will be more demons hiding. Just like the big venomous snake, if I take the land route, although I need to cross one more continent, it will be much more stable. Furthermore, in Tongyi continent, I have many friends that I need to meet." Bai Xian nodded. He stood on his tiptoes and grabbed the railing with both hands. He had a worried expression. After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to speak. "Master Chow, my natal flying sword is very ordinary, its grade is not high. That's why the elders said that my achievements will not be too high. At most, I will be an earth immortal. I need to rely on luck. That was in my hometown. Now that I am here, I might not be able to become an Oris core sword cultivator." Regarding their natal flying swords, Qin Pingan did not purposely ask the children, so the children did not mention it. But Qin Pingan took over the summer palace as a hidden official. When he was at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he created a method to evaluate the grade of flying swords. But the method of selection was very utilitarian and had great killing power. It was useful for catching sword cultivators in battle. The grade was not as high as the flying swords that were suitable for the battlefield. The children were bored. They gently knocked their foreheads against the railing. Qin Pingan crossed his arms and leaned against the railing. He said casually, "Cultivation is a matter of stepping on your feet every day. Many years later, where you stand is a matter of the future. Since it is destined to be a matter of no benefit to thinking about it now, it is better to worry about it when the time comes. Anyway, when the time comes, I can still drink. Master Chow, you definitely do not lack good wine." Bai Xian was a little surprised. "I thought Master Chow would say nice words to comfort people." Qin Pingan joked, "There are nice words too. A few baskets would not be enough. Bai Xian hesitated and sighed. After meeting and chatting with Master Chow in private, when I return, I probably won't be friends with you Qingzhang and the rest. Qin Pingan smiled and did not speak. Bai Xian asked curiously, Master Chow, aren't you curious? Qin Pingan looked into the distance. I have a general guess. Back then, when the sword cultivators risked their lives to save the sword immortals that fell into the hands of the great demons, I stopped them. It was rather hurtful. I guess there are sword cultivators inside. They are the senior masters of Yu Qingzhang and the rest. Bai Xian was even more puzzled. You don't mind that Yu Qingzhang and the rest did not know what was good for them? Even a fool knows that you are doing this for the good of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan said softly, who says that doing a good deed will not hurt people's hearts? Many times it will hurt people even more. Bai Xian shook his head. In any case, I feel that Yu Qingzhang and the rest are wrong. Qin Pingan did not want to say more about this. Bai Xian said to himself, my master's master was one of the sword cultivators. After the ancestor died, my master did not say anything bad about the hidden official. He also did not stop me from becoming a little hidden official. Instead, he praised me for my ambition. Qin Pingan patted the child's head. Your master is very impressive. Bai Xian looked up and smiled. Then when Master Chow sees that Qin Li in the future, can you negotiate with him and give me the title of a little hidden official? Qin Pingan said, let's talk about it when we meet. Bai Xian complained, scholars are not straightforward. They beat around the bush and only say vague things about taking advantage but not losing out. Qin Pingan turned around and nodded. It is not good. It needs to be changed. So I will give you the answer now. No. Bai Xian opened his eyes wide and sighed. He put his hands behind his back and returned to his residence alone. He left the stingy Master Chow alone to drink the wind. It was early spring. The weather was still warm and cold, but the earth was full of spring wind. The yellow flowers fought to be first, and the world thanked the East Monarch. The green-robed traveler hung a wine pot on his blade and looked down at the earth. He did not look away for a long time. Qin Pingan suddenly thought of something. Was his first disciple already at the Golden Body Realm? Then her height, was she as tall as Higu? Qin Pingan leaned on the railing. He smiled until his eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled up. Previously, on the colorful clothes ferry, there was a young man from the Jinjia continent who left his hometown for the first time. He opened his eyes wide and his mind swayed. He stared blankly at the sharp sword aura of the rainbow-severing talisman. A line of sword aura slashed down. The sword aura seemed to split the heaven and earth. There was no sign of the sword aura, only the bright sword aura. It was like the most beautiful painting in the world. So the young man made up his mind at that moment. He wanted to learn the talisman and practice the sword. What if, because of him, there was another sword aura in the Jinjia continent? Of course, Qin Pingan did not know that there was such a thing. Just like many years ago, Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple also did not know that at that time, there was actually a young man with straw sandals. He stared blankly at the sword aura that broke the sky. Qin Pingan returned to his room and wrote a secret letter. He handed it to the sword room on the ferry to help send the letter to the Jade Sect's Shenzhuan Peak. The recipient was Jiang Shangxin. The sender was Chao Imo of the escort city. The sender of the letter on the mountain could hide his head and tail and deliberately not write it. However, the recipient's name and Taoist name could not be missed. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. For example, some cultivators on the mountain peak only wrote their own name. It was actually more effective to write that the letter was addressed to the Hall of Ancestral Masters. Qin Pingan did not care about the strange looks from the cultivators of the sword room. After all, he was not the same person who traveled carefully for the first time in the Tongya continent. After Qin Pingan left, a young cultivator of the sword room asked carefully, a big shot. An old man who was in charge of the sword room on the ferry sneered, one look and you can tell that he is a swindler. He doesn't know how to change his tricks. I have met him several times. Don't pay attention to this kind of trash. I can guarantee that this kind of letter will eat dust in the archives room for hundreds of years when it reaches the Shenzhuan Peak. In the past there was a guy who took the Heavenly Fault Peak ferry. He deliberately spent a few immortal coins and sent a letter to Old Lord Sun. As a result, he cheated two female cultivators who came from legitimate families. One of them was the deputy manager of the ferry sword room, and the other was a woman who he had just met not long ago. Later on, they found out that the guy was actually a good-for-nothing cultivator from the mountains and lakes. In the end, they finally caught that guy. At most, they would beat him up, but they could not really do anything to him. No matter how hard they tried to reason with him, wasn't it still consensual? What else can we do? We can only take it as a lesson learned. A girl from the sword room blushed as she listened. No wonder she felt that the man in green kept looking at her. It turned out that he was a pervert with ulterior motives. The old man smiled and said, "This is considered shallow. There are more clever tricks." He pretended to be a dethroned prince and hid a fake imperial jade seal and a dragon robe in his luggage. Then he seemed to be careless and the girl happened to see it. There were also those who hung a wine pot on their waist. Sword immortals went down the mountain. Even if they had the blade-strengthening gourd, it was just a camouflage, right? So some people took a small broken gourd and cast a water spell. They drank non-stop in places like the bow of the boat where there were many people. The young man suddenly understood and said, "That guy seemed to only have a small red wine pot on his waist. He didn't drink. Most likely he saw that you were here and didn't dare to show those clumsy tricks." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. That guy was very inexperienced. He came here to humiliate himself. The girl was a little scared. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the man was indeed sneaky and shifty-eyed. It was a pity that his eyes were ruined. The girl was ashamed and annoyed until she went back to work with lingering fear. The old man in charge of the sword room immediately threw a glance at the young man. The latter grinned and cupped his fists to thank him. The old man stretched out 2 fingers. The young man shook 1 finger. It was a pot of wine, no more. As for whether that person really knew Jade Sect Master Jiang, it was actually not that important. Anyway, for someone like Jiang Shangzhen, his friends would only be high and mighty. They couldn't know him and couldn't afford to be friends with him. The young man suddenly asked, "Where's the escort city?" The old man shook his head. "I've never heard of it. It's most likely a deliberate mystification." The young man joked, "I don't even know that it's signed off at Taiping Mountain or Fuho Sect." The old man snorted, "How dare he insult Taiping Mountain and Fuho Sect? I'll turn hostile on the spot and kick him off the ferry." The girl suddenly raised her head and said in a low voice, "The old site of Taiping Mountain has become a land without an owner. Aren't there many people fighting for territory now?" The old man wanted to say something but stopped. In the end he didn't say a word and sighed. Qin Pingan actually didn't go too far. After hearing the last sentence he stopped. His face was expressionless and his eyes were gloomy. The immortal school that owned the Yellow Flower Ferry in the early years had been destroyed in the war and turned into ruins. The entire ancestral mountain had been leveled by the immortal magic arts. However, the middle-aged swordsman in a green robe and his children were very strange. They didn't show up at the Yellow Flower Ferry. Instead, they seemed to have suddenly disappeared halfway. The ferry only knew that before the ferry docked, the middle-aged man had returned to the sword room and sent a letter to the Divine Seal Peak. On a stormy night, Qin Pingan, with a jade hairpin on his head, quietly broke the prohibition of the ferry. He rode the wind to the north alone. After leaving the ferry more than 10 miles behind, he changed from riding the wind to riding the sword. The thunder in the sky was so loud that it shook people's hearts. There were so many strange phenomena in the world that the people on the ferry behind him were so frightened that they had to take a detour. Within 100 miles of the driving mountain ferry, the terrain was flat. Only a mountain peak stood abruptly, which was particularly eye-catching. At the top of the mountain, there was a platform on which a chessboard was carved. There were 32 chess pieces, which were as big as stone blocks and weighed thousands of pounds. There were 2 practitioners standing at the 2 ends of the chessboard. They were playing a game of chess. Every time a chess piece was eaten by the opponent on the chessboard, they had to pay a grain rain money. It was a small gambling game between practitioners of the upper 5 realms. One of them was young and handsome. He was only 200 years old. He was the famous Great Sword Immortal of the Golden Armor Continent. His nickname was Su Jun and his real name was Su Ku. Somehow, he became the guest of the Lu family of the White Mountain Continent. This time, he rushed to the southernmost part of the Tongyi continent on his sword to protect a new treasure bowl for the god of wealth of the White Mountain Continent. For example, Wusun Lan and the Lu family had a large sum of grain rain money on credit for the colorful clothes ferry. The Lu family not only gave them a ready-made cross-continent ferry, but the price was also fair. Cultivators of Wusun Lan were also surprised by the commission of the ferry's profits for the next 500 years. For the Tongyi continent, a great sword immortal who had fought hundreds and thousands of swords on the battlefield of the Golden Armor Continent was a well-deserved dragon crossing the river. The key to the complicated feelings of the practitioners on the mountain peak was this Su Ku. He seemed to belong to a small group of people who were born by chance. As a local snake, Wang Ji was a native qi cultivator of the Tongyi continent. He was in the Jade Unpolished realm. He called himself the Obedient Cliff Disciple, also known as the Jilin Old Man. He was not a sword practitioner, but when he was young he liked to travel with a sword and was fond of martial arts. He had a scholarly appearance, but he had the nickname of the Executioner on the mountain. He cultivated very late on the mountain and became an official for 30 years. He was born as a civil official and personally killed more than 10 people with his sword, from evil servants to corrupt officials to bandits in the forest. Later he resigned and lived in seclusion. When he left the mountain he became a mountain practitioner and finally became a consecrator of the Jade Gui sect, the kind that had a chair in the ancestral hall. But before that, Wang Ji was the upper 5 realms cultivator who scolded Jiang Shangzhen the most in the entire Tongyi continent. Therefore Wang Ji's trip south to the Yuzhou ferry was to help the Jade Gui sect curse. The person who mediated between the two sides was a female cultivator who came here temporarily to relax. She was the junior sister of the Lu Xia continent's immortal Tsong Li, and also the wife of the cave master of the Heaven's Corner Cave. She was born with a beautiful appearance, wearing a jasper flower crown and a brocade robe, and had a graceful figure. Her son was one of the 10 young candidates, but now that he was in the 5th realm, it would be around 80 years before the mother and son could meet. Every time she thought of this she would blame her husband for being so heartless and letting her son travel to another realm. Wang Ji casually threw out a grain rain coin and asked, "When will the few cross-continent ferries in Old Dragon City arrive?" Su Ming didn't take the grain rain coin. Instead, he crushed it on the spot and turned it into a dense spiritual aura. The tall mountain beneath their feet was a formation restriction carefully built by the Lu clan cultivators. It could gather the spiritual aura of heaven and earth and the fate of mountains and rivers from all directions. Su Ming's expression was indifferent. He said, "When we reach the ferry we'll naturally see it." Wang Ji sneered. "Be careful of the strong winds and strong waves. If you're not acclimatized to the water, you'll capsize on both land and water." Su Ming was still expressionless. "Capsize? Your sect master Jiang will capsize it, right? Anyway, as long as I capsize one, I'll go to the Divine Seal Peak to ask the sword." Wang Ji clicked his tongue. "From your tone you'll definitely win?" Su Ming said, "I'll most likely lose. As long as it won't delay my Q-sword." Wang Ji stomped his foot and picked up a chess piece. He placed it on the chessboard and gave Su Ming a thumbs up. As expected of a sword cultivator who knows Qi Tingji. Su Ming said, "You also know Su Ming. That's not bad." Wang Ji laughed angrily. "If you meet Jiang Shangzhen you'll either fight to the death or become friends with him. There's no other possibility." The female cultivator from the Liuxia continent shook her head. She really didn't know why the two of them hadn't fought yet. They competed on the chessboard every day and even bickered like this. Why did it feel like the two of them were quite congenial? Su Ming suddenly asked, "Is Jiang Shangzhen really in seclusion or just faking it?" Wang Ji sighed. For the first time he was somewhat sentimental. God knows. In any case, during the last meeting at the ancestral hall, he was so sick and half dead. It made one's heart ache. Su Ming glanced at the north. He really couldn't bring himself to like this Tongya continent that was filled with foul air and evil intentions. Knew that they were wrong but didn't admit it. Saved worry. Admitted fault but didn't want to correct it. Saved effort. What a good way to save effort. In the end, many people really did survive. Such a big mess returning to the vast realm wasn't much better than when it fell into the hands of the wasteland world. There was only one thing to talk about. Since there was no longer a single Taiping mountain cultivator in the Tongya continent, how many forces on the mountain coveted that territory? They were all ready to make a move, both openly and secretly. The Fusho sect was slightly better. After all, there were still some descendants left. Even if the situation was unstable, under the protection of the academy, the few Fusho sect cultivators with low cultivation realms could still justifiably protect their ancestral mountain. For the time being, no one dared to touch it. This was the case now. But 10 years later, 100 years later? The cultivators on the mountain had many methods to lay in ambush. It wasn't as simple as just taking things by force. The academy could protect it for a while but not for long. When the young sect master of the Fusho sect returned from the New World, the only thing left in the ancestral hall of the Fusho sect might be the sect master's chair in name only. Even if he sat down, he might be surrounded by a forest of knives from all directions. Su Ming was of Confucian origin. He just didn't go to the Academy of the Golden Armor Continent to study. Wang Ji, who was playing chess with Su Ming, was the same. Wang Ji sat down on a chess piece and said helplessly, Don't see what's hidden, don't show what's small, so a gentleman has to be careful. People like us who talk about Confucianism and our Taoists put the most effort into being careful. We have to be able to lower our heads with a clear conscience and raise our heads with a clear conscience. It was rare for Su Ming to agree with Wang Ji. He nodded and said, "Look at yourself as if you see your lungs and liver." Wang Ji sighed and said, "When the academy is completely rebuilt, the situation will definitely improve." Wang Ji shook his sleeves and said self-mockingly, "I'm a mountain visitor. My life is full of emotions." The woman asked, "What happened to the guy who wrote the article to criticize the mellow scholar Qin Chunan?" The Confucian temple banned the Mountain and Mountain Bulletin for 5 years. However, the cultivators on the mountain peak had various celestial methods to secretly transmit various kinds of information. Wang Ji sneered and said, "Nothing much. He's living a good life. He has a lot of fans and all of them sincerely regard him as the continent's courageous scholar and the conscience of Confucianism. They've been clamoring for many years to let this official academy's headmaster be the headmaster of one of the 72 academies. Otherwise, the major Confucian lineages in the Central Plains Confucian Temple would secretly join forces to ostracize him. That's why he's sitting on the fishing platform steadily." When the young people read the poems and articles of some old people, their words were full of decadence. However, when some old people looked at the energetic and radical young people, they would smile but their eyes would be gloomy. They would see them as traitors. When an old man was narrow-minded and closed-minded without knowing it, the vigor of youth and the margin of error that age gave to the youth would be a great harm in and of itself. Even if the young people did not say anything, they were wrong. The young people would not understand why the old people were so easily disappointed. The old people looked at the young people coldly. They went from hope to disappointment. A great battle had ended. Too many of the youths on the mountain had died. Many old people were still sneering. When they saw it, they pretended not to see it. Su Xie twitched the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, "I heard Lu Jubao say that the old ancestor of the Yu family originally wanted to remove this person from the position of the mountain chieftain of the college in the dynasty. However, after such a commotion, it was not easy to touch him. He was worried that it would make things difficult for the other orthodoxies, including the line of the quasi-saints. Moreover, so what if he was removed from the position of mountain chieftain? This person would only be more complacent and his conscience would be at ease. Maybe he's waiting for the old ancestor of the Yu family to touch him so that he can earn another reputation." Wang Ji glanced at Su Xie. This guy had a lot to say today. It was rare. The woman from the Liuxia continent sighed. "I always feel that something is wrong with this world, but I can't put my finger on it." Su Xie said in a low voice, "In this world there are too few scholars like Xiao Hu." Wang Ji said sadly, "It's not that there are too few, it's that there are none." The ruins of Taiping Mountain. At the entrance of the dilapidated mountain gate, the memorial arch had long collapsed. A green robe floated to the ground. He tore off his mask and restored his true appearance. He squatted down and gently pressed on a piece of gravel. Some words could be seen faintly. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and poured a pot of wine. After getting up, the young man's body bent slightly again. He no longer deliberately straightened his back. This way he could draw his sword and punch faster. A young Confucian rushed over from afar. He looked alert and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't we agree that no one is allowed to enter the ancestral mountain of Taiping Mountain recently?" The man in the green robe with a saber smiled and said, "Speak? It doesn't seem to work, right? Then I'll guard here." "Isn't it just guarding the gate? I've been guarding the gate for many years. I'm good at it." The disciple of the academy saw the uninvited guest smiling. His smile seemed to be bright, but for some reason, it made him feel a chill down his spine. He could not say a word. The man did not say much. He just walked forward slowly, turned around, and sat on the steps. His back was facing Taiping Mountain and he looked into the distance. Then he closed his eyes to rest. The man suddenly asked, "Is the ancestral mountain a few hundred miles in radius?" The disciple of the academy looked gloomy and said, 10 miles in radius." After a while, the disciples of the academy who had been thinking about what to say, saw a blur in front of their eyes. They could no longer see the figure sitting there. However, a small mountain dozens of miles away seemed to have been split open inexplicably. One of the mountain peaks separated into 2 cliffs. One of the nascent soul stage cultivators took a step forward and stood on the edge of the cliff instead of the mountain peak. Then, he remained motionless, as steady as a mountain that could not be moved even by thunder. Because a hand pressed on his head, the man asked, How do you want to die? If you have too many choices and don't know which one to choose, I can help you choose one. 5 fingers like hooks imprison the nascent soul cultivator's head together with his soul. Don't delay me from finding the next one. I'm not very patient. Just when the nascent soul cultivator was about to swim out of his body, he screamed as if he had been pierced by thousands of swords. His soul and body trembled together. Just when he was about to lower his body to beg for mercy, his soul was taken out of his body and into the man's sleeve. Then his body fell to the ground. In another place, an earth immortal of Jindan realm sensed that something was wrong. Without saying anything, he flew away with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 30 miles away. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be pulled back and finally fell to the ground. A young man with an unfamiliar face, with his hands in his sleeves, bent down and asked with a smile, "Hello, I'm Chin Pingon. I'm here to visit an old friend. Are you a registered cultivator of Taiping Mountain? If not, you may not end well." More than 100 miles away, a hidden cultivator sneered and said, "Fellow cultivator, isn't this cruel behavior too much?" Chin Pingon turned his head to look, but it was not in the direction where the voice came from. Instead, his line of sight was more than 30 miles away. "Leave him here. I'll give you a chance to send a flying sword message to call for reinforcements. Remember, don't be as weak as you." The person stopped hiding and laughed loudly. It was a woman. Chin Pingon took a step forward and directly came to the side of the female cultivator. "You're so happy?" In an instant, the female cultivator's face turned pale. Her mind raced. Sword immortal? A small world. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, or perhaps even less than half an incense stick's worth of time, that Confucian disciple who was filled with righteous indignation but could do nothing about it, saw that person grab a woman's hair and throw her outside the mountain gate, where she fell heavily to the ground. That person then returned to the mountain gate and continued to sit there. Using his finger, he gently unsheathed his saber and nailed it into the ground near the woman's face. Chin Pingon asked with a smile, "Do you want a drink?" The Confucian disciple raised his arm and wiped his forehead. He shook his head and reminded softly, "There's still an immortal behind this. After such a commotion, he'll definitely come." Chin Pingon nodded and said, "I'll wait for him." The Confucian disciple suddenly changed his mind. "Senior, give me a pot of wine to calm me down." Chin Pingon threw a pot of wine. The young Confucian disciple caught the pot and drank a big mouthful. He turned his head and asked in confusion, "Senior, don't you want to drink?" The Confucian disciple only saw the man shaking his head and then bending down with his hands in his sleeves. He looked calm and looked into the distance. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that this man in a green robe who seemed to have fallen from the sky was not happy at all. Instead, he was sad. What was he sad about? Was it because of the Taiping Mountain behind him? But how many years had it been since Taiping Mountain was empty? Was it because he was late? But it could not be. Even if he was not a cultivator from the Tongya continent, his hometown was the Liuxia continent, which was the furthest away. No matter how far the road was, he should have heard the news and rushed here long ago. Chin Pingon asked, "What did the academy say?" The young Confucian disciple said, "Our new hill master did not allow anyone to occupy Taiping Mountain. But it seems very difficult." Chin Pingon nodded and was silent for a moment. It was as if he was making a promise to the Taiping Mountain behind him that had been empty for many years. "It's not difficult as long as I'm here. Jiangshang is really a good for nothing." The young Confucian disciple's scalp tingled and he hurriedly drank. Chin Pingon looked up and asked with a smile, "Isn't that right, Brother Zhou Fei?" A hearty laugh sounded, and then the handsome man appeared. His hair was slightly white, as if the smile on his face had won over his tiredness. He looked even more handsome and elegant. He cried out and apologized repeatedly. It turned out that the man had stepped on the face of the female cultivator in the pure jade state. The young Confucian disciple was stunned. He saw that the previous suzerain of the Jade Gui sect, who had long been famous in the world, did not intend to lift his foot at all even though he said sorry. Finally, he bowed to the man beside him and said, "Consecrator Zhou Fei pays his respects to the hill master." Chin Pingon did not get up. He took out 2 pots of wine and threw 1 pot to Jiang Shangzhen. He looked up at the strange yet familiar Jiang Shangzhen and said softly, "You've worked hard to meet me again. It's really not easy. The hill master is really too much." In the second letter, he only said that he would not go to the Xinzhuan Peak. "Luckily, I'm smart enough to know that you would go straight here." Jiang Shangzhen was finally willing to withdraw his foot, but he used the tip of his foot to push the female cultivator several feet away. He took the wine pot and sat beside Chen Pingan. He raised the wine pot in his hand high with a happy expression, but his voice was not loud. He said with a smile, "Good brother, let's have a drink." The two wine pots gently knocked against each other, and then they were silent and drank separately. There was nothing good in Jianghu except for wine. 749. Speaking of which, the physical book of Swords of the Future has been published. It's a set of 7 volumes. Jiang Shangzhen leaned forward and looked past Chen Pingan, who was in the middle. He smiled at the disciple of the academy and asked, "This scholar, are you from the Dafu Academy? Do you have the title of a gentleman?" The young man immediately stood up and walked down a few steps. He bowed respectfully and said, "Yang Pu, a Confucian scholar from the Great Fu Academy, greets Master Jiang." "You're too polite. I'm not a scholar." Jiang Shangzhen returned the greeting and said, "Yang Pu, I have an impression of you. You're a man with a handle. I'll treat it as if I know you from now on." Chen Pingan couldn't help but tease, "Brother Zhou Fei, you have a good reputation now. Did you sell all the erotic books on the mountain to the academy?" Jiang Shangzhen laughed, "There have been many things on the mountain these years. I've delayed a lot of work." Chen Pingan asked, "Master Jiang?" Jiang Shangzhen nodded, "I've been in charge for 3 years. I'm thin-skinned and can't stand being pointed at and scolded. I gave the position to Wei Ying." Before Jiang Shangzhen went into seclusion, he had already officially stepped down from his position as sect master in the ancestral hall that was filled with new faces. Currently, the new sect master of Jade sect was the former 9E peak master, immortal realm sword cultivator Wei Ying. Wei Ying took the opportunity to resign from his position as the master of Zhenjing sect and gave the position to Lu Laoqing, the head of a lower sect. That was why Yang Pu of the academy called him Old Master Jiang. Of course, Jiang Shangzhen wasn't young. Yang Pu straightened his back and said shyly, "My knowledge is shallow and I'm not a sage. I don't dare to say that I'm familiar with Master Jiang." Jiang Shangzhen teased, "You're not a sage? The Fu Academy is burying talents. I think it's more than enough to give you the title of a gentleman. I'll help you talk to Mountain Leader Cheng. If I'm not powerful enough, I'll ask Mountain Leader Chen. He's an old friend of Mountain Leader Cheng and they're both scholars. His words will definitely work." Chen Pingan declined to comment. Yang Pu was a little flustered. He bowed again and said, "Old Sect Master Jiang Jr. Yang Pu did not stay here to fish for fame. Moreover, I haven't made any progress in the past 3 years. I beg Old Sect Master not to do this. Otherwise, Yang Pu will have to leave immediately and ask the academy to send someone else here." Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, "Then just take it as a joke, don't take it seriously. If it were someone else, Mountain Lord Qin and I might not have liked him. You really are an idiot. Don't you know that if you leave now, all your previous efforts will be wasted? If the court bulletin of the Yugui sect was not wrong, you had come to Taiping Mountain on your own initiative before the academy spoke. Mountain Elder Cheng had no choice but to come here in person to support you, a rash young man. If you withdraw from Taiping Mountain at this time, you'll be a fool for a few years. You won't be able to take any advantage and you'll be in trouble. These 3 immortal sects on the mountain will definitely remember Yang Pu's name. Therefore listen to my advice. Behave yourself and stay by our side, drink and watch the show in peace." Yang Pu still wanted to say something. Chen Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and said slowly, "On the academy's side, from the mountain elders to the disciples of Confucianism, everyone is watching you. Yang Pu can disregard his future because he has a clear conscience. However, many people who sincerely admire Yang Pu will feel indignant for you. They will feel that good people are not rewarded. There's no harm in thinking about this principle. Once you understand it, you can make a decision. When the time comes, at the very least, Jiang Shangzhen and I will still treat you as a true scholar. You're welcome to visit the Jade sect or the Falling True sect in the future." Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Since Mountain Lord is still so patient, I'll be relieved." Jiang Shangzhen only saw the last of the 3 battles, so he was a little worried. He was not only worried about how powerful Chen Pingan's swordsmanship and fist skills were, but he was also worried that the young Mountain Lord of Luapa Mountain had become a complete stranger after not seeing him for 20 years. For example, he had become a mountain person that Jiang Shangzhen was familiar with. Chen Pingan glanced at the female cultivator in the pure jade state who was lying on the ground not far away. His expression was indifferent and his eyes were lonely. Patience depends on the person. Jiang Shangzhen spoke telepathically to Chen Pingan, The new mountain leader of the Defu Academy is the deputy mountain leader of the Deer Academy of the Cloud Forest in your hometown. However, because he is the mountain leader of the 72 academies, he is using his true demon name, Qinglongzhou, for the first time. Qinglongzhou was born with the water lineage after all. As the mountain lord of the Academy of Confucianism, he caused a lot of criticism on the mountain. Emperor Dali Song he used a lot of incense on the mountain for this. This was also the result of the Confucian Temple of Middle Earth's ban on the Mountain Lord's bulletin for 5 years. Otherwise, with the current situation, there would only be people quarreling. It would waste a lot of good opportunities and delay a lot of important matters. Qin Pingan thought about it and finally solved one of his doubts. Why did the Confucian Temple of Confucianism choose to ban the Mountain Lord's bulletin for 5 years? Although the Confucian scholar Yang Pu did not know what the two immortals were talking about, he still felt uncomfortable. After all, there was a pure jade state cultivator lying on the ground in front of him. Her life and death were uncertain. This is such a big matter. Even if the two of you are very powerful and have a high status, shouldn't you be a little more careful? Qin Pingan lifted his chin and pointed at the woman on the ground. What's your background? Jiang Shangzhen gloated and said, Before I answer, let me ask you a small question. How much strength did you use? If I were her, I could kill her and wipe out her nascent divinity with just 2 or 3 sword strikes. But to knock her out in such a short period of time, and even imprison her soul and Yin divinity in her chi abode, it was as if she had been guarding the door. Truth be told, even I might not be able to do such a thing, much less ordinary cultivators like Jade Pu and immortals. You should know that this woman's fighting skills are average, but she is good at escaping. She has mastered the 5 elements escape technique to the point of perfection. As long as she is not isolated from the world, she can escape as she pleases. Even sword cultivators of the same level as her can't kill her. They can't even seriously injure her. It's hard to say how much. Qin Pingan twitched the corner of his mouth and continued speaking in his mind. However, I did temporarily isolate a small world in the battlefield. With a little trick I wrote a few Spring Festival talisman couplets on the door of her 16 chi residences. If she dares to wake up, it's equivalent to asking for the sword and fighting with me. Therefore she has no choice but to continue pretending to be dead. However, before that I was more reasonable. I let her use a secret technique to send a message to the Ancestral Hall and ask for reinforcements to come to Taiping Mountain to denounce me. Qin Pingan smiled and stretched out his hand from his sleeve. He used his thumb and forefinger to press on a crimson coral hairpin. Of course she's more innocent. Whether it's walking down the mountain or fighting experience, they are all very middle 5 realms. I really don't know how she ascended to the upper 5 realms. Is her life too good? Jiang Shangzhen stretched out his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Our poor sister Jiang Shu. In your hands, other than keeping her chastity, she has nothing left. I guess Sister Jiang Shu thought about it and felt that it would be better if she didn't keep her chastity. Qin Pingan turned a deaf ear to him. He continued to use the object refining technique to carefully break the mountain and river restriction of this token. When he opened the mountain, he already knew the sect that this female cultivator of the upper 5 realms was from. The key was to know her true backer. Moreover, this jasper hairpin was a top-notch magic treasure made of excellent materials. It was valuable, very valuable. Jiang Shangzhen held it in for a long time but still couldn't hold it in. He laughed and stopped speaking in his mind. Her name is Han Jiang Shu. Her sect is a little strange. In the Tongya continent, they don't show their strength. Ordinary cultivators in the Blessed Lands look up and see the banished immortals fall to the ground and make a scene. The cultivators of her sect are used to traveling the vast world, running amok and abusing others. When they get into trouble, they hide in the Blessed Lands and nobody knows. Qin Pingan lowered his head and looked at the coral hairpin. He understood and laughed. She's from the Wanyao sect of the 3 Mountains Blessed Land? No wonder she has such a temper despite her weak abilities. Her courage is even more admirable. In the files of the Summer Palace, there was an old almanac page that recorded this place. It was even more hidden than the Eastern Sea Temple. The 3 Mountains Blessed Land had a radius of 10,000 miles. Although it was called the 3 Mountains, in reality, there was only one island on the sea. It was said to be one of the 3 ancient divine mountains. It was guarded by a superior deity. There was also a prophecy. The sound of cows' hooves crushing coral. Qin Pingan guessed that the Wanyao sect didn't get any benefits from a dispute with the stinky cow's nose of the lotus flower blessed land of the 3 Mountains Blessed Land. This was normal. In the past 10,000 years, how many cultivators of the 14th realm were there in the human world? Especially in the peaceful years, there were even fewer. Only when the world was in chaos, like the surging flood, the rising water and sinking land, would there be a few more. For example, Lu Fian was meticulous. Another example was Alliance and Chui Dong. Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, "This woman is relying on the fact that she's the first daughter of the celestial state Han Yushu. In the history of the Wanyao sect, there was also an ascendant state founding ancestor. The later generations could close their doors and do whatever they want. Those who are qualified to go out and travel. Old Han knows that the Tongya Island temple is not to be trifled with. He's worried that our old temple master would be annoyed. Only 2 or 3 people from the Wanyao sect leave the blessed land every 100 years. Their cultivation is not bad, so they're used to being arrogant. After all, Sister Jiang Shu is the first daughter, so she's raised in the boudoir. Moreover, before the old master passed away, he made an agreement with the Central Plains Confucian Temple with the merits he accumulated. He's not allowed to leak any information about the blessed land and the sect. Therefore, the Yugui sect and the Tongya Island Temple gave them some face." Qin Pingan asked, "What about this war?" Jiang Shangjin said, "The Wanyao sect put in a lot of effort in the final phase. They used up almost half of their wealth, but they didn't lose any cultivators." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Good eyesight and courage. No wonder they dared to attack the Taiping Mountain." Jiang Shangjin finished his wine and put the empty pot aside. He held his head with both hands and leaned back on the steps. He continued to speak telepathically, "Exactly. This favor not only the academy, but also the Wanyao sect's celestial Han visited the Xinzhuan Peak. I hid in the Yugui sect to seek peace." Wei Ying had to pinch her nose and smile to thank him face to face. Therefore, the Wanyao sect wants to occupy a piece of land in the Tongya Island outside the Three Mountains blessed land. They've set their sights on the Taiping Mountain. Even if the Dafu Academy doesn't agree, they won't have a bad relationship with the Wanyao sect. However, Qin Pingan no longer spoke in his mind. Instead, with a thought, he opened half of the spring couplets restrictions on the entrances of Han Jianshu's Qi Manor. Only then did he laugh coldly. "It's a good thing that the Mountain and Mountain Court Bulletin has been banned. Otherwise, if a random Mountain and Mountain Court Bulletin were to be circulated, the Myriad Jade sect? Perhaps they're a pawn left by the Jiazi camp in the Tongya Island. Therefore, they hate the Taiping Mountain and want to occupy it so that they can completely cut off the Taiping Mountain's lineage. Perhaps, whoever Master Han tries to reason with, they can just apologize in the court bulletin and clarify that the Wanyao sect has absolutely nothing to do with the desolate land." The conversation between old sect leader Jiang and this mountain lord Qin had been heard clearly by the Confucian scholar Yang Pu. When he heard the last part of the conversation, sweat began to seep out of his forehead. It was unknown whether it was because of the wine or because he was scared. Qin Pingan turned his head and asked, "Yang Pu, even if you know it's feasible and can easily protect the ruins of the Taiping Mountain, will you still not do it?" This guy must be a cultivator of the immortal state. An immortal who could wantonly detain her coral hairpin. She had to bear with him for the time being. Cultivating on the mountain, she was not afraid of suffering some losses. There would be a day when she could get back at him. She, Han Jiangshu, was not a rootless cultivator of the mountains and lakes. Her own Wanyao sect was a sect that had made great contributions to the Tongyi continent. She did not believe that this person would dare to kill her. Since that was the case, there was no harm in lowering her head for a while. Today she had failed miserably at such an easy task. That guy was very scheming. Previously he had used 2 layers of camouflage at the same time. The first layer was to disguise himself as a sword immortal. It was very likely that he had used imitations of immortal swords similar to those of the hateful Sword Mountain. Moreover, there were 2 of them, one after the other. The second layer was to isolate the heaven and earth with a formation, pretending to be a saint overseeing a small heaven and earth. That was why her Taoist heart was distracted for a moment. In the end, it turned out that he was a Taoist master of the upper 5 realms who cultivated both talisman and formation. No wonder he deliberately did not wear the Taoist crown or the Taoist robe. It was only after he had used the talisman formation that he was forced to reveal a Taoist robe that was not a disguise. The Taoist robe was vast. It was a lotus crown of one of the 3 branches of the Baek Okekyung building. Its Taoist meaning was ethereal and definitely could not be faked. She still had this bit of eyesight. In particular, those sword chi talisman that suppressed her Kichi residence were the most difficult to deal with. Previously, a cultivator of the pure jade realm could only obediently fall to the ground. Even when she was lying at the mountain gate, she did not dare to look at or listen to anything. The only suspicious thing was the Taoist crown. Previously that guy moved very quickly and reached out to touch it. Only then did he dispel some rippling illusions that looked like a fishtail crown. It was very likely that the Taoist crown was the real one and not the token of the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building. Was he worried that his sect would follow the clues and seek revenge? Was that why he used the Taoist crown as his backer? At the same time he concealed the real Taoist vein of this person? No. With this person's temperament he would never give himself away in front of her. The fishtail crown was the token of the second branch of the Baek Okekyung building. It was also a means that the other party used to intimidate people. A Taoist priest who was willing to fight for Taiping Mountain. Yes, he must be a foreigner from the Tongyi continent who came from the same branch of the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building as Taiping Mountain. He must be a descendant of the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building in another continent. This was because she heard from her father that the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building had disappeared for a long time. Even when Taiping Mountain became a lord of heaven, he did not appear. Therefore this young Taoist priest who hid his head and tail was really fickle and shrewd. Since the enmity between the two sides was deep, before this person left the Tongyi continent, even if he could live, he must be half dead. She, Han Jianshu, and the Wanyao sect had no reason to be humiliated like this. Jiang Shangjun looked at Han Jianshu. Although he did not know how she and Qin Pingan exchanged pointers, he was sure of one thing. This sister Han Jianshu had been abducted by the good guy. Jiang Shangjun sat up and shook the wine jug. Seeing that the mountain chieftain beside him didn't move, he could only pretend to raise his head, raise his arm, and shake the empty wine jug with all his might. The good guy beside him still didn't move, so Jiang Shangjun could only put the wine jug back down beside his feet. Of course, Jiang Shangjun recognized this sister Han Jianshu. However, it was normal that Han Jianshu did not recognize him. When he was traveling in the Three Mountains Blessed Land, Jiang Shangjun changed his name and appearance. Because of a small misunderstanding, he was relentlessly pursued by her. Later on, Han Jianshu accompanied her father, who was in the immortal realm, to visit the Jade Gui sect. Jiang Shangjun was no longer the sect master and had gone into seclusion to hide. Therefore the two sides did not meet face to face. In the early years of the Tongyi continent, no one dared to casually mention Jiang Shangjun. After all, Jiang Shangjun would personally visit and thank them. The four troublesome ghosts on the mountain were usually the sword cultivators, the legalist cultivators, the Taoist priests of the saber division, and the people who owed money. However, there were also four troublesome ghosts who were famous in the Tongyi continent's mountain-blessed land. A certain B***starred who liked to ride the wind and recite poems. Old Zhou Zi, who once rowed the boat for the third sect master Lu Qin, was invincible in insults. Jiang Shangjun, who was a flower that bloomed in the wall, was fragrant outside the wall. He did not die even after wreaking havoc in the North Continent where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. He was invincible in escaping and even more invincible in disgusting others. There was also a female cultivator in White Sovereign City who was usually bad-tempered but had many tricks up her sleeves. Occasionally she was extremely patient. It was said that the female cultivator doted on a young man named Qin Ran, who had just entered White Sovereign City. He was a martial nephew who had just entered the White Sovereign City. For her martial nephew, she did not hesitate to fight with a sect in the Central Plains. She used many unimaginable tricks and joined forces with her martial nephew. After 5 years, the two of them challenged a sect alone, to the extent that Jing Juzhong had no choice but to send a flying sword message to White Sovereign City. As for the contents of the secret letter, there were many different opinions. Some said that it was to dissuade her and to quit while she was ahead. Some said that it was to reprimand her for failing to protect the Tao and that her spells were too weak. There were even some who said that it was the first time that Jing Juzhong had personally instructed his last disciple, Qin Ran, on how to attack in order to achieve immediate results. In any case, in the entire vast heaven, there were not many who could guess Jing Juzhong's thoughts. Jiang Shangjun smiled and said, 2 earth immortals, 1 Jindan and the other nascent soul. The Jindan masters do not recognize them, but I had the fortune to meet this nascent soul big shot once. He was born as a wild cultivator and had only been a guest of Little Dragon Chiu for a few years. There are too few immortals on the mountain now. Any kind of trash can run up the mountain. In a flash, he has become the mainstay of the mountains and rivers of our continent. Qin Pingan glanced at the nascent soul big shot from the corner of his eyes. The soul that was wailing above his head seemed to have sensed a cold gaze. It endured the heart-wrenching pain and immediately calmed down. No wonder he was born as a wild cultivator. Compared to the immortal master of the register, he could endure more pain. Little Dragon Chiu was a subordinate sect of Great Dragon Chiu in the Central Plains. Most of the cultivators there were immortal mirror makers. The treasure mirror made by Great Dragon Chiu was extremely famous. Among the 6 branches of the demon-revealing mirror in the world, the Water Dragon Mirror, which specialized in suppressing aquatic demons, was monopolized by Great Dragon Chiu. As for the cultivators of Little Dragon Chiu in the Tongyi continent, they moved quickly and returned home quickly. It was not surprising that they had set their sights on the territory of Mount Taiping. This was because one of the core treasures of Mount Taiping's protective formation was the ancient mirror that the old Lord of Heaven had used to search for the big demon. Obviously, both Great Dragon Chiu and Little Dragon Chiu hoped to use the remnant Taoist rhyme of the ancient mirror to deduce its source and finally create an imitation of Mount Taiping's ancient mirror. After that, what else could they do? Make a lot of money. Now they were aggressively hunting down the remaining demons of the 4 continents, especially the immortal masters of the register of the Liuxia continent and the Snowy Peak continent. Each of them was more energetic than the other and spared no effort to cross the continents. For example, the guest of the Liu family, the sword immortal Su Jun, who was driving the mountain, was considered kind. In addition, he was a sword cultivator who had risked his life on the battlefield of the Jinjia continent in the early days. For example, when Wanyan Laojing lost his mind, Su Ming, who had concealed his identity and cultivation level, stepped forward resolutely and decisively handed over his sword to help the Jinjia continent block a lot of losses. Thus, Jiang Shangzhen turned a blind eye to it. Han Jianshu finally straightened her back and raised her head. She sat cross-legged. First, she raised the back of her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Then, she stretched out her hand to stroke the hair at her temples. Her expression was so calm that it made the scholar Yang Pu feel even more terrified. Even if Yang Pu did not pay attention to the outside world, he knew that the more this kind of mountain cultivator was, the more they were feared. And beside this pure Jade Realm female cultivator, there was an unsheathed narrow saber. Chopped Kansas Chen Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and pretended to stand up. He smiled and said, "Sister Jianshu, such a good demeanor. You are really a tough nut to crack. Admirable, admirable, admirable." Han Jianshu subconsciously stood up as if she was facing a great enemy. The crimson robe on her body shone brightly. Like layers of moonlight, the rainbow light overlapped, making her look like a goddess who walked out from the moon palace. Unexpectedly, Qin Pingon had already sat down again. He raised his head slightly and just stared at Han Jianshu. He did not speak. After a long silence he said, "My eyes hurt and my neck hurts." Han Jianshu was just about to put away the robe's strange phenomenon when her heartstrings tightened. In an instant, Han Jianshu was about to activate her natal item, the Earth of the 5 Elements. It was an old mountain that her father had moved from the Tongyi continent to the 3 Mountains Blessed Land. Therefore, Han Jianshu's earth-burrowing technique was extremely mysterious. When Han Jianshu had just burrowed into the ground, her entire body was smashed out of the ground. Her head was grabbed by the Talisman Array Master and forcefully pressed down. Her back smashed into the ground, creating a large spider web. The opponent's strength was just right. It suppressed Han Jianshu's vital qi residence and prevented her from falling into the pit. Yang Pu sat on the steps in a daze. He did not see Senior Qin make a move. Instead, he saw the green-robed man stomp down heavily on the woman's face. He stomped on Han Jianshu's face. "You still have the face to look at Taiping Mountain in front of me?" He stomped again and again until the entire head of a female cultivator in the raw jade realm caved in. The senior, who was called Mountain Master by the old Lord Jiang, stomped his feet and angrily said, "Look! Look hard. Open your eyes and take a good look." Jiang Shangzhen did not feel that there was anything wrong. His expression was calm as if he was enjoying the scenery. It was a pity that there was no wine at hand. The only flaw was that there was no wine. Brother Qin was indeed a peak realm, a bottleneck martial artist. He could be regarded as a 10 realms martial artist in the Tongyi continent. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the stunned Confucian scholar and smiled. He was still too young. Treasure Vase Continent's famous Qin Yuxian, you should know of him, right? It was the young mountain master in front of you, Yang Pu. Wasn't he worthy of his name? Jiang Shangzhen coughed a few times and covered his mouth with his fist. He smiled and squinted his eyes. In those unbearable years, where every day was a matter of life and death, there would occasionally be a few things that made Jiang Shangzhen happy. For example, he met a round-faced girl in cotton clothes. They got along well with each other. For example, within the demon race, there was a saying that the southern ribbon minister was the northern hidden official. It was so widespread that those who survived on and off the Tongyi continent, no matter what method they used to survive, had all heard of this saying. In addition to the list of the top 10 young people in the world, the 11th person at the bottom was the hidden official. Therefore, the current peak realm of the Tongyi continent felt that this genius sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was a pity. He was not even 40 years old and held a high position at such a young age. It was a pity that he followed the Ascension City and went to the 5th realm. Otherwise, if he stayed in the vast realm as long as he met up with either Qi Tingji or Lu Ji or set up his own sect, then the vast realm would be destined to have a young sword immortal sect master who rose up quickly. Most importantly, this person was young, very young. As for the cultivators of the Tongyi continent halfway up the mountain, they did not know much about the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They habitually regarded the northern hidden official as a demon race cultivator from the desolate realm. If a young genius sword cultivator had too many accidents, he might die on the way up the mountain. However, a Sword Chi Great Wall of Sword Chi's hidden official, who was one of the top 10 youths, would definitely not die so easily. This was because many observant people had discovered that no matter if it was the top 10 youths or the top 10 youths, none of them had died on the battlefield. At most, they had gone missing. For example, the leader of the 100 Sword Immortals of the Moon-Bearing Mountain in the Desolate Realm, Zhu Gong who shone in the South Whirling War, Ma Kuxuan who fought to his death in the Aquarius continent, Su Bai who was known as the young Grand Duke Jiang, and Chun Qing from the Green Immortal Mountain were all still alive. Moreover, each of them deserved the title of Great Tao. As for Chao Ci, the cultivators and martial artists of the vast realm subconsciously did not regard him as one of the top 10 youths. Before the Landscape Palace Bulletin was banned, there was a small piece of news that did not involve the general trend of the world. It was able to stand out among the many secrets of the Palace Bulletin and be discussed enthusiastically because of Chao Ci's fist. It was a female martial artist called Zheng Qian. She seemed to have some relationship with the Thunder God Temple of the White Peak continent, but she was not a direct disciple of Pei Axiang. During her travels to the Central Divine Continent, she had challenged Chao Ci to a total of 4 rounds on the walls of the capital city of the Great Duan Dynasty. There were not many witnesses. Other than the imperial tutor of the Great Duan Dynasty and the female martial goddess Pei Wan, there were only the White Peak continent's Lu Jubao and Lu Yuzhou, the god of wealth and god of fortune. However, there were still too few things to be happy about. Jiang Shangzhen was no longer a sentimental person. There were still many things that he found hard to let go of. Today he had finally encountered 3 things that were worth being happy about, worth drinking to his heart's content. He had reunited with his good friend Qin Pingan. The 2 of them were still alive and well. He had seen the young mountain lord of the Luapa Mountain take action. He had seen with his own eyes that this young man was not so reasonable. There was also the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He was really good at fighting. However, there were some things that Jiang Shangzhen could not say. He had to let Qin Pingan see, hear and know for himself. Jiang Shangzhen clenched a fist and placed it on his knee. His other hand patted his knee as he spoke softly. Refining the chivalrous heart into an ancient mirror, the clear light piercing through the great void, emitting a bright light. The chessboard of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, how many heroes at one time? Peeking at the ancient mirror is very thin, carrying books to check the plum blossoms, chewing the plum blossoms, romantic for all eternity like a dream, a venerable returning to the river and moon. Qin Pingan stopped his actions and turned his head with a smile. It's not in tune and it's hard to explain in a few words. It's heart-wrenching. Jiang Shangzhen raised his fist and waved it lightly. He smiled. I'll study more in the future and work harder. Qin Pingan took a step back and returned to his original position on the steps. He asked a strange question. Jiang Shangzhen? As for that Han Jianshu, he pulled his head out of the ground with great difficulty. He supported himself with his hands and vomited blood. Yang Pu sighed. If that's the case, Senior will really fight to the death with the Thousand Jade sect. If there were no bystanders watching, Han Jianshu might have had some leeway after what happened today. The old sect master Jiang had always been a playboy, and he was famous for his frivolity. He never made friends based on the level of cultivation. Therefore, Yang Pu only thought that worshipping Zhou Fei and paying a visit to the mountain master were all jokes between friends. Could there really be a mountain in the world that could make the old sect master Jiang be willing to be worshipped? But if it wasn't a joke, who had the right to say that Jiang Shangzhen was a piece of trash? Old sect master Jiang was publicly recognized as the #1 person in the Tongyi continent. Even the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Grand Heavenly Master made a trip back to the Divine Seal Peak from the battlefield at the Jiaolong Ravine. Jiang Shangjin was confused. He turned to Qin Pingan. "Who else am I? What do you mean?" Qin Pingan suddenly asked. "This year is?" Jiang Shangjin was even more confused. "What's going on?" Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and replied telepathically, "I always feel like I'm in a dream and I haven't woken up yet." Jiang Shangjin thought for a while and gave an explanation. In the attendant city, the year name was changed in the 17th year of the Divine Dragon. Now it's the 9th year of Yuan Shi. Qin Pingan slightly calculated the number of years he had spent in the North Continent and frowned. 3 dreams, and each dream was close to 2 years? From the time when he walked out of the Fortune Cave on Luhua Island, that was, through the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the reversal of mountains and rivers in the Aquarius continent, to the time when Cui Shi appeared on the city wall and met him, to the time when he entered the dream and woke up, in fact it had been more than 5 years. What did Cui Dong want to do? What was the point of letting him miss more and returning home later? Qin Pingan looked at Jiang Shangjin with a complicated expression. Was the person in front of him really not one of Cui Dong's thoughts? After all, a person's vision was limited. If it were Qin Pingan himself, if he had Cui Dong's realm and learned 1 or 2 related secret arts, Qin Pingan felt that he could also give it a try. When Qin Pingan looked down at the world from a high place, the mountains and rivers under his feet were just a white painting scroll, like a dead object, and there was no need for Cui Dong to distract himself too much. But when Qin Pingan looked closer, there were not many people, and Cui Dong could draw the people in the painting one by one, or put some effort to add the finishing touch, making them lifelike. Even if Qin Pingan was in a bustling city like the Tsai Ferry or the Yuzhou Mountain Ferry, which was bustling with people coming and going, at most Cui Shi had purposely placed himself in a part of a blessed land similar to Paper Bai. And the reason why Qin Pingan suspected Jiang Shangjin in front of him was that there was a bigger secret. When he was in prison, the Ascendant Realm Frost Descend, with just 1 trip, Qin Pingan's state of mind could evolve thousands of reasonable meridians based on this. And Cui Dong's cultivation was obviously deeper than the Ascendant Realm Frost Descend. In other words, every truth that Qin Pingan knew, Jiang Shangjin would know it as soon as he thought about it. Therefore, the truth of this dream was almost unsolvable. Before Jiang Shangjin appeared, the natural pressure of the Tong Yezhou and the demon-subduing tower had made Qin Pingan feel more at ease, but at this moment he was a little absent-minded. Because he just remembered that all the feelings, even the vibration of the soul and the ripples of the Qi dynamic, fell into the hands of Cui Dong, who was good at seeing through people's hearts and analyzing consciousness, could also be a kind of illusion that was close to the truth. This made Qin Pingan a little irritated, and he couldn't help but take a big gulp of wine. Damn it, if he knew this would happen he wouldn't have recognized any Marshall brothers. If he cut ties, a hidden official, a Dali imperial tutor, and Cui Dong probably wouldn't be so. Dao protector, right? It was said that a fall into the pit, a gain in wisdom. The truth-seeking game at the calligraphy lake was still fresh in his mind, and now Cui Dong was doing something even more ruthless and merciless? What was he after? What? Was Cui Dong like this as a Marshall brother? Did he really have to go straight to the Central Divine Continent's Confucian Temple to see the teacher, the Sage of Rites, and the Holy Master before he could interpret the dream and examine it? But if it was the 4th dream, why did Cui Dong make him so suspicious? Or was this also part of Cui Dong's plan? Qin Pingan had never been so confused since he could remember. He didn't read or write, but he had never lived a muddle-headed life. He had learned boxing, read books, and traveled far many times. He had also gritted his teeth and believed in a few truths. So even though he stumbled along the way, he always felt at ease in his heart. Now, it seemed that all the truths he firmly believed in, including those he copied from books, those he thought of, the flying sword, the boxing skill, the talisman, many natal items, and the small world of the human body, had become an attic in the air that slowly left the ground. It was just like the mirage on the ferry earlier. Maybe it was real thousands of years ago, but what Qin Pingan and the ferry passengers saw was fake, because they were already at a ferry in the downstream of the river of time. Jiang Shangjin felt strange and asked, "Qin Pingan, what's going on? It seems that you don't even trust me?" Qin Pingan said helplessly, "It's said that hearing is false, seeing is believing. I'm in an awkward situation now. I'm afraid that what I see is deliberately made by someone." On Jiang Shangjin's side, Qin Pingan was still willing to see him as Jiang Shangjin. Just like whether it was a dream or not, When Qin Pingan heard that there was such an encounter on Taiping Mountain, he rushed over without saying a word. Jiang Shangjun was even more helpless. Could it be that you met the city lord of White Emperor City, and you were asking Zheng Juzhong for help? It doesn't make sense. This guy has been doing very well in Fuyao continent these years. He played the demon clan in one continent and 2 military camps in the palm of his hand. Now, more than half of the demon clan in the entire Fuyao continent have defected by him. What's more, Zheng Juzhong has no reason to fight with you. To be honest, no matter who you provoke, whether they are in the Ascendant Realm or not, I can help. Only Zheng Juzhong is involved. I really want to help, but I can't. There were not many cultivators on the mountain that Jiang Shangjun didn't dare to provoke. White Emperor City's Zheng Juzhong was one of them, and his ranking was very high. Qin Pingan shook his head. It's not Zheng Juzhong. Jiang Shangjun thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Qin Pingan, if you trust me, calm down for a moment and try to suppress all your thoughts. Then I'll write some old stories on a piece of paper. When the time comes, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. But let me say it first. My realm is not at the peak now. 1 Han Yushu is nothing. If there are 2 Han Yushu, it's enough for you and me to drink a pot of wine. Qin Pingan shook his head. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's meaningless. Jiang Shangjun sighed. It seems that the trouble is really not small. Qin Pingan still shook his head. It's not all trouble. It's just that my heart is empty and I can't keep my feet on the ground. I've never had this kind of feeling before. Qin Pingan was afraid. He was afraid that when he was young, he felt that his efforts were destined to be in vain no matter how hard he tried. After practicing boxing, especially after he became a swordsman, Qin Pingan had thought that this kind of terrifying feeling of drowning and suffocating was getting further and further away from him, and that he would never meet it face to face again in this lifetime. Jiang Shangjun closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He stretched out 2 of his fingers and gently rotated them. Not far away from the stairs, spirit energy condensed and an object appeared. It was like a millstone about the size of a well, and it hovered motionlessly. Jiang Shangjun casually rotated his fingers again, and a blurry figure appeared. It was less than an inch tall, and it seemed to be in a boxing stance about to fight with the millstone. Jiang Shangjun then used his 2 fingers to condense 1 millstone after another. In the end, it turned into a round ball made up of thousands of millstones. Finally, with a light stroke of his 2 fingers, a small figure that was about an inch tall appeared in the ball. Jiang Shangjun snapped his fingers, and the first millstone began to rotate slowly, crushing the pure martial artist. The latter then asked for Tao with his fists. On the other side, the Qi cultivator who was in the great millstone of heaven and earth actually moved along with it, rotating together with the small world formed by countless crisscrossing threads. Jiang Shangjun slowly said, looking at the world from the perspective of a pure martial artist is different from looking at the world from the perspective of a cultivator. Qin Pingan, although you have not slacked off in your cultivation after you rebuilt the longevity bridge, in my opinion, the more you see yourself as a pure martial artist, the more you cannot see yourself as a pure cultivator. This is because you seem to have never dreamed of attaining Tao and longevity, and have never treated it as something that must be done. Not only that, you have been intentionally or unintentionally going against the current. Once you understand this state of mind and this logic, looking back, is it important whether it is true or not? Whether it is a dream or waking up, will it really leave you with no one to depend on? If it is a big dream, so be it. What is there to be afraid of? Qin Pingan listened carefully to Jiang Shangjun's every word. At the same time, he focused on the 2 scenes. After a long time, he nodded as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. I understand now. Jiang Shangjun raised his hand, clenched his fist, and raised his thumb, pointing to Mount Taiping behind the 2 of them. He smiled and said, have you forgotten where this is? Jiang Shangjun was saying, Mount Taiping is the cultivation of me. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and held Jiang Shangjun's arm. He was in high spirits and laughed heartily. Brother Zhou, you have wronged me. Jiang Shangjun is not a good-for-nothing. Jiang Shangjun smiled awkwardly. I have to thank you. Firstly, it was because Mountain Lord Chen's praise was not pleasant to hear. Secondly, it was because that sister Jiangshu finally knew who he was. Look at how her limpid eyes were staring at him, almost squeezing her eyebrows to the back of her head. Damn it, did she have to be so happy to see her brother Jiang? Han Yushu is probably already on his way here. What a good move. Most likely, the hairpin itself is a kind of message. Otherwise, that secret letter would not be so concise and to the point. Even Lord Jiang did not mention it. Qin Pingan took out a pot of wine and handed it to Jiang Shangjun. He looked at Han Yushu from the corner of his eyes and said, "As a consecrator, you should at least show some responsibility. You are an expert in dealing with women." "I can't do it." "Definitely not." Jiang Shangjin took the wine and complained, "I don't think it's a good idea. Seeing each other so often will hurt our friendship. Han Yushu is an extremely experienced immortal realm expert. If I were just a consecrator of your family, fighting alone would not be a big deal. After all, if I beat him until he is half dead, I will pretend to be half dead and run away. But you just revealed my identity. Jiang Shangjin can run away, but he can't run away from the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Divine Seal Peak. So I can't fight for nothing. Get 2 pots of wine and let me be the chief consecrator." Qin Pingan threw another pot of wine to Jiang Shangjin. He smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? No discord, no concord. Since Han Yushu knows you, sit here and drink your wine." It turned out that Han Yushu handed it to Jiang Shangjin. As for Han Yushu, he let him do it himself. After saying that, Qin Pingan stood up. Originally, a pair of daggers slipped out from his sleeves. But for some reason, Qin Pingan changed his mind and seemed to have given up the identity of Chao Mo. Qin Pingan put the dagger back into his sleeve and gently rolled up his sleeves. Then he stretched lazily. It was as if a series of spring thunders had exploded in his small world of mountains and rivers, bidding farewell to the old and ushering in the new. In his heart lake, ripples appeared on the surface just like a letter. As Chui Dong said, Qin Pingan's brain was not good enough, so he was blind again. It was not until he reached Taiping Mountain and met Jiang Shangjin that he could unravel the dream. The letter appeared in Qin Pingan's heart lake for a moment and then gradually disappeared. At the same time, the sun and moon in his heart seemed to have many more scrolls of time, but Qin Pingan could not open them or even touch them. But that letter was only opened by Qin Pingan after many years. "It's not just me who was locked in the attic to study, it's not just you who was lonely in Clay Bottle Alley. In fact, all children on their way to growing up try their best to open their eyes wide and look at the unfamiliar world outside. Perhaps they will gradually become familiar with it, or perhaps they will forever be unfamiliar with it. Qin Pingan, you've been looking at it for too long and too carefully, so it's inevitable that you'll be mentally tired without realizing it. Why don't you think about it? How many years have you slept soundly and how many sweet dreams have you had? It's time to look at yourself and make your life easier. It's not enough to just recognize your own heart. How can you let a child carry a big wicker basket and go up the mountain to pick herbs with all the good principles in the world? How can a scholar like me, who tirelessly pursues the principles of the sages and the beauty of the world, be something that makes me feel deeply tired? Qin Pingan, you're still young. How many times do you want to be a mad scholar in this lifetime? And you must do it early. While you're still young, you have to say a few arrogant words to this world, leave a few harsh words, and do a few magnificent deeds that you don't have to deliberately hide. Moreover, when you talk and do things, when you punch your sword, you have to hold your head high, be high-spirited, and be insufferably arrogant. When you study, you have to learn from Qi Jingchen. When you fight, you have to learn from both sides. You have to persist in being kind to this world and learn to be kind to yourself. You have to let the children who follow behind you not only learn to be kind to others and get along well with this world, but also let them truly understand that being a good person, in addition to your own peace of mind, will also bring about real good karma. This is the true path that you should take. This is the real first dream of the 3 dreams. Therefore, the previous 3 dreams were to let you comprehend the word false in the real dream. This dream is to let you seek the word true in the fake dream. It is to let you see the truth in the dream. It's not enough to recognize the truth of yourself, you have to recognize the truth of the world. After that, there are still 2 more dreams. Continue to decipher them. Senior brother has already done his best to protect you up to this point. Just treat this as the last lesson on behalf of Master. I hope that in the future, there will be a day where the old have their own end, the strong have their own uses, and the young have their own strengths. Junior brother, please take a look at the world for senior brother. Chui Dong's thoughts today, even if there are echoes 100 or 1,000 years later, Chui Dong will have a clear conscience and no regrets. Chui Dong's lineage of the literary sage is not very good. With you, Qin Pingan is very good. It can't be better. Practice your sword well. Qi Jingchuan's thoughts are still not enough. An 11th level martial artist is nothing. Senior brother hopes that junior brother will one day. The last disciple of the literary sage's lineage is already a 15th level sword cultivator. Qin Pingan took a deep breath. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Waking up was like a dream and seeking the truth in a dream. No wonder that not long after leaving the Fortune Cave on Luhua Island, there would be a Tsai ferry that happened to pass by, and it would first go to drive the mountain instead of fuming sect, and then it was sure that Qin Pingan would first go to Yugui sect's Jiang Shangjin, and eventually come to Taiping Mountain. Whether Jiang Shangjin pointed it out or not, Shui Dong felt that Qin Pingan could think of a sentence. Taiping Mountain, I will cultivate the truth. Of course, the premise was that Qin Pingan was not too stupid. After all, on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Shui Dong had personally deciphered the word Qinglang for Qin Pingan, which itself was a kind of reminder. Probably in Xiuhu's eyes he already cheated, so if Qin Pingan was still confused when he arrived at Taiping Mountain, he would probably be really stupid. But why did he miss it again? Qin Pingan seemed to be asleep, but he was not. His mind was immersed in the 10th level, and the people and scenery in his mind became a gorgeous painting that changed from a simple sketch to a colorful painting. His hometown town, the Aquarius continent, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Tongya continent, and the North continent. In the early spring when the world was peaceful, the martial arts fate of the two connected worlds gathered at Taiping Mountain of the Tongya continent. Dressed in a green robe, Qin Pingan flew away like a rainbow, and the martial arts fate gathered on his body. He threw a punch at an immortal. Jiang Shangjin watched for a while and really admired his master's shamelessness. His previous posture clearly showed that he was going to kill an immortal with 2 or 3 punches, but when the two sides really fought, his martial arts fate was about to come to an end in front of everyone, and he still pretended that he was a warrior at the peak of the mountain realm who was the strongest in the far-wandering realm. It turned out that he wanted that immortal to help him stabilize his realm. Was that Han Yushu really stupid or what? Did he really get addicted to beating people up? The spells were really gorgeous and the mystical powers were really spectacular. Especially the talisman path, it was even more mysterious and had reached the peak. No wonder there were so many people sucking up to you in the Tongya continent now, saying that you were the #1 talisman after Yu Xian. You didn't really believe it, did you? After all, this saying was already set in stone. Jiang Shangjin was the one who created it and then accidentally spread it. That immortal Han probably rarely fought to his heart's content, and his opponent was tough enough. Oh, Jiang Shangjin had underestimated immortal Han. So he was secretly setting up a small world. Han Jianshu looked into the distance, making her very anxious. She was just about to secretly send a message to her father, but that person was extremely scheming and sinister. Other than being a martial grandmaster who had just revealed his identity, he was also a Taoist immortal who was also proficient in talisman formations. She could not rely too much on her family's 3 mountains mystic tome formation. But before she could send the message, a blood bead seeped out from Han Jianshu's forehead, and a willow leaf hung between her eyebrows. Jiang Shangjin grumbled, Sister Jiang Shu is really heartless. Did you forget about Brother Jiang who picked up your embroidered shoe? Out of kindness, I returned your embroidered shoes with both hands. Instead, you were angry and embarrassed. You didn't even allow me to explain. But when there was no one around, you shattered my robe. Sister Jiang Shu, do you know how many pots of wine I drank after I returned to the Tongyi sect? But every time I opened the clay seal of the wine pot, the fragrance. It's you? Shut up, you bastard. Han Jianshu's eyes widened. I've sent people to investigate. All the techniques you used at that time were indeed secret techniques that only the direct disciples of the Tongyi sect can pass down. At this point, Han Jianshu also knew that she had said a lot of nonsense. She bit her lips so hard that she did not even notice that blood was seeping out. She only said hatefully, Jiang Shangjin. Jiang Shangjin. Jiang Shangjin's eyes were even more bitter than hers. You kept saying that you would recognize me even if I turned into ashes. But in the end, you pretty sister's words can't be trusted. The scholar Yang Pu did not know whether to listen or not to listen to such secret affairs of the palace, so he could only continue drinking. Jiang Shangjin held the wine pot with one hand and covered his face with the other. Master, you've gone too far. A figure was seen falling down in a straight line, crashing into the ground 1,000 feet away from the mountain gate, creating a sizable pit. Jiang Shangjin hurriedly looked at the flying dust and asked worriedly, Fellow Taoist, are you hurt? The man in the green robe jumped up and shook off the dust with his fist. It's hard to deal with. Han Jianshu's face was pale, but a willow leaf had been nailed into her forehead, so she could not speak. In the sky, a person was hovering, holding a dark purple wine gourd in one hand. He breathed out gently. It was the immortal's supreme technique of the true Samadhi fire. The golden flame covered the sky and the sun, like a waterfall, poured down toward the man in the green robe. The master of the Wanyao sect, Immortal Han Yushu, looked at the mountain gate of Taiping Mountain and sneered. Master Jiang, are you playing a monkey with your friend? Putting aside the fact that he has just ascended to the 9th tier, he is still able to break my array with just 3,600 talismans. Great sect leader Jiang, this friend of yours is truly incredible. He is young and promising. May I ask which Taoist expert of the Central Plains Divine Continent is he? Is he the disciple of the talisman Yu Xian? Jiang Shangzhen put down the wine pot and stood up slowly. He smiled mischievously. If it weren't for the fact that you almost became my father-in-law, the ancestral hall of the Wanyao sect in the blessed land of the Three Mountains would be burning incense and praying to the ancestors. I've tolerated you for a long time. Do you really think that we're on equal footing after I fell from the Ascendant Realm to the Immortal Realm? That Academy disciple sitting on the steps subconsciously wanted to drink again, only to find that the flagon was empty. Yang Pu stood up with the old Master Jiang. Anyway, he felt that there was nothing to drink to get over the shock. What he had seen and heard today had filled him with good wine and intoxicated him. It was no worse than reading the sage's books and understanding the meaning. It seemed that he could try to drink more when he returned to the academy. Of course, the premise was that he, who was not even a sage, let alone an earth immortal, could return to the Dafu Academy alive in this fight between the immortals. Han Yushu was just about to ask Jiang Shangzhen to release Han Jianshu when he frowned slightly and shifted his gaze. He saw the green-robed man standing there unscathed, holding a flickering spark between his fingers. He raised his head and looked at Han Yushu. He actually threw the true Samadhi fire into his mouth and swallowed it. Then he shook his wrist and said with a smile, "Both times I was so close to being killed by Immortal Han." Jiang Shangzhen was immediately anxious. He stomped his feet and said, "Good man, how can you be so honest?" Han Yushu was still hanging high in the sky, ignoring the two people on the ground. The master of the Immortal Realm's sleeves fluttered in the wind, looking ethereal and ethereal. Han Yushu was actually shocked. How could he be so difficult to deal with? Could it be that he really had to use those trump cards? Was it worth it just for a Taiping mountain that was already difficult to get? Jiang Shangzhen, who liked to hold grudges and was the most vengeful, was already troublesome enough. Now there was also a strange martial arts man? A direct disciple of an elder ancestor that was cultivated by a big sect in the Central Plains? People who cultivated both skills and martial arts were rare. Because they took a shortcut in cultivation, those who could be called masters were even rarer. It was especially difficult to advance from the golden body realm to the earth-shattering realm. Once one took this path and was greedy, he would be suppressed by the great Tao. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Therefore, Han Yushu was not only wary of the other person's martial arts and talisman methods, but also worried about the other person's background. That person seemed to have seen through Han Yushu's thoughts and went straight to the point. "You don't have to worry about me having any backing. I am Chao Mo, a second-class guest of the Jade Medallion sect. Immortal Tsong Li, who oversees the Rain Dragon sect, Sword Immortal Su Jun and Colorful Clothes Fairy Manager Huang Lin can all testify for me." Han Yushu sneered. "Is it fun to talk nonsense all day long? Young man, do you really think you won't die?" The immortal shook his head. "Those who have the right to speak for Taiping Mountain are women who can only return to the Tongyi continent after 100 years at most. As for you, who do you think you are?" Jiang Shangzhen sighed. Great, they were really going to fight. This time he could not stop them. Of course, Jiang Shangzhen did not think of stopping them. As the future chief consecrator of Luopa Mountain, how could he help an outsider? Chen Pingan looked at the immortal cultivator from the Tri-Mountain Talisman lineage. He pulled out the white jade hairpin that hid the children and kept it in one of his natal acupoints to prevent a fight to the death. If he did not stop in time, the small world would shake and the children would not be able to practice swordsmanship in peace. Therefore, when the hairpin was removed, Chen Pingan's hair was instantly disheveled. Then he reached over his shoulder and gently grabbed his hair with both hands. He tied his hair with a golden ring formed from condensed qi. His knees were slightly bent and his body instantly bent a little. Fist intent flowed through his entire body. With one hand behind his back, the other took out a talisman. His movements were smooth and smooth. Finally he laughed. "I like immortals like you who are made of paper and have a hard head." "750, Paper Celestial? How magnanimous of him to not respect an Celestial." Han Yushu ignored the raging aura at the entrance of the mountain. He only felt that the young man's words were indeed refreshing. He was indeed a proud direct disciple from a major sect of the Central Plains. His words were humorous and his tone was not small. In short, after his kind advice, the arrogant young man still did not know what was good for him. Other than Taiping Mountain from the Baek Okekyung building, Han Yushu knew about the Divine Grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent, Chao Rong, one of the direct disciples of the third chief of the Baek Okekyung building, Lu Qin, who cultivated on the mountain of the old White Frost dynasty, and Xie Shi, the Taoism heavenly monarch of the North Continent, especially immortal fire dragon's crouching peak. Jiang Shangjin became more anxious and spoke quickly. Good man, did you drink too much? What the hell is paper celestial? Master Han's talisman Abijna is the best in the Tong Yi continent. There's a saying that the Hao Ran talisman is the second best. You can't underestimate him. Especially Master Han's authentic Three Mountains secret tome. It's very strict. It's not any weaker than the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Five Thunder technique. He's especially proficient in the water and earth talismans. It's even more unpredictable. Not to mention the Phoenix descending celestial technique, it's a masterpiece. Han Yushu allowed the talkative Jiang Shangjin to reveal his background. He allowed the young man, who seemed to be moved, to listen to Jiang Shangjin's revelation. Han Yushu did not care. His daughter, Han Jiangshu, glared at him and said angrily, Jiang Shangjin, do you still follow the rules of the mountain? Jiang Shangjin stopped talking and turned to smile at her. Of course I do. If I don't, will Sister Jiangshu still have feelings for me? Han Yushu waved his sleeve casually, indicating that his daughter did not need to be angry. Jiang Shangjin of the Jade Gui sect was this kind of glib-tongued person. This immortal's sleeve, at the same time, had shattered the talisman that the young man had previously hidden in the nearby mountains and rivers. Trying to play this formation trick in front of me, Han Yushu, is really trying to play the Drum Thunder Gate. It's extremely laughable. Of course, Han Yushu was indeed wary of the former lord of the Jade Tablet sect. He was even more wary of Jiang Shangjin's damaged willow leaf. When Jiang Shangjin was in the unpolished Jade realm, there was a shocking saying that a willow leaf could kill immortals. This was not Jiang Shangjin boasting. He had fallen from the ascendant realm to the immortal realm. If he was not sure that Jiang Shangjin's natal flying sword was not suitable to be used, Han Yushu would only save his daughter today and immediately leave the boundary of Taiping Mountain. In any case, as long as Jiang Shangjin did not personally make a move, regardless of whether Jiang Shangjin spoke or not, regardless of whether he revealed the secrets of heaven, Han Yushu, man and Tao were all high up in the sky, hanging above the young man's head. Perhaps because Han Yushu had broken the core of the formation, the young man resentfully put away the talisman he was twirling between his fingers. Han Jianshu was somewhat pleased. Array Master? He was making a fool of himself without realizing it. Did he really think that the second talisman, Immortal Han, was a casual joke among the earth immortals of the Tongyi continent? Jiang Shangjin looked at Sister Jiangshu, whose face was full of vengeance, and his gaze became increasingly pitiful. It's only natural for a talisman to be an immortal. Another talisman immortal? I've never heard of him. Qin Pingan laughed. I've never heard of him, but I've seen him with my own eyes. He seems average, barely enough to be old immortal use boy to light the fire and pass the brush. He's passable. Han Yushu dismissed it with a laugh. Jiang Shangjin clapped his hands lightly. Even if you lose, you don't lose. You're indeed my good brother. My help in taking care of Sister Jiangshu was not in vain. However, Jiang Shangjin was slightly puzzled. Why did Qin Pingan not directly start a fight today? This did not seem like the usual style of his good mountain lord. No matter what, it was a pity that Yu Xian was still at the 14th level of the Immortal Soul 3rd level. Otherwise, Qin Pingan's sincere words would be so comforting. It was like drinking wine, refreshing and refreshing. The key point was that Qin Pingan had never seen the talisman Yu Xian before. Yet he said such heartfelt words so naturally and naturally. Jiang Shangjin felt that he could not do it or learn it. If he deliberately did it, both the speaker and the listener would feel awkward. Hence, this could be considered as Mountain Lord Chen's natural talent. Natal supernatural power? That old man Yu was really a man. After the battle between Fuyao continents by Yi and the sword-seeking sovereign, Yu Xian crossed continents alone to help. After that, for some unknown reason, he profited from the disaster and achieved the Immortal Soul 3rd level. Unexpectedly, he did not stop and return to the human world. Near the ruins of the inverted mountain, he did not hesitate to exhaust his cultivation and personally detained an Ascendant Realm demon. It was rumored that Yu Xian had secretly joked with the Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Heavenly Master that he had figured out something. The reason why his immortal chi was not complete was that he lacked a mount and was not majestic enough. However, because of this, Yu Shen's breakthrough was delayed for at least 300 years. The Academy's Yang Pu had been holding an empty wine pot and pretending to drink. Today's events were too much for the scholar to take in and he was caught off guard. Actually, Han Yushu had not been in a hurry to take down the young man from the beginning until now because he had been carefully observing the surroundings. He was worried that the young man had a higher-level guardian hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The entanglement of grievances on the mountain was the most tiring. If strangers met each other, it was best not to provoke the younger one. If it was an immortal master, it was best not to provoke the Grand Master behind them. The young man in front of him was obviously both. Han Yushu found it unbelievable that he had achieved so much at such a young age. He was not even half a century old, but not only had he received the most powerful martial arts gift right under his nose, he was also proficient in talisman. He was not simply a master of talisman. He could even trick his daughter, Han Jiangshu. It was a pity that Han Yushu did not know the details of the fight between the two, nor did he know if Jiang Shangzhen had made a move. If this person had set up an ambush in advance and set up a tactical array to lure Han Jiangshu into the small world of the mountain restriction, that would be good. But if the two met on a narrow path and fought because of a disagreement, then this young man indeed had the ability to single-handedly dominate an entire continent. And there was only one reason why Jiang Shangzhen was so calm and did not do anything, allowing the young man to confront an immortal. Jiang Shangzhen had already made a move on Jiangshu. After all, there was the suspicion of bullying. This was because Jiang Shangzhen could not be compared to Jiang Shangzhen in terms of status, state, and fighting skills. In fact, Han Yushu did not think that he could arm wrestle with Jiang Shangzhen to determine victory or defeat. Among the cultivators of Tongyi continent, Jiang Shangzhen was firmly in the first place in terms of battle achievements. And the second place was not close to Jiang Shangzhen. After weighing the pros and cons, Han Yushu was more inclined to believe that Jiang Shangzhen would make a move instead of the young man defeating Jiangshu with his own abilities. Otherwise, his daughter Jiangshu, who was a real unpolished Jade Realm cultivator, would not be so angry with Jiang Shangzhen in front of her. She had never met Jiang Shangzhen before, so there was no need for her to hate him to the core. Jiangshu had always been sensible and was good at judging the situation. Otherwise, Han Yushu would not have brought her to travel all over the place. They would build up their relationship with various celestial families on the mountain. Sometimes she would even be the go-between for the Wanyao sect. Someone once said that the woman's smile was the most powerful flying sword in the world. If it was good-looking, it would pierce the heart. If it was not good-looking, it would blind the eyes. And this person was now sitting at the mountain gate drinking wine. Yang Pu had a flash of inspiration. He looked at old Lord Jiang and the unpolished Jade Realm female cultivator who had yet to stand up. He then looked at the confrontation between Senior Qin and the immortal Han Yushu. Yang Pu still felt that something was not right. For example, the senior Mountain Lord Qin, who pulled the female cultivator's hair and flew with the wind, then invited him to drink after landing. Could it be that he accidentally exposed Jiang Shangzhen's identity in front of Han Jiangshu to set a trap for Han Yushu? Did he deliberately make the immortal think that it was old Lord Jiang who had captured Han Yushu? Yang Pu sighed. If it was as he expected, then Senior Qin was too sinister. No, he was too meticulous. Han Yushu laughed. I'll feed you a round of punches first. Then I'll let you slowly stabilize your martial arts. Take it as my last patience for an outsider. Don't do it more than 3 times. I hope you cherish your life. Qin Pingan twisted his wrist and gently waved his saber. He looked puzzled. Aren't you sure that I have a protector? Immortals can lie through their teeth. Wouldn't an Ascendant Realm cultivator spew feces all over my body? Han Yushu smiled knowingly. Han Yushu's face turned purple. That bastard's words were so vulgar. He was like a lowly cultivator. Jiang Shangzhen tried hard to hold back his laughter. He glanced at the fairy of the Wanyao sect who lived like a princess. She was really a sister Jiangshu who was not worth Qin Pingan's scheming. No wonder Qin Pingan commented that she was too lucky and talented. It did not sound good, but it was not mean at all. Jiang Shangzhen shifted his gaze and looked at Qin Pingan from afar. It was hard to imagine that this was the young man who had mistakenly entered the Lotus Blossom-blessed land. Thinking about Han Yushu and then thinking about himself, Jiang Shangzhen was even more thankful for his no discord, no concord. Qin Pingan purposely spoke the Tongyi continent's language that sounded a little jerky. It was actually quite smooth, so it only made him seem like an outsider. Only a few words in between would give him away because it was the unique rhythm of the Tongyi continent's language. It was obviously a deliberate way of saying, too much is bound to slip up. In other words, the unnecessary chat between Qin Pingan and Han Yushu had to be reasonable, and at the same time, it would give a great cultivator of the immortal realm a chance to follow the clues. Even if he did not think he was infallible, he would inevitably be suspicious. But if Han Yushu, who came from the Three Mountains blessed land, was not proficient in the Tongyi continent's language, Qin Pingan was destined to flirt with a blind man. But to Qin Pingan, it was just a matter of a few words. It did not take much effort. Facing a senior of the immortal realm who helped defeat him, this bit of etiquette was still necessary. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Chi there was nothing to do. Anyway, time passed too slowly and his thoughts were too many too fast. He could only blindly ponder every day, and there was nothing to bite off more than one could chew. So, not to mention the Tongyi continent's language, even the mellow official language of the 10 great dynasties, Qin Pingan could probably speak it more skillfully than the native people. Especially when it came to the fine details, it was incomparably accurate. When an outsider believed in a certain truth, and Qin Pingan was deliberately calculating, he would give out bits and pieces of the truth that supported this vein. Jiang Shangjun was even more impressed with his own foresight and unique insight. He was willing to bet on Luapa Mountain early. He only spent some immortal money and got a registered consecrator. Next, he would fight hard for the chief consecrator. That Han Yushu was worried that new problems would arise, and was unwilling to continue to waste time with the young man. Otherwise, if there were people who came to join in the fun, they would take advantage of the situation and act obediently to Jiang Shangjun. Most likely, they would use some reason like the difference in cultivation level, and the sovereign was an elder to smooth things over and stop him from teaching a junior who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Han Yushu did not waste any more words with the young man. He lightly patted the gourd with a purple luster on his waist. The momentum was not as great as before, but a wisp of true samadhi fire swept out from the gourd like a slender fire snake. It only shook its head and wagged its tail. In the blink of an eye, a flame rope that was more than 1,000 feet long appeared in the sky and swept towards the young man in green. The flame rope drew an arc in the air, as if there was a god who had yet to appear holding a whip, beating the mountains and rivers from the sky. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and grasped the narrow saber that was stuck diagonally in the ground. He bent his knees slightly and stomped on the ground. Dust flew up, and in the next moment he appeared a few miles away from the mountain gate. Purely with the wandering posture of a martial artist, he displayed the supernatural power of a land immortal. The slender figure in green paused for a moment, and the saber slashed at the flame rope that was coming at him fiercely. Han Yushu saw this scene and his eyes were cold. He shook his head slightly. Jiang Shu actually lost to such a boorish man. If the news were to spread, it would be a huge joke. Han Yushu and the Wanyao sect could not afford to lose face. The slashing blade of a narrow saber did not land on the fire snake rope at all. As the saber slashed through the air, the fire rope instantly wrapped around Qin Pingan's arm like a long snake coiling around it. The true samadhi fire suddenly shrunk to 100 feet, binding Qin Pingan's entire arm that was holding the saber. In the next moment, Han Yushu's mind moved slightly and a fire dragon appeared. Using a Qi refinement warrior's longevity bridge as the path, the aura of various abodes of caves was like the forest and the vegetation. Wherever it passed, everything would be incinerated by the fire dragon. Han Jianshu's eyes were shining. His father's move was obviously using the purest true samadhi fire from the ancient gourd. In the small cave of the gourd there was a universe inside. Generations of grandmasters of the Wanyao sect had used rare treasures such as dragon saliva to fuel the fire. The raging fire had been spreading for thousands of years. During this period, there were many treasures that were used to refine wood-type spiritual weapons. The true fire of this grade and the ancient gourd that contained a world of its own could only nurture 3 balls of pure true fire the size of a lamp wick. It was impossible for offensive treasures to destroy it. Even the natal flying sword of a sword immortal at the level of jade could not break this spell. In addition to being indestructible and extremely difficult to deal with, this spell was not exclusive to talisman. Its greatest mystery was that it could quickly bind a cultivator's 3 souls and 7 spirits. It used the aura of heaven and earth that the cultivator had painstakingly accumulated as firewood to burn. The more unstable the cultivator's Taoist heart was, the more fuel would be added to the fire. A little carelessness could cause the bridge of 1,000 feet to collapse like an ant, and the fire of a star to burn the sky. The small world of the Qi cultivator would be in a pitiful state of burning everything into ashes in a blink of an eye. The more he struggled, the faster he would seek death. In short, Han Yushu could kill any Qi cultivator who was one level below the immortal Han Yushu, who had yet to cultivate a Taoist's pure essence, or who was not an eminent monk who possessed Buddhism's supernatural powers. Han Yushu could use this technique to kill his enemy. At the same time, Han Jianshu took out a dark green Dharma saber. It pierced through the air, dragging a trail of fireflies, and went straight for the young man's head. It was like an executioner who was going to behead him. The Dharma saber Green Cloud was obtained by the founding master of the Wanyao sect. It was a genuine half-immortal weapon. If it was not for the fact that it was damaged and could not be refined into a natal item, it would be a well-deserved treasure of immortal weapons. Its sharpness could even make a military school's sweet dew armor look like a piece of white paper. It was Han Yushu's mid-refinement item. Although it was not a natal item, its sharpness was unparalleled and could be used as a sword, immortal's flying sword. There was a dragon-slaying platform the size of a book box in the blessed land of the Three Mountains. In the history of the Wanyao sect, Han Yushu had used this Dharma saber to cut it in half several times. Other than being watched by the willow leaf between Han Jianshu's eyebrows, which prevented him from communicating with his father telepathically, there were no other taboos. Jiang Shangzhen's attacks were very measured and did not go too far. Hence, Han Jianshu could see the situation of the battle very clearly. Previously, when the true Samadhi fire in the gourd appeared for the first time, the fire seemed to be like a flood bursting through a dam. However, it was only his father's trick to make the opponent lower their guard. After that, he took out a true flame lamp and used the Dharma saber Green Cloud to behead the opponent. This was the true style of an immortal who ended the battle quickly and defeated the opponent in 2 moves. Han Yushu made a gesture with one hand and pointed his finger. A small talisman restriction world appeared around the young man. Jiang Shangzhen nodded his head and praised, "Clean and efficient, receiving the Big Dipper to death." The ingenuity lies in the phrase, "A heart without a mouth is a formation, a talisman without paper is true." As expected of the second talisman. I am fortunate to be a cultivator of the Tong Yi continent with Master Han. I share in the glory. The stars in life each have their own value. Heaven gave birth to me and I, Qinan, am here. Han Yushu's talisman formation spell was able to receive the starlight and use it for his own use. This rare supernatural power, compared to the likes of drinking dew and praying to the moon to refine one's form, was relatively rare. The lesser the inheritance, the lesser the number of times it appeared in the world. It was easier for Qi cultivators to dominate the world with one move. Han Jianshu, whose face was still stained with blood and dirt, had a slight smile on her face. However, her expression immediately froze. She saw the young man standing on a mountain peak in the distance. He seemed to be holding a saber in one hand and his other arm was raised high. He was actually holding the sharp blade of the dark green Dharma saber with his palm. His other arm was flowing with golden light. A fire snake manifested from the true Samadhi fire not only mysteriously withdrew from the small human body world, but also seemed to be entangled by a golden Jiao dragon. The young man smiled and said, "Taoism's meditative forgetting is to give up on one's heart. To study Zen and Buddhism, one must first be willing to die. The so-called willingness to die is nothing more than a decision. I, a mere land immortal, dare to arm wrestle with an immortal. Naturally, I am someone who is willing to die." Chen Pingan turned to look at the mountain gate of Mount Taiping. He pretended to be enlightened and said, "I understand now. Your father is indeed a senior immortal. He has the demeanor of a master. When sparring with a junior, he likes to give 2 or 3 moves first. Otherwise, if he shows off such a small trick in front of me, Sister Jianshu, shouldn't you laugh again?" Chen Pingan lightly stomped on the ground. His fists unexpectedly flew out and collided with the talisman restriction spell that covered the sky like a small world. The 7 stars that seemed to be embedded in the sky for eternity were like 7 flickering oil lamps. They were on the verge of collapse in the tide of fists. They were flickering and no longer had the mysterious phenomenon of changing mountains and rivers. Han Yushu was actually quite surprised. Not only was she surprised that this person could easily break the formation, she was even more surprised that the young man's bamboo Dharma robe was undamaged. Under the green immortal mountain's bamboo Taoist robe, the other party seemed to be wearing a heavenly immortal Taoist robe filled with Tao intent. It was highly possible that it was a Taoist robe with the rank of a half-immortal weapon. The outer bamboo robe was a camouflage. These people who came from the great immortal families of the Central Plains were really full of tricks. The true Samadhi fire, the Taoist saber green cloud, and the talisman restriction spell. When these three moves were used together, an ordinary cultivator in the pure jade realm would be greatly injured. Of course, Han Yushu could control his moves freely. He would not really kill the young man. Han Yushu had always wanted to investigate the other party's family background and sect's Taoist meridians. For example, he could force the other party to use some kind of Tao technique or supernatural power embedded in the Taoist robe. If the Taoist robe hidden under the bamboo robe was of a higher rank than expected, he could find a chance to stop. It was not easy to cultivate and climb the mountain. However, it was not easy to find a way out. Han Yushu was not a reckless person. The Wanyao sect was located in the blessed land of the three mountains and had been isolated from the world for thousands of years. They had painstakingly accumulated a strong foundation and had a long-term plan. Since they had decided to move the Ancestral Hall's deity tablet out of the blessed land to the Tongyi continent, there was no need to provoke a major Taoist sect in the Central Plains. This was because Han Yushu was determined to take the Wanyao sect under his control and gradually grow it into a powerful sect like the Tongyi sect and the Yugui sect in the past. Currently, the Confucian temple in the Central Plains strictly forbade cultivators from killing each other on the mountain peak. Once discovered, as long as the human world was affected, the Confucian temple would not hesitate to send 2 upper 5 realms cultivators to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains to be punished 50 times each before making a decision. Therefore, the number of upper 5 realms cultivators who were treated as guests but were actually under house arrest in the meritorious forest could be counted on 2 hands. If they dared not to apologize, there would be an ascendant realm cultivator from each continent who was not a sage of the Confucian temple who was responsible for inviting them to the meritorious forest to reflect on their mistakes. If they dared to retaliate, they would be beaten and killed on the spot. In the meritorious forest where the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple, Old Master Dong, personally received guests, it was rumored that many old friends from different continents had reunited and had similar conversations. "You're here too. I'm not lonely anymore. What a coincidence. Let's drink." Among these people, there was a sage of the Confucian school, Zhou, the mountain elder of the Old Fish Duck Academy. Han Yushu had an idea. It seemed like he had to be more ruthless in this fight and hit harder. He could not be particular about stopping when it was appropriate. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed together with his daughter, Jiangshu. One was an immortal and the other was Yu Pu. It would be difficult for him to pick up his dignity on Mount Taiping. Han Yushu had a thought and took the initiative to remove the last bit of light from the talisman's formation. He smiled and asked, "Looking at your martial arts fate, you're currently in the far travel realm, or should I say the peak realm? Since you're the strongest, you must be very confident in your fist techniques?" Jiang Shangjin chuckled and said, "Sister Jiangshu, did you see that? Learn from your father in the future. A true hero is someone who can take things and let them go." Han Jiangshu's face darkened. On the battlefield, Qin Pingan had a playful expression. He held his saber in his right hand and said with a smile, "Make a guess?" Not to mention Han Yushu, even Jiang Shangjin, who knew him well, would not know the reason. Qin Pingan purposely spoke a few more words with Han Yushu. It was not just to make things difficult for Qin Pingan in terms of words. It was because he had no choice but to divert his attention so that he could stall for time with Han Yushu. It turned out that when Qin Pingan entered the martial way's 10th realm as the strongest 9th realm, he realized that the gift of martial arts fate was split into 2. One was real and the other was fake. Compared to the past breakthroughs, martial artists only collected the martial arts fate of the world. It was a completely different world. It was no wonder that Qin Pingan felt that there was not enough martial arts fate. As for Qin Pingan, he had no choice but to immerse himself in it. It was as if he was dragged into an illusory world. Finally, he arrived at the peak of a mountain. The martial arts fate of the world was as thick as water. Qin Pingan was in it. It was as if he was walking in the river of time for the first time. There were 11 positions at the peak of the mountain, and it just happened to be able to accommodate 11 people standing in a circle. Merely in terms of seats, there was no difference in height, and it was even to the extent that Qin Pingan was unable to distinguish the cultivation realm of every single martial artist. The martial way's 10 realms. In the past 10,000 years, the person who stood at the top of each realm was the only one in each realm. Not every strongest person in the world could stay here and wait for the next generation of martial artists to take their place. However, as long as a person had the words strongest in multiple realms, it was enough to be unprecedented. Then he could occupy multiple seats. For example, the same person dressed in white stood in 4 different positions. He occupied 4 seats alone. He was the martial artist Chao Ci of different ages and realms. In addition, Qin Pingan recognized Pei Bei. However, this female martial god only had one seat. A man dressed in a bright red robe with loose hair. It was Qin Pingan himself. Qin Pingan of the 10th realm met with Qin Pingan of the 9th realm. That feeling was extremely strange. What made Qin Pingan feel even more complicated was that among the 11 seats, there was a young charcoal girl with her arms crossed and her eyes wide open. He did not know what she was thinking or looking at. Other than Qin Pingan, who had come to the peak of the mountain, everyone else, be it Pei Bei or Chao Ci, was just an illusion at the peak of the mountain. Qin Pingan walked in front of the charcoal girl and subconsciously bent down slightly. He raised his hand and was about to knock her chestnut with a smile. As the first disciple of Luapa Mountain, why was she in a daze when she saw her master? However, Qin Pingan raised his hand and put it down again. As her master, he was reluctant. Even if this disciple was not here, practicing martial arts was actually very difficult. Qin Pingan was experienced and knew the bitterness of it the best. Qin Pingan began to look around. He did not know what mysteries there would be in this place. He could not leave, and his mind could not leave this place for the time being. With nothing to do, Qin Pingan could only guess whether the 11th realm martial artist was Pei Bei or someone else other than him, Chao Ci and Pei Qian. In any case, there were only 4 people left. A voice echoed between heaven and earth. Why did you ascend the mountain? Qin Pingan thought for a moment and answered from the bottom of his heart, when you punch out, martial artists of the same generation will only feel that the heavens are above. The owner of the voice did not seem satisfied with this answer. Not enough. Answer again. Outside the world of the mountain peak, Han Yushu really did not care about the demeanor of a senior. Even Jiang Shangjin restrained his expression and watched the battle in silence. Han Yushu, who kept his magical blade and the green glow returned to his sleeves, another ancient item appeared beside him. It was the Taoist ritual item Yunao, known as Yundan in ancient times. According to legend, it was an item used by ancient gods to travel through clouds. It was a tall wooden frame, much larger than the Yunao of the later generations. The wooden frame was made from a 10,000-year-old pine tree. Immortal Han Yushu's Yin spirit was out of his body, his white robe fluttering. It was actually another ancient robe. Yin spirit Han Yushu stood in front of the Yunao, holding a small mallet in his hand. The ancient seal engraved the words, personally made by Lady Yuan. It was a treasure left behind from the ancient secret realm. Yin spirit Han Yushu stepped on the white clouds and used the mallet to lightly strike the drum. Together with the incantation, the two were extremely rhythmic, both ancient and boundless. The Yunao of the Yunlin, the descent of a true immortal, the scene of candlelight, the fragrance of the spiritual wind, the music of the heavens. As he spoke, a woman who was faintly discernible in the sea of clouds opened her golden eyes. She walked to the side of the Yundan and extended her finger, following the mallet. Her finger lightly tapped on the surface of the Yundan drum, as if she was singing along with Han Yushu. Within the boundary of Taiping Mountain, clouds and mist rose everywhere, like a paradise on earth. In the white clouds, the sea of clouds surged and the waves of snow rolled. As for Han Yushu's real body, he opened his mouth and lightly breathed. The immortal boasted that the clouds were alive. From one of his natal Qi residences, a green talisman with pure water fate swept out. Han Jianshu's expression changed drastically. Was his father determined to kill this person? Otherwise, why would he use this talisman? This was one of the 6 secret talismans of the 3 mountains blessed land. Although this talisman was passed down in an orderly manner in the Wanyao sect, only one person in each generation of cultivators would possess it. Even if others secretly flipped through the secret manual and learned the cultivation formula, they would still be unable to cultivate this talisman. The true beauty of the talisman Tao was that the secret manual of the elixir scripture was used to refine the small world of the human body. This was the true peak. Otherwise, the talisman in one's hand, no matter how powerful the technique was or how powerful it was, it would still be an external object for the cultivator. It needed to be carved on the cliff. The true meaning of cultivating the talisman was to merge it with a golden core or nascent soul Yin spirit. This was a saying in the Immortal's Void Walk. The 5 mountains are all bones, the 3 mountains are like a single piece. Leaping into the clouds, opening the lock of the heavenly gate, from a bird's eye view, one could comprehend the truth. As for the Wanyao sect's sovereign Han Yushu, in order to successfully cultivate this spitting river talisman, other than having the original treasure manual, he also needed to continuously strengthen it. This was not a good thing that could be done once and for all. Every 60 years, he needed to collect a bucket of water from the winter solstice, the rivers and seas of the Jianghu, not lacking the slightest bit of water. In the natal Qi palace of the talisman, he once again engraved the 4 words Rain Master's Edict. On the summer solstice he would take out the water on the summer solstice. With the help of the scorching sun, he would gather a lightning formation in his left hand and write the water dragon and thunder script in his palm. With his right hand he would form the 5 dragons awakening formula and burn the great river flowing talisman. After drinking a bucket of water, the talisman would be filled with water. Finally, in the small world of the human body, a well would be continuously dug deeper. It would be able to interact with the waters of the 5 lakes and 4 seas and the 9 rivers and 8 rivers. When the cultivator holding the talisman faced an enemy, he would only need to silently recite the incantation and chant the incantation. Immediately, the heavens and earth would change, like the surging waters of the great river-flowing talisman, gushing out water for thousands of miles. Jiang Shangzhen sighed, "This talisman's water spell can move the seas, move the lakes and move the rivers. A mouthful of saliva can drown a person to death. The ancients did not lie to me." Han Jianshu's expression changed again. He saw that his father really had the intention to kill. He took out another ancestral mountain talisman that only the sovereign could refine. Han Yushu used the sword incantation to write the 2 words Great Mountain. He divided his attention and pinched a handful of soil in his natal Qi palace. Then, following the incantation, he scattered it, forming a great mountain. There were many types of talismans in the world. Almost half of the talisman's cultivators knew about this talisman. However, how could it compare to the talisman used to move Great Mountain? In today's vast world, it was estimated that only the old almanacs of those big sects would have records of Great Mountain. Moreover, other than the ancient clans of the Aquarius continent like the Yunlin Jiang clan, most of the books and secret records were destined to be vague and unclear about the true origin of this mountain. The mountain hung upside down with its peak facing downwards. Together with the flowing river that was hovering in the air and hadn't fallen to the ground, it formed a landscape that was interconnected. The sea of clouds on the ground was set off by the mountain and river in the sky, as if it was high up in the sky. Han Yushu looked down and sneered, "Is it that you Pu are an immortal? The great heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth merging together, we will know once we try." He really did not believe that a random youngster would be able to reach the same level as him in less than 50 years of age. Once he decided to attack with all his might, Han Yushu no longer had any distracting thoughts other than creating a majestic restriction with power equal to the heavenly tribulation of Yu Pu. Han Yushu's real body took out a golden talisman paper with 5 mountains drawn on it from his sleeve, using the sword incantation to write the 2 words 5 mountains. The talisman paper itself only lacked the 2 words talisman. He had already used the 5-colored soil of the mountains to refine it into talisman ink. Han Yushu threw the talisman paper into the sky. The 5 mountains hung upside down, like 5 natal flying swords. The sword tips pointed directly at the formation cage on the ground that trapped the youngster. Han Jianshu first saw that the youngster was imprisoned in the heaven and earth, then saw that her father had taken out the talisman. She wanted to get up, but she did not expect that Jiang Shangzhen was simply unreasonable and did not know the severity of the situation at all. A section of willow leaf once again pierced into her forehead, deeper than before, causing Han Jianshu to fall to the ground in pain, her spirit trembling incessantly. The flying swords of sword cultivators were so unreasonable. Even if there was only a little bit of sword chi and sword will remaining, it was still the most harmful to the cultivators heaven and earth. Han Jianshu said angrily, "Jiang Shangzhen, I advise you to stop while you are ahead, don't push your luck." Jiang Shangzhen blinked his eyes, his face full of embarrassment. He held the wine pot between his fingers and swayed it gently, feeling wronged. "Push my luck? Sister Jianshu, are you looking down on my little brother?" Han Jianshu did not understand. Yang Pu was even more confused. Old Lord Jiang's words were full of wit. Han Yushu turned to look at the mountain gate and asked with a smile, "Lord Jiang, can you let my daughter go?" Jiang Shangzhen shook his sleeves and took out a stack of talisman paper. He dipped it in his saliva and took out a golden talisman paper. He raised it up high and smiled at Han Yushu. "For you?" It was a talisman paper that was only missing the 5 mountains eye talisman. Han Yushu shook his head and smiled. "Forget it, the Wanyao sect does not lack this talisman." Jiang Shangzhen said, "I am a sword cultivator, writing the 5 mountains is more valuable than your talisman. You really don't want it? I don't lack money but the Wanyao sect and Lord Han do. What's more, Sect Master Han, You are really old and your vision is blurry. Previously, I had clearly said that you almost became my father-in-law. Based on my reputation on the mountain for being devoted to love, have you not thought about why I would take the trouble to come and see Sister Jiangshu? Han Jianshu was ashamed and angry. Han Yushu frowned slightly. Could it be that it was not Jiang Shangzhen's glib tongue, but that there really was an old incident that happened in the blessed land of the three mountains? Why did Jiangshu not mention it? Han Yushu suddenly laughed involuntarily. In his early years, he had heard a direct disciple mention that Jiangshu had indeed chased after a certain child of wealth, for no reason. However, at that time, the spy of the Wanyao sect had confirmed that the person was indeed the direct disciple of the Tongyi sect. Therefore Han Yushu did not intend to pursue the matter. At that time the Tongyi sect was like the sun in the sky. Ancestor Du Mao was the only ascendant realm in the Tongyi continent. His natal item, the sword-swallowing boat, could naturally suppress sword cultivators. Han Yushu retracted his gaze. In short, it was another messy account. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as it was Jiang Shangzhen, it would be so troublesome. Fortunately, the current Jade Gui sect's leader was Wei Ying. Han Jianshu was silent for a moment. He could not help but ask, "Old thief Jiang, why do you have this talisman?" Jiang Shangzhen rolled his eyes and said, "Rich people are handsome, loyal and not romantic. Who are you talking about?" Jiang Shangzhen turned to ask the Confucian scholar from the academy, "Brother Yang, you are a gentleman. Tell me." Yang Pu felt uneasy and said softly, "Is it Lord Jiang?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and handed the golden talisman to Yang Pu. "This is for Brother Yang. The gift is small but the thought behind it counts. Don't mind. If you do, I will give you a few more." Yang Pu quickly shook his head and said, "Lord Jiang, please give me a pot of wine." Yang Pu also felt that it was a bit too much to keep holding an empty pot and pretending to drink wine. Other than the two conscientious earth immortals who were guarding the door, the rest were either Yu Pu immortals or sect leaders. Yang Pu really could not keep up the act. Jiang Shangzhen took out a pot of wine and lightly patted the talisman on the pot. He threw it to Yang Pu. "Finish it first, then return the pot and the talisman to me." Yang Pu caught the wine pot helplessly. Han Jianshu sneered, "Lord Jiang is really rich and knows how to buy people's hearts." She was not a bookworm with a low level of cultivation. She knew the value of a Five Mountains talisman. In the world, water talismans, even Han Yushu's first-class secret talisman, the Spitting River talisman, could be used to draw water from anywhere as long as the quality was not strict. However, this Five Mountains talisman had extremely high requirements for the quality of the soil. This was because it was not an ordinary country's 5 mountains, but 5 ancient mountains including Mount Tai. Later generations of talisman cultivators either did not know what Mount Tai was or knew of Mount Sui, one of the ancient 5 mountains. How many cultivators could ask for a handful of soil? The real trouble was not even the Mount Zhongnan that was covered by clouds and fog. This mountain was an illusory mountain. It was even harder to see its real body than seeing a mirage and then divining. It was even more troublesome than Mount Sui and Mount Zhongnan. One of the 5 mountains, Dong Mountain, had disappeared without a trace for more than 100 years. It was as if it had disappeared from the world. This made it impossible for the Great 5 Mountains talisman to be successfully refined in the world. Therefore, every 5 Mountains talisman in the world, as long as it was involved in business, would be sold at a high price. It was said that only a few talisman families, including Yu Xian, and one of the Lu family's 16 talisman storehouses in the White Jade continent still had some left. It was estimated that there were at most 30 of them. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The Great 5 Mountains talisman was becoming increasingly difficult to find. On the mountain peak, the price of this talisman had increased several times in the past 100 years. Now the price had reached the level of 1 talisman for 10 grain rain, which was shocking. After all, every time a cultivator used a talisman, there would be 1 less talisman in the world. With such a sky-high price, there were still cultivators who bought it. Naturally, it was not because they thought it was too expensive, but because the true value of this talisman lay in the great cultivators on the mountain peak who cultivated the earth method. They hoped to be able to deduce clues about Mount Tai, Mount Zhongnan, and Dong Mountain. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly murmured, "Strange." Imprisoned in an immortal's talisman restriction, Qin Pingan leaned on his saber with both hands. He thought of 7 or 8 ways to deal with it. In the end, he chose a less cautious and unaccustomed solution. After cultivating for many years, he had worked hard to save money. There was no wine that he could not afford. There was no sword that he could not hand over. Chen Pingan let go of the saber hilt and suddenly shook his sleeves. The yellow paper talisman surged out like two rivers. It did not try to break through the formation restriction, nor did it go to the sky to resist the pressure of the mountains. Thousands of talismans swept across the ground and finally suddenly stopped. With Chen Pingan as the center, they formed a large circle that encompassed several miles. At the same time he quietly took out a natal flying sword, the moon in the well. The sword split into thousands of swords and added a finishing touch to the talisman. Chen Pingan's back was facing Mount Tai. He said softly, "Raise the sword." A bright sword beam rose from the ground, smashing the sea of clouds and a talisman Mount Tai. The sword beam chi rushed into the clouds and reached the sky. Han Jianshu's face was pale. He said with a trembling voice, "It's really a sword immortal." Jiang Shangzhen looked up at the scene. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with it. This was because he was lucky enough to see it once in the North Continent. He was fascinated, so he had taken out a complete willow leaf back then. But today, looking at the willow leaf, Jiang Shangzhen, whose hair was slightly white, only put down the wine pot. He imitated Chen Pingan and covered his sleeves with his hands. Then he turned to look at the empty Mount Tai. On another strange mountain peak, Chen Pingan slowly paced with his hands behind his back. Finally he gave the answer again, "It's one realm higher than your fist." The world was silent. Moments later, his mind left the mountain peak. Chen Pingan picked up the chopper sword on the ground and sheathed it. Then he took a step forward and came to the sky. He smiled at Han Yushu and said, "Chen Pingan of Luapa Mountain and Wenjian of the Myriad Jade Sect." Han Yushu looked sincere and bowed. "Daoist Chen's sword skills are superb. I've offended you." "751. Jiang Shangzhen clenched his fists, squinted his eyes and whispered, "Be careful." Han Jianshu found that her father's humility was a bleak scene that she had never seen in her life. It was even something that she could not imagine. Han Jianshu's soul suddenly shook, almost showing signs of losing her Taoist heart. It was the ripple of sword chi caused by the trembling of the willow leaf that woke her up. She swallowed a mouthful of blood and suddenly reached out to grab a willow leaf. She did not hesitate to affect her soul and the life item of the 5 elements, and then used the secret technique of the sect to lock the famous willow leaf flying sword. Han Jianshu actually risked her life to stop Jiang Shangzhen from using the sword. Even if she could only hold on for a moment, Han Jianshu did not hesitate. In the instant that Han Yushu showed his weakness and begged for mercy, he made a Taoist bow and revealed his true trump card. It was a trump card, which was the mountain guarding formation of the blessed land of the 3 mountains. It was the true form of the 5 mountains that had been hanging in the ancestral hall of the Wanyao sect for thousands of years. And according to her father, the history of this painting could only be longer than that of the Wanyao sect. When the founder of the Wanyao sect was just a young woodcutter, he accidentally broke a layer of tottering restriction and inadvertently entered the blessed land of the 3 mountains that was unknown in the history of the world. In the ancestral mountain where he would establish the sect in the future, he inadvertently found this painting scroll of the immortal weapon grade. From then on he set foot on the road of cultivation. In the blessed land of the 3 mountains, which could be rated as a superior blessed land, he could summon the wind and rain. On the way up, he constantly absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, so that he gathered nearly half of the spiritual chi of the blessed land in his body. But for some reason the founder still failed in his closed-door training. As an ascendant realm cultivator, his vigorous Taoist will and countless spiritual chi returned to the blessed land. As for who had the boldness, strength and spirit to draw the 5 mountains and 9 rivers on the painting scroll, the signature was an untraceable name, Mr. Marquis of the 3 mountains and 9 rivers. Outside the world of the painting scroll, Han Jianshu was facing the gate of Taiping Mountain with his back facing the 2 sides of the battlefield in the distance. But there was a strange phenomenon over there. The world was turned upside down as if a painting of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers was casually folded, causing Han Yushu and the strange sword immortal to lose their figures. It was as if they fell into a blessed land isolated from the world, and disappeared without a trace. This made Han Jianshu truly felt a kind of fear. How dangerous and unimaginable the battle between immortals and sword immortals of the land. Her father almost in the blessed land of the 3 mountains could be counted on one hand. Friends and visitors, the number of Taoist skills, the number of Taoist Tao that could be counted. And no outsiders knew it. Moreover, in the history of the Wanyao sect, Han Yushu was a Qi refinement warrior whose cultivation aptitude was second only to the founding ancestor. It seemed that he had never ascended to travel the vast world. Jiang Shangjin sighed with emotion. This heaven and earth in the sleeve is very exciting. Even if I were in your father's shoes, I would have accidentally fallen into the heaven in the pot. It seems that Master Han has been hiding at the bottom of the pond for so many years as a 1,000-year-old tortoise. He has learned many superior Taoist skills. This time he is willing to show up. Sure enough, he has come prepared. This ancestral painting scroll of the Five Mountains real shape painting is supposed to be used to deal with other hostile immortals. Jiang Shangjin smiled and bent down to pick up the wine pot by his feet. He took a sip of wine and had no intention of breaking the heaven and earth restriction formation with his sword. It seemed that he had no intention of helping Qin Pingan. Instead, he looked indifferent and said slowly to Han Jianshu, I am not reminding you to be careful. There is no need. I am just reminding myself that I have to be careful of cultivators like Han Yushu for the rest of my life. Now, there is also the future Han Jianshu. I need to apologize to you. I have underestimated you before. Just wait. After this incident, I will use half of the patience I had when I returned your embroidered shoes to play with your Wanyao sect. Even without many old people, it is still not easy to establish a foothold in the Tongye continent. Han Jianshu only held on to the willow leaf tightly. The flying sword that was being circulated by the sword chi had his flesh and bones exposed. It was a tragic sight. If the sword really wants to leave, can you catch it? Jiang Shangjin's thoughts moved slightly. He took back a willow leaf and suspended it in front of him. He extended his finger and flicked it gently. He seemed to dislike the flying sword that was stained with Sister Jianshu's blood. Han Jianshu tried to communicate with his father using the telepathy secret technique. Unfortunately, it was futile. He really dragged the sword immortal into the Five Mountains real shape painting. However, Han Jianshu could not help but have doubts. His father was a patient person. Why would he fight to the death for a sword immortal that was close to Taiping Mountain? Jiang Shangjin suddenly turned his head and said, Yang Pu, you are a scholar. Teach me something even scarier. Yang Pu's expression was awkward. He really thought about it carefully. Then he said seriously, since we already have a grudge, I will use my weapon to beat him up when I have the chance. Jiang Shangjin joked, not bad. You grew up in the mountains? Yang Pu was honest and nodded. When I was young, I was kidnapped and taken to the mountains. I stayed in the thieves' den for half a month and learned a few crude words. Jiang Shangjin was surprised. Not bad. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. I am the best example. Brother Yang Pu, in the future, be a gentleman and a sage. When the time comes, don't be arrogant and look down on me and Mountain Lord Qin. Yang Pu said helplessly, Old Sect Master Jiang, you must be joking. Other than being a sage, the rest are unimaginable. If not for today's brainless encounter that made Yang Pu feel like he was dreaming, he would not have believed that Old Sect Master Jiang was such an interesting person. He was humorous and approachable. Jiang Shangjin smiled helplessly. It was probably because he had said too much nonsense. It was rare for him to say a few words of truth, but no one believed him. He was not as good as Mountain Lord Qin. This was probably the reason why Qin Pingan was the Mountain Lord and he was just a consecrator. At least he could be the chief consecrator, right? Anyway, the Tongye continent was in such a foul state. With Wei Ying in the Jade sect, nothing would go wrong. This brat was a smiling tiger and he was vicious and merciless to begin with. He was more like a combination of himself and Old Sun. To be honest, Jiang Shangjin was not unwilling to give up his position to Wei Ying. It was definitely not what the outside world imagined. Wei Ying took advantage of Jiang Shangjin's closed-door cultivation to seize the position of the sect master. As for Jiang Shangjin's dejection after coming out of closed-door cultivation, of course, it was Jiang Shangjin's doing. Wei Ying was a very smart junior. Without needing to remind her, she already knew that she would take care of the Jiang family's Cloud Cave blessed land more in the future. Therefore, Jiang Shangjin planned to find an excuse to follow Qin Pingan back to the Aquarius continent. Yang Pu's thoughts drifted away. When he was young in the bandits' lair on the mountain, other than being beaten and scolded, his life on the mountain was not bad. In the end, the bandits complained that he ate too much. No matter the fish, as long as it was served on the table, a stuffed ghost was better than a starved ghost. Especially for the first meal, the child almost tasted the flavor of the new year. Therefore, he only cared about chopsticks flying. In addition, his family was really poor and could not afford to pay, so they threw him back in a sack. An old bandit, after untying the rope, kicked the sack and joked with the child. He was so poor that he almost lost his life. How could he talk about scholarly achievements? After studying for a few days he lost his mind. If he studied a few more books in the future he would definitely become a high scholar. In the end, Yang Pu, who walked out of a rural school, became the top scholar at the age of 18. Even though he was studying in the academy, Yang Pu would occasionally think of the time on the mountain. He would be grateful to the old bandit who said a few unintentional words. Jiang Shangzhen pointed at Han Jianshu. Yang Pu, when you become a gentleman of the academy in the future, don't be as smart as them. Yang Pu shook his head. I can't learn. Jiang Shangzhen laughed. Then think more about it in the future. Take it as a warning. Yang Pu nodded. I will. Reading can dispel doubts. Using the past to understand the present, using the distant to understand the near, using the things in books to understand outsiders. Han Jianshu had already given up. She spat at Jiang Shangzhen and said with a face full of disdain, How good can you be, Jiang Shangzhen? The infamous heartless seed of the Jade Gui sect, the butcher of the Cloud Cave blessed land. Do you really think that you can change your appearance and become a hero just because you have great military achievements? Do you take a few words of praise to your face seriously? Do you need me to dispel old sect master Jiang's doubts? Jiang Shangzhen rolled his eyes. He fanned his palm and slapped the fairy spit on the face of an earth immortal. He said, You don't have to thank me, fellow Taoist. Jiang Shangzhen flicked his finger and sent Han Jianshu flying, knocking her out completely. Actually, Jiang Shangzhen was also very curious as to why Han Yushu suddenly turned hostile. Logically speaking, a fallen mountain that was not famous in the Aquarius continent, or the name Qinpingan, should not have aroused Han Yushu's killing intent and would not stop until one of them was dead. In today's vast world, the news of Qinpingan becoming the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not known to many cultivators except for the Confucian temple in the central continent. Firstly, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had long blocked the news. The people at the inverted hanging mountain and the cross-continent ferry only knew that the new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a young man that Qin Qingdu had high hopes for. Over the years, there would occasionally be rumors circulating on the peak of the mountain. They were all vague and beautiful words such as a genius sword cultivator, outstanding talent, almost as good as Ning Yao, born out of the blue, educated and reasonable, good at planning, kind to people, and had shown himself a few times at the Spring Banner House on the inverted hanging mountain, outstanding. In addition, the sword immortals from various continents who returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi either did not like to talk about the past with their friends in their hometown. Occasionally they would mention it, but without exception they intentionally avoided the hidden official. They seemed to have a tacit understanding, or they had received some reminders from the Summer Palace at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The only more accurate explanation was from the local great sword immortal Lu Ji of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She said that the young hidden official and the eldest sword immortal got along very well and could be considered as half a direct disciple. Moreover, the hidden official was not a foreigner, but a member of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Not knowing that Qinpingan was the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Han Yushu had no reason to act like a reckless old man who did not care about his reputation and directly fight to the death. At the very least, even if Han Yushu knew that Qinpingan was the hidden official, there was no reason for him to shed all pretense of cordiality and risk the future of the Wanyao sect. Even if he won, wouldn't the blessed land of the Three Mountains end up losing everything? Would he, Jiang Shangzhen, be kind to the Wanyao sect in the future? Actually, Jiang Shangzhen had been calculating in his heart. As long as the moment passed and Qinpingan still could not escape from the ancestral Five Mountains real-shape painting, he would save him with his sword. As for whether it would wear down his cultivation and reduce his lifespan, he did not care. Moreover, there was no need to calculate the gains and losses. Living in the world was just a matter of being happy. It was not that Jiang Shangzhen was like this today, but it had always been like this. Just like what Han Yushu said, Jiang Shangzhen did not think that he was a hero. His reputation was bad and he was a womanizer causing trouble everywhere. In the Cloud Cave blessed land he was even more tyrannical. He only knew how to fool around in the world and let down the hearts of countless people. Inside the painting world, Qinpingan and Han Yushu were still hovering in their original positions. However, the 30 steps distance between them was an immortal's abhijna and the painting world, making it seem like they were at opposite ends of the world. Qinpingan looked around his surroundings. Besides the talisman restriction from before, there was an even more vast and boundless painting, the heavens and the earth, that had trapped him. Within this painting, there were 5 ancient mountains that stood towering in the heavens and the earth. Besides that, there were also 9 rivers that flowed silently and 8 great rivers that rose and fell. It was a myriad of scenes and boundless Tao in sight. Qin Pingan sighed and said with slight annoyance, "What is Taoist Han doing?" The Wan Yao sect's hospitality was already sincere enough. When I said that I wanted to challenge the Wan Yao sect, it was just a statement made in anger. Taoist Han, why do you have to move mountains and rivers? If you really tossed half of the Wan Yao sect over, we would have lost more than 100 grain rain coins before the fight even started. Who will compensate for that? Taoist Han, you've taken too big a step. When the dust settles and you want to turn back and find a way out for yourself, you won't be able to appease us with just Taoist Chen sword skills or heavenly. Han Yushu's face was gloomy. He seemed to be even more annoyed than Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan, with your cultivation level, you could have ended today's matter peacefully. This immortal did not need his Yin spirit to travel far away. His body was in a small world that he was the master of. The goddess that was previously hidden in the clouds was clearly an ancient deity like Master Yun. She was an illusion created by some kind of great Tao. At this moment, her figure was clearer and more stable. Her pair of golden eyes were purer. Her cloud block was as big as a hill. She was like the golden body of a cultivator. She held a small hammer and struck the clouds. Her ribbons fluttered. Every time she struck the cloud block, a sea of clouds would appear between the heavens and the earth. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. A golden thunder whip suddenly exploded from the sea of clouds. It changed its trajectory several times and crashed towards Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan didn't even attack. His fist will float out like a god spirit protecting the area. Together with the goddess, they were like 2 ancient god spirits who had been reunited 10,000 years later. They were using the Tao of gods against the Tao of gods. When the lightning collided with the fist aura, it shattered with a loud bang. Golden rain began to fall around Qin Pingan. Thunderclouds surrounded Qin Pingan and formed a natural execution platform. There were a total of 12 gongs and drums on the cloud block. There were 12 cloud blocks that contained the true meaning of thunder and lightning. Then each of the 12 thunderclouds had a long golden line that connected with the cloud block. Qin Pingan was still floating in the air. He stood where he was and allowed the 12 golden thunder to crash towards him. The deities beat the cloud block faster and faster, causing the 12 thunder whips that swept out from the thunderclouds to become more and more straight. There was no longer any gap between the casting of spells and skills. However, Qin Pingan still did not move. His fist will formed a complete circle as if he was standing in a bright moon. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Taoist Han, why don't you let this sister have her meal before beating the drum?" A green-robed sword immortal. Other than the 12 thunder bridges that were as thick as water, the rest were scattered thunder and lightning that intertwined like a net. Qin Pingan pressed his thumb on the narrow saber at his waist and gently pushed the saber out of the scabbard for a few inches. Then he slowly pressed the saber back into the scabbard. He seemed to be very bored. He clicked his tongue and said, "Luckily this goddess of Si Yun has lost her consciousness. Otherwise she would have dared to go against her superior. This kind of rebellious behavior is against the rules of heaven. Her ending will be very tragic." Han Yushu sneered and said, "Go against her superior? Who do you think you are?" A ray of dark green saber light flashed through the gaps between the thunder and lightning. Qin Pingan finally drew his saber out of the scabbard. With a casual slash, the saber green glow fell to the ground. The saber green glow paused 1,000 feet away and then disappeared in a flash. Qin Pingan turned his body sideways and used his narrow saber to block in front of him. The green glow saber first broke through the majestic fist intent that was as bright as the moon and hit the saber. Qin Pingan took a step back and at the same time, raised his arm and sent the saber out of his body. A mountain hung upside down like a huge flying sword. Qin Pingan held the saber in his right hand and clenched his left hand into a fist. He punched towards the mountain that was pressing down on him. The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. Another 4 mountains fell one after another. The sword tip was pointed directly at Qin Pingan. Han Yushu smiled and said, "Does this count as asking for Taoist Chen's sword?" Qin Pingan punched out 2 more times. Every time he punched out, he shattered a mountain and his body fell by more than 10 feet. However, Qin Pingan still had the mood to speak leisurely. "Why, Taoist Han wants to confirm my martial arts realm? Taoist Qin has reminded me." Han Yushu made a series of hand gestures. Where Qin Pingan stood, the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers disappeared. Not only that, the spiritual energy of the 2 heaven and earth restriction formations, along with the fate of the mountains and rivers, were all swallowed into Han Yushu's stomach. It was obvious that he wanted to strip the heaven and earth into a place that Qi cultivators feared the most. Han Yushu then took this opportunity to absorb spiritual energy and wait for action. He could not only exhaust Chen Pingan's spiritual energy, but also allow himself to fight for a long time and use more of the three mountains' blessed lands abhijna and spells, killing two birds with one stone. Bai was also in the battle at the Fuyao continent. After the battle, many of the peak cultivators in the world had actually carefully analyzed and carefully reviewed the battle situation. In the end, they had no choice but to admit that Wen Hai's meticulous, stupid method was actually the best and only way to succeed. However, this kind of peak battle was extremely difficult to imitate. The threshold was too high, even imitating one or two was extremely difficult. However, Han Yushu had the advantage of time, place and people today. He could imitate and imitate. Of course, he did not have Wen Haizhou's great Tao of heaven and earth technique, but the young man in front of him was not for nothing. 5 mountains talisman 5 mountains. When the second last mountain pressed down, Chen Pingan habitually punched out again. Unexpectedly, it only made the mountain shake slightly. In the next moment, his entire body was pressed down to the ground by a mountain. This mountain was extremely strange. It seemed to be able to take the initiative to pull in the momentum of the pressure. It did not give Chen Pingan a chance to escape with the shrinking ground mountain river. The man moved the mountain to follow. That young man's reaction was actually fast enough, but in the end, he could not escape. Han Yushu smiled slightly. Being suppressed by an almost real Mount Tai, whether it was a martial artist or a sword immortal, they were all suffering. Han Yushu used his sword technique to write a golden talisman on the mountain from afar. The cliff carved a list from the peak to the mountainside and then to the foot of the mountain. On a line, there was a piece of the three mountains orthodox Tao formula written in golden characters. Han Yushu was continuously increasing the weight of the true meaning of the great Tao for this Mount Tai of the 5 mountains. Only the 3 mountains blessed land had the mountain technique Tao formula. If someone climbed the mountain to take a closer look, the thin golden line drawn by Han Yushu was actually a river flowing down from the peak of the mountain. Using a Mount Tai as the talisman paper, the immortal Han Yushu used the 3 mountains Tao formula as the secret scroll. After the talisman was completed, the talisman Mount Tai became even more majestic. Han Yushu smiled. You shouldn't have told me your name and let me know that you came from the Luapa mountain, and that your name is Chen Pingan. The roots of the Mount Tai talisman had long been connected with the painting of mountains and rivers. Han Yushu frowned slightly. Why was that guy not moving? A martial arts grandmaster's physique was definitely not so. Paper mache. At the foot of Mount Tai, ripples rippled slightly. Someone stepped out of the door. It was Chen Pingan. This should be the golden book Tao formula passed down by the sect master of the 3 mountains blessed land. I kindly accept it. Han Yushu did not immediately put away the ancestral mountain talisman that consumed a lot of spiritual energy. He even allowed Chen Pingan to continue studying the contents of the Tao formula. He was worried that it was a life-saving smokescreen to make him remove the mountain talisman. As expected, that Chen Pingan started to become illusory. His figure started to sway slightly. Chen Pingan turned to look at Han Yushu. Are you really determined to kill me? Han Yushu smiled and nodded. Otherwise. Chen Pingan looked back at the golden stream and sighed. He slowly rose with the wind. Imitating Han Yushu, he actually used his fingers to form a sword technique. From the foot of the mountain to the peak, he drew the second mountain talisman. However, compared to Han Yushu's talisman drawing, the stream of golden light was thick. When Chen Pingan first learned this talisman, it was crooked and unseemly. Moreover, the golden light of the Tao formula was as thin as a small ditch. However, Han Yushu's expression changed slightly. When a talisman cultivator drew a talisman, it was actually very simple. It all depended on whether the talisman was successful or not. If it was not successful, it would be a mess of branches, a waste of spiritual energy and talisman paper. If it was successful, it would just be the finishing touch of the talisman. There was a difference in the quality of the talisman. And when that green-robed cultivator reached the peak of the mountain, he actually drew the extremely difficult 3 mountains talisman for him. Han Yushu's expression was uncertain. Before today, you must have come into contact with the side branches of the talisman of the 3 mountains. The person who taught you the talisman must be a talisman master. Chen Pingan looked at the sudden disappearance of the small golden ditch. He was already satisfied. He turned and nodded. If I say it, I'm afraid I'll be scared out of my wits. Oh no, you should have guessed it. You guys like to hide behind the scenes and point fingers. Not only are your realms high, but you're also quite smart. Compared to Xinjiang Mountain and Qingfeng City, you're much harder to deal with. Yes, much harder to deal with. It's good that you're hard to deal with. Otherwise, wouldn't all the martial arts I've learned be useless? Han Yushu still did not dare to put away the Three Mountains talisman. That guy simply turned around and continued to observe the details of the talisman. For the first time, Han Yushu was somewhat hesitant. Did he really have to exhaust the remnants of the ancient god's broken golden body? This ancient existence was the opportunity for Han Yushu to reach the Ascendant Realm in the future. If he killed this young man, the Three Mountains blessed land could forget about establishing a sect in the vast world. Han Yushu could actually accept this. How could the glory and disgrace of the Wanyao sect compare to his own breakthrough and further progress? Now, the number of Ascendant Realm cultivators in the vast world had decreased by a lot after the war. Therefore, with each additional Ascendant Realm cultivator, the invisible fate of the Great Tao would increase by a little. If he let the god who was equivalent to half an Ascendant Realm cultivator dissipate in exchange for the merit of killing Qin Pingan, Han Yushu was really unwilling and reluctant. How difficult was it for an immortal to ascend to the Ascendant Realm, where the Great Tao was as unfettered as a boat? Especially when the Great Tao opportunity that could be easily obtained turned into a bleak hope. He was reduced to the same situation as ordinary immortal realm cultivators. Every time he went into seclusion, it was like walking through the gates of hell. Of course, it was even more torturous for Han Yushu's Tao heart. Qin Pingan clapped his hands and laughed. I understand. Fellow Taoist Han and that sneaky guy from Xinjiang Mountain are the same kind of people. It can accommodate a martial artist from the mountain, Qin Pingan, but after all, it's still a Taoist field in a snail's shell. It's difficult to achieve anything. However, it may not be able to accommodate a returnee with the title of hidden official. You're worried that I'll settle the score with you later. When you pull out a radish, you'll bring mud with you. If one day you're wiped out by me, wouldn't you be capsized in the gutter? Fellow Taoist Han, am I right? Han Yushu's expression returned to normal. Since things have come to this, fellow Taoist Qin, don't try to sound me out with words. It's meaningless. Qin Pingan smiled and said, if guarding the big and small heaven and earth can allow fellow Taoist Han to advance by one realm and fight against the enemy with the Ascendant Realm, I'll immediately admit defeat and apologize. After all, I'll spend money to ensure my safety. Han Yushu's expression was playful. He said slowly, not only can the dead not be solved, but you don't have to spend a single coin. Qin Pingan continued, as long as I join you? Han Yushu laughed and said, as expected of the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Han Yushu finally removed that Mount Tai. At the bottom of Mount Tai, there was a Qin Pingan with a dusty face sitting up. He laughed loudly and his figure flashed. Qin Pingan, who was hovering in the wind, was about to shrink the mountains and rivers, trying to meet up with that person halfway. Mount Tai appeared out of thin air again and crashed to the ground. Qin Pingan stopped in his tracks and said helplessly, all right, I'll stop teasing fellow Taoist Han. With a snap of his fingers, a natal flying sword brought some ripples and returned to his natal aperture acupoint. Han Yushu's eyes were shining. He sighed and said, great creation. No wonder you can be the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As expected, you've nurtured two natal flying swords, and each has its own supernatural power. The previous one can transform into thousands of swords, and this one can quietly create a small heaven and earth. With the powers of the two flying swords accumulated, you'll really be invincible in the same realm. There's still a chance. Interesting. Just like the sword cultivator Lu Kai, who is also one of the 10 young people, his two natal flying swords, Load of Mind, and, immediately, seemed to be able to restrain the hidden official's two swords? No matter, as long as the hidden official is willing to sincerely join our camp, we'll first resolve today's deadlock. This deadlock that's enough to put people on tenterhooks will definitely be resolved. I'm not afraid of being reasonable. Everything can be discussed. This has always been my motto in the pugilistic world. Qin Pingan nodded and walked up to the sky step by step. He glanced at the ancient deity with the figure of a woman and retracted his gaze. He smiled and said, no wonder fellow Taoist Han would act so recklessly. It turns out that you want to win big in the gamble. As long as you rope me in, not only will you become friends with Luopa Mountain, at least half of the incense that the Great Wall of Sword Qi left in the vast world will be yours to use. Han Yushu clasped his hands behind his back and held the two scroll paintings that were stacked together. The eyes of this immortal of the Thousand Jade sect were full of undisguised admiration. Qin Pingan, you're too strange. After becoming the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Inverted Mountain and the Cross-Continent Ferry had countless tricks of deception. It was a mess and no one knew where to start. Even we spent a lot of effort and could only carefully gather intelligence from all sides. It wasn't until the last few years that we were able to confirm your true identity. No wonder some people said that Qin Pingan of Luopa Mountain, surviving in the Pro Grotto Heaven was not scary, becoming the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not scary, and becoming one of the top 10 young people was not scary. The only scary thing was how Qin Pingan of Luopa Mountain of the Aquarius continent could become the Qin Pingan of the Great Wall of Sword Qi step by step. What? Opportunity? Fate? Brain? Temperament? It seems that all of these things added together, and there was no mistake in all of them to become who you are today. Qin Pingan, do you really think I don't know that you reached the end of the Peak Realm from the Peak Realm? I just pretended not to know before. The hidden official on the list is unmistakably at the martial ninth realm. The reason why I am so patient with you is that I sincerely hope that from today onwards, I can call you fellow Taoist Qin, and you call me fellow Taoist Han. These are all sincere words from the bottom of my heart, and we are both worthy of the same name. You can rest assured that with your wisdom and status, it won't be long before I need to sincerely call you Senior Qin, or Great Sword Immortal Qin. Qin Pingan asked doubtfully, fellow Taoist Han, have you not thought about what if we don't come to an agreement, and what if I escape again? Don't you know that I can return to the vast world alive as just a what if? In the eyes of you outsiders, I am the best at avoiding what if in my life. But at the same time becoming some what if? Han Yushu smiled and said, I have my own ways to entertain the hidden official. There are absolutely no mistakes. It's just spending money to avoid disasters just in case. Could it be that the hidden official who has a high position at such a young age only thinks that he is the only one in the world who can deal with what if? Qin Pingan chuckled and digressed. The last time I returned to my hometown from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I once had a friend who spoke drunkenly after drinking. But at that time my two good friends were not good at drinking. One probably couldn't remember what he said, the other was sleeping soundly on the table and didn't listen. That friend of mine said that the Great Wall of Sword Qi is a place where kindness and hatred are distinguished, a home for revenge, and definitely not a place to hide evil. Han Yushu sneered and said, the hidden official's meaning is that there is no room for discussion? Qin Pingan nodded and said, fellow Taoist Han's mouth is full of shit. Fortunately we brothers were far away so it didn't splash all over me. Han Yushu sighed, then don't blame me for killing you, but it's a pity for the ancestral property of the Wanyao sect. In that case he could only find another way to establish his own sect. The repercussions of killing Qin Pingan were too great. Such a big mess, maybe it was just to clean up so that he could change his face in the future and reappear in some continent of the vast world. Then he would waste half of the credit of killing the hidden official. As for the Wanyao sect and the blessed land of the Three Mountains, needless to say, they could only continue to be in seclusion for at least a few hundred years. As Han Yushu spoke, his fingers twirled the scroll behind him, and his robe sleeves fluttered. It was obvious that Han Yushu's current actions, even if he was in the immortal realm, even if he was in the two big and small worlds where he served as the heaven, was still not easy. Because it was a great magical power to reverse the flow of the long river of time. After this, the hidden official, who had only returned to the vast world after so many years, would have to face an immortal and half an ascendant realm alone, relying on the physique of a martial artist and two flying swords. After a moment, Han Yushu looked at the young man who seemed to be in a trance, and his expression was complicated. Young, too young, so young that it really made others jealous. Time flowed backward, and the two stood facing each other again in the distance. The young man seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and immediately reached out to cup water, gently shaking a ball of water in his palm. He lowered his head and focused, then suddenly looked up and said angrily, Han Yushu, you can actually change the long river of time? What did you do just now? What did you say? He was really cautious and noticed the accident so quickly. Han Yushu returned the look and said mockingly, guess? Qin Pingan suddenly narrowed his eyes, fellow Taoist Han, do you mean that there's no room for discussion? Han Yushu's mind was shaken. A papier-mâché immortal, nothing more. Qin Pingan shook his head and looked at the immortal with pity in his eyes. Compared to Wenhai's careful methods, you're thousands of miles away. I'll take you to a good place. In the next moment, Han Yushu was also in the middle of the two layers of heaven and earth restriction. One layer was the small world of sword chi. Han Yushu could no longer care about being surprised, because in an instant Han Yushu was returned the same look by this young man. A dignified immortal realm was actually forcibly pulled out of his mind, and involuntarily dragged to the outside of a mountain peak. Anshin Pingin's mind that had been left here after his real body brought Han Yushu here, it seemed to have tricked someone and fled like a rainbow, as if it was being chased by a 14th realm cultivator, and could only run for its life, but still suffered a punch to the head, and was thrown out of the heaven and earth. Han Yushu knew that things were not good, and then he felt as if the weight of the entire vast world was pressing down on him alone. He heard a majestic voice like a great bell resounding through heaven and earth, completely shattering Han Yushu's mind and all the souls outside of it. The Jindan and Yuanying outside of heaven and earth were all turned into fine powder, and only a walking corpse's skin was left. On his deathbed, the immortal Han Yushu only heard 4 words in his life: ant and stupid. In the world of the scroll, Qin Pingan, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices of his head, first tried his best to stabilize his mind, and then saw with his own eyes that in his flying sword sparrow in the cage, the threads on Han Yushu's body were instantly torn and dissipated. Immortal Han Yushu's karma and fate were dissipated by a single punch from the being on the mountain peak. Seeing this, Qin Pingan was reassured that he could choose money over his life. Not bothering to wipe off the blood, he quickly reached out and grabbed the 2 scrolls that had slipped from Han Yushu's hands. Wiping his hands, he unfolded the scrolls. Hundreds of feet apart, Qin Pingan followed the secret records and spells recorded in the archives of the Summer Palace, as well as the insights of the talisman that he had studied for many years on the city wall. In addition to the benefits of the 3 mountains talisman, he began to point out the mountains and rivers in a somewhat clumsy manner. At the same time he began to operate his 2 natal items. On one hand he was controlling the flow of the 5 mountains and rivers on behalf of fellow Taoist Han. On the other hand he was seizing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to replenish his natal items of the 5 elements. In the small world of the human body, all the natal chi residences and the mountains of the crown prince were like rain after a long drought. Finally he could eat his fill without any worries. After all, this was the first time that Qin Pingan had used such a grand method. He was very flustered. Suddenly, he gently lifted his foot and steered one of the natal items that had burst out from Han Yushu's body to his side. It was the Dharma saber that had almost cut off his head. Qin Pingan immediately put it into his robe sleeve. Just as his hands were free, he had something else to do. With a stretch of his arm, he quickly put a talisman of the ancestral mountain that wanted to merge into the scrolls of mountains and rivers. Like the Dharma saber, if fellow Taoist Han's companions wanted to deduce the cause of Han Yushu's death in the future, Qin Pingan would not mind if their minds were to crash into some ruins of heaven and earth. It would be like being in a battlefield where the great wall of sword chi and the fate of the desolate wilderness were entangled and confused. If they wanted to see Qin Pingan, who bore the real name, they might have to chat with the dragon god, Lu Fian, or even the sword immortal in the process of unraveling the cocoon. Oh my, this immortal has a lot of money. He's so busy with magic treasures. Such a dazzling situation of picking up junk in the bundle shop was quite similar to the time when he stopped while he was ahead, when he sparred with Li Zhen in the past. It was a pity that immortal Han's item, which was right in front of him, was destroyed along with his 7 or 8 natal items, which glowed with precious light and were of extremely high quality. It was a pity that immortal Han's soul, golden core and nascent soul were all shattered. Not a single one of them was left behind. In the end, the goodies should not be allowed to flow into the fields of others. It turned into the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In any case, just like the Grand Mountain, it was left behind in the painting. As for the cloud block, the Dharma saber, the 2 mountain and river talismans of the ancestral mountain of the myriad jade sect, and the purple gourd that nourished the true samadhi fire, they were already in Qin Pingan's robe sleeve. He still did not dare to put them in the things close to him, let alone put them in the flying sword 15. It would be a waste if he did not use the heaven and earth in the sleeve. It was worthy of being the first natal magical ability of the bundle shop. Qin Pingan's shoulders suddenly tilted. He complained that the sleeve was really heavy. He could not help but sigh. The more of these paper immortals, the better. As for why the existence on the mountain peak left Han Yushu's skin behind, Qin Pingan did not need to guess to know the reason. It was a promise after the other party heard the answer. However, Qin Pingan's previous request was for him to bear the fist of the 11th realm. Of course he could not die. He could not die under that fist, nor could he delay the battle and die under Han Yushu's spell. The existence on the mountain peak agreed to this matter. Otherwise, as long as the mountain peak had the intention to close the door and not accept guests, Qin Pingan was afraid that even if he was an Ascendant Realm cultivator, he would not be able to bring Han Yushu's mind to the mountain peak. As for why the Fist of the 11th Realm was called, martial artists of the Ultimate Realm would know at a glance. Because the current Han Yushu himself was a fist manual. Qin Pingan killed two birds with one stone. Over at Taiping Mountain, when Jiang Shangjin was about to get up, he heard a voice. He immediately sat back down on the steps and flicked his finger. He listened to the scoundrel, the wise mountain master's orders, and woke Han Jianshu up. Then he was not in a hurry to catch up with her. Jiang Shangjin then fixed the souls of the two earth immortals. If the two rough men heard some private conversations with Sister Jianshu in her room, wouldn't it spoil the mood? A moment later. Han Jianshu was not restrained and her movements were not hindered. However, she still did not dare to move. She became more and more worried. After getting up, her back faced Taiping Mountain. She did not know the result of the battle between the immortals and the sword immortals. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, a saber-wielding figure charged straight through the heaven and earth restriction from the sky. His entire body fiercely slammed into the ground. The momentum was so great that it was like an earth bull flipping its back, to the extent that the saber in that person's hand fell to another place. Han Jianshu was relieved. However, her thoughts and words were all in vain. She still could not find her father. Jiang Shangjin immediately stood up. A willow leaf hovered near the big pit as if it was protecting the path. Dressed in a green robe and covered in blood, he staggered out of the big pit. He kept his saber and raised his arm, wiping his face carelessly. With a tap of his toes, he shrank the mountains and rivers and directly arrived at the mountain gate. Jiang Shangjin's expression was solemn. He asked, Han Yushu. Qin Pingan nodded and said, in the end he did not bear to let go of the painting of 5 sacred mountains and completely reduced it to a pile of ruins. Otherwise there would be a fight. Jiang Shangjin nodded and asked, where is he? Jiang Shangjin was actually very curious. Qin Pingan's painting of heaven and earth move was most likely Qin Pingan's finishing move. This meant that Han Yushu definitely did not gain any advantage. However, Qin Pingan's head was severely injured and his Qi refinement warrior's Qi cavities were trembling non-stop. Could not be faked. Our mountain lord Qin was indeed severely injured. Then why did Han Yushu disappear without a trace? If it was said that Qin Pingan killed this person, Jiang Shangjin really did not dare to believe it. According to common sense, once the painting of 5 sacred mountains was used, Han Yushu would be in an invincible position. Damn it, this Jiang Shangjin's acting was really good. Back then, why did he agree to become a consecrator of Luopa Mountain? It would easily spoil the simplicity of Luopa Mountain. In the future he especially had to keep Chao Qinglang away from him. Qin Pingan turned his head and spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. Just as he was about to speak, he held his forehead and cursed. With a wave of his sleeves, a few talisman flew out of his sleeves and slowly revolved around Han Yushu. The mountains and rivers were hazy, causing Han Yushu to temporarily be unable to see or hear the scene in conversation at the mountain gate. If she dared to use the mountain view Abhijna under the eyes of the 2 sword immortals, perhaps this sword immortal senior surnamed Chen would not mind using her head as bait. Qin Pingan sat on the steps and said softly, let's not talk about him first. I need to hurry and heal my injuries. If you were not here I would have died today. Damn the 1000 Jade sect, immortal Han Yushu, I will remember this. Han Yushu is most likely hiding in the dark. Sovereign Jiang, help me keep an eye on him. If you can get rid of him, then do it. Later on you can push this rotten debt to me. He's already the Grandmaster of the 1000 Jade sect. I have a backer and I have more than one senior in the sect. Last time, when my good friend Huaiqin was in trouble in the North Continent, I laughed at him for being too careless. In the end it was my turn this time. The ancestral hall almost had to light a natal lamp. Anyway, this matter is not over. Jiang Shangjin was full of admiration. His master's words and expression were extremely similar to an immortal master of a large sect who had suffered grievances. Perhaps the young master had too many dealings with such people? So he imitated it vividly? Especially the phrase Master Taoist hiding in it, it was the finishing touch. Jiang Shangjin suddenly made a throat-slitting gesture and said softly, how about? Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment. Without even looking at Han Yushu, he shook his head and said, there is no hurry. There is no rush to completely fall out with the 1000 Jade sect. I will take responsibility for my own actions. I can't drag Sect Master Jiang into this. Just wait, I have my own methods. Without using my sword, I will swagger to the blessed land of the three mountains and make the father and daughter obediently kowtow and admit their mistakes. While speaking, Qin Pingan had been chatting with Jiang Shangjin in his mind. He was very calm and composed, but every word he said caused Jiang Shangjin to be shocked. Han Yushu is already dead. He can't be more dead. Most of the treasures of the immortals have been taken by me. I didn't kill him with my own hands, so I can't do it. There is only a chance if I exchange my life for a drop in realm. The reason why I could kill him was because of a trick. I can't say more about the specific reason. I can only tell you one thing. It was the first time I brought an outsider with me to the time scroll. In addition, I suffered a punch equivalent to the 11th realm, so I was seriously injured. The injury is real, but it doesn't matter. It's a good thing. During that trip, I returned to my original place and went upstream along the long river of time. This was just following the original path that still existed. I brought along Han Yushu's mind, but it almost made me lose my mind. This kind of thing before ascending to the Ascendant Realm, it's really, don't do it if you can. Han Yushu's death was extremely hidden. I dare not say that no one in the whole world knows about it, but certainly no one will notice it in the near future. Han Yushu's own two small worlds, plus the natal magical power of my flying sword, is another world. It is enough to hide the mysteries of heaven for many years. Moreover, I have a big meeting gift waiting for an Ascendant Realm cultivator to come and collect it. So when the other party understands the mysteries of heaven, I will sense it. At least I know. It's about time for both parties to meet and have a chat. Yang Pu suddenly whispered, "Seniors, that Han Jianshu seems to be peeping at your conversation." Because the Sword Immortal Senior Chen was seriously injured, he didn't speak to Old Lord Jiang telepathically. So Yang Pu noticed that Han Jianshu had been staring at them. He could roughly guess the content of their conversation based on their lips. Chen Pingan immediately turned and stared at Han Jianshu. Jiang Shangjin didn't need Chen Pingan to say more. He cupped his fists towards somewhere in the sky and smiled. "Sect Master Han, you're leaving? You're not bringing Sister Jianshu with you?" A beautiful woman like her had fallen into the hands of a certain Jiang. Her reputation was worrying. "Why don't you return to the Divine Seal Peak with me and Daoist Chen? It's a small misunderstanding, it's better to talk it out." While the two were chatting casually, they talked about the survival of the Wanyao sect and the blessed land of the Three Mountains. Chen Pingan didn't think of such a scene in the past. Jiang Shangjin did, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Han Jianshu said in a deep voice, "I'll stay here and accompany Old Lord Jiang to the Divine Seal Peak. It's fine." These words were obviously directed at Han Yushu. Although Han Jianshu still couldn't find any traces of his father, Han Jianshu wasn't too surprised. If he could find traces of an immortal, it meant that the two sword immortals on the platform would find his father even earlier. If Jiang Shangjin went crazy, who wouldn't he dare to kill? This was probably one of the reasons why his father showed mercy to the sword immortal of the Taoist sect. He was the biggest mad dog in the Tongyi continent, he dared to bite anyone. During the battle, Jiang Shangjin fought with Imperial concubine Yuan Shou, and the sword immortal minister who replaced the throne. There was also Imperial concubine Chong Guang, the great demon who had been at odds with him for many years. This great demon also rose to the high position of Imperial concubine in the wilderness in the later stages of the battle. What truly left Han Jianshu fearful was the words of the Taoist sword immortal after the battle ended. He had chosen to address Jiang Shangjin as Sect Master Jiang. Furthermore, Jiang Shangjin had previously addressed him as his friend and brother. This was even more troublesome than the Lord Taoist. This was because it was obvious that one statement was somewhat unfamiliar, while the other was slightly fawning. This meant that the Taoist sword immortal with the surname Chen was from a sect that was definitely a prominent existence that was even more massive than the Jade sect. But that Luapa Mountain? Chen Pingan? Han Jianshu suddenly fainted again, and was forced into a mysterious state where his body and mind were motionless. Jiang Shangjin could slay an immortal's willow leaf, and his supernatural power wasn't only about killing, it was infinitely mysterious. It was a pity that most of Jiang Shangjin's enemies couldn't open their mouths to tell others about the strange supernatural power of that willow leaf. Why was Jiang Shangjin so afraid of the White Emperor City Lord, and the degree of his fear far exceeded that of the great heavenly master of Mount Longhu? Naturally, it was because Jiang Shangjin and Jing Juzhong were on the same side in a certain matter, and Jiang Shangjin admitted that he was inferior and was a junior. Jiang Shangjin first took the initiative to stabilize Han Jianshu's mind and soul, and then said telepathically, Luapa Mountain's Chen Pingan has said this. Han Jianshu is a little stupid, but he's not so stupid that he can't be saved. He will eventually come to his senses, so there's a little trouble. Shall I help you solve it? Chen Pingan laughed. Otherwise? I was waiting for you to say that. If it's done, the chief consecrator can be discussed. Jiang Shangjin said, You are the mountain lord who will be the chief consecrator. Isn't it just a matter of a word? Chen Pingan couldn't help but laugh and scold, Bullsh*T, my Luapa Mountain isn't a place where one person has the final say. Jiang Shangjin threw over a pot of wine. While Sister Jianshu is sleeping soundly, let's drink a pot first. Han Yushu and Han Jianshu, the father and daughter of the Five Realms, met the mountain lord consecrators Chen Pingan and Jiang Shangjin. They really did not burn incense or turn over the almanac. Therefore, to cultivate on the mountain, one had to cultivate the heart, and experience the mortal world was a must. Chen Pingan suddenly said, I have my reasons for killing Han Yushu. It's not as simple as the Thousand Jade sect encroaching on Mount Taiping. Jiang Shangjin laughed. Are you treating me like an outsider? Are you hurting our feelings? Chen Pingan reached out and patted Jiang Shangjin's arm, but didn't say anything. Jiang Shangjin patted the back of Chen Pingan's hand and smiled. Does Jiang Shangjin need anyone's pity? That's too pitiful, not necessary. Chen Pingan nodded and started drinking. A willow leaf killed an immortal. Now only a willow leaf was left. Jiang Shangjin purposely suppressed the bottleneck of the pure jade realm for many years in his early years, so as to prevent Old Man Sun from using the Bullsh*T reason of the capable ones doing more work. In terms of cultivation potential, Jiang Shangjin was really excellent. Otherwise, when he was young, he would have been seen as the future mountain lord of Jui Peak. Otherwise, why would there be so many people gloating when Jiang Shangjin didn't manage to take over Jui Peak? The reason was simple. If he didn't have the qualifications to take over Divine Seal Peak, what was the point of gloating? It was precisely because a cooked duck could fly away that Jiang Shangjin, who sat at the table holding chopsticks for many years, was worthy of being laughed at. Sun Yuan's methods of controlling people were excellent, but he only favored Jiang Shangjin, who was not a direct disciple, and even allowed the Cloud Cave blessed land to be separated from the vassal town. Even though Wei Ying succeeded as the sect lord, she was still respectful towards Jiang Shangjin. It wasn't just because Wei Ying still had a slim chance of winning against Jiang Shangjin. Wei Ying had always admired and envied Jiang Shangjin for everything he had done. For example, when Wei Ying was the sect master of the True Realm sect, the chief Reverend Lu Laoqing was the first sect master of the True Realm sect. After Sun Yuan passed away, the only person who could make an immortal realm cultivator fear was Jiang Shangjin, the first sect master of the True Realm sect, who seemed to have gone on a tour at Bookslip Lake for a few years. Wei Ying was well aware that as long as Jiang Shangjin was still the Jade Gui sect's immortal master of the Jade Gui sect, even if he had to give up the position of the master of the Cloud Cave blessed land, no one in the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent or the lower True Boundary sect of the Aquarius continent would dare to rebel against their superiors. They would not even dare to have such thoughts. From Lu Laoqing to Lu Jimao to Li Fuyao, they were all like this. There was only one reason why Wei Ying had no grudge against this. Wei Ying had long regarded the Ascendant Realm as her own. It was not ambition but the truth. Jiang Shangjin's thoughts, words and deeds, the demeanor of an immortal master, his means of earning money, spending habits, and the major decisions he made at every critical moment were all too elegant. At the most critical moment of the sect war, Jiang Shangjin used a secret of the Jade Gui sect that was not passed on to others. He violated a great taboo and forcefully ascended to the Ascendant Realm. His path was similar to that of the former sect master of the Tongyi sect. His ending was also similar. They both forcefully ascended to the Ascendant Realm and had to pay a great price. The cultivator's longevity bridge, which was originally abnormally stable, was completely cut off at the end of the bridge after the Ascendant Realm fell. However, cultivation after that was the same as walking on the broken road and wandering in place. It seemed that he was only a few steps away from the Ascendant Realm, but it was a natural moat that was difficult to cross in this lifetime. Therefore, when the overall situation was set, Jiang Shangjin retreated successfully and rarely appeared in the Jade Gui sect. Firstly, Jiang Shangjin indeed needed to go into seclusion to heal his injuries. Secondly, just like how Jiang Shangjin mocked himself that he would be dissatisfied even if he had been in charge for 3 years, the current situation in the Tongyi continent was very chaotic. It was no longer the kind of situation where both sides revealed their identities and fought to the death. Instead, it was the kind of situation where the storm had settled and the people who survived the disaster met again in the Jianghu. They were full of smiles, and when they bowed with their hands folded, there was a flash of a blade hidden in their sleeves. Otherwise, it would be the likes of the immortal Han Yushu who hid behind the scenes and plotted against each other. Over the years, there were many immortal masters from the Tongyi continent who were guests at the Divine Seal Peak. They admired the Lord Zhang's heroic spirit and lamented the immortal Zhang's experience of the Ascendant Realm. When they turned around and drank with their own people, they would chat and laugh from ear to ear. It was easy to waste the wine. However, Jiang Shangzhen did not feel aggrieved. Jiang Shangzhen was the most self-aware. On his path of cultivation, he often laughed at others. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would openly hold a banquet to celebrate. Back then, the Ascendant Realm cultivator from the Tongyi continent, Du Mao, was able to become the ancestor of the Jade Gui sect's resurgence. Wasn't it all because of Jiang Shangzhen's contribution in hosting a banquet on the Sea of Clouds in the territory of the Tongyi sect? Moreover, he did not know how the mountains and rivers of the continent were in the eyes of others. Anyway, Jiang Shangzhen really could not bear to look at it for a few more times. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were like a broken chess piece. His heart was filled with sorrow. One should know that when Jiang Shangzhen was running around to accumulate military merits, he seriously looked at the mountains and rivers of the continent. Even if he looked back now, what else could he do? There were ruins everywhere, countless deserted tombs, and unburied corpses were still everywhere on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Could he bear to look at this Taiping mountain? Qin Pingan cleaned up his face and said, "Don't be discouraged. Otherwise you won't be the Jiang Shangzhen I know. For example, I relied on falling more than 10 times, and my Jindan was broken again and again, to reach the peak of the mountain with great difficulty. Just take it as me nagging. You probably don't need me to comfort you." Jiang Shangzhen looked up at the sky. Of course. From the first day I climbed the mountain to cultivate, I regarded the Ascendant Realm as something in my hands. Therefore, I have never cultivated seriously like these years. He turned his head and lightly clinked his wine pot with Chen Pingans. After drinking, Jiang Shangzhen wiped his mouth and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "If I didn't receive your flying sword message, even if the great celestial master of Mount Longhu came again, I might not be willing to meet him. Originally, I wanted to recuperate and go on a mountain trip. I wanted to play chess with Xiaoya and find Su Jun with my sword." Qin Pingan stood up and said, "I'll go up the mountain by myself first." Jiang Shangzhen waved his hand. "Don't disturb me from having fun with Sister Jiang Shu." After Qin Pingan climbed the mountain, Jiang Shangzhen looked at the female cultivator of the upper 5 realms who was about to be unheard of Luopa Mountain Qin Pingan. They hadn't seen each other for many years. Her realm was high and she was not cute anymore. When he first saw her, she was still a girl with a hint of sadness. She wanted to run away from home but did not dare to. Her face was rosy and her eyes were charming. Her body also carried the fragrance of plants that had lived in the mountains for a long time. When she was cute, she was really cute. When she was no longer cute, she was really not cute at all. Jiang Shangzhen stood up and stretched. The sky was high and the ground was wide. He felt refreshed. He walked to a Jindan Earth Immortal whose soul and body were separated. He turned his head and asked, "Yang Pu, do you know the origin of this guy?" Yang Pu shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. This person has always been hiding. I've never seen him before." Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his chin. The ruins of Taiping Mountain, the mountains and rivers were broken and the spiritual energy was scattered. There was almost no fate to speak of. In fact, for a large sect like the Yugui sect, if one did not talk about morality, it was also a relatively weak existence. However, it was the first choice for sects like the Wanyao sect and the Golden Peak Temple. This was because it was not as grand as it used to be. Taiping Mountain was still Taiping Mountain. Its territory spanned thousands of miles. As long as it was operated properly, even if it was a ready-made one, it was a feng shui treasure land worth a few thousand grains of rice rain money to any sect. If it was operated properly and enough money was spent, in at most 200 to 300 years, the ancestral temples would be built. Mountains and rivers deities of all sizes would be sculpted into golden bodies and enter the ancestral temples. Layers upon layers of condensation, gathering and binding the fate of the mountains and rivers would be the location of one of the few sects in the Tongya continent. However, it was impossible to truly return to the glory days of the past. The reason was simple. Even if the mountains and rivers were still the same, the people were already old friends of the past. After all, If any cultivator came here to cultivate in groups, they would not be the cultivator of Taiping Mountain who cultivated in the past. Little Longqiu received the orders of the patriarchs of the Central Plains. She came here for the remnant Tao aura of the ancient mirror. She might not succeed, but she could try her luck. If she could really take over the territory of Taiping Mountain, of course it would be better. The Golden Peak Temple planned to do so. However, the guarding cultivator of the Golden Peak Temple was lucky today and did not meet Qin Pingan. Otherwise there would be another door god now. Jiang Shangzhen actually did not want to become enemies with Qin Pingan when he was in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. That was why he returned to Haoran. He chose to take the initiative to retreat before the world. This was actually an extremely rare thing. At that time, Qin Pingan did not really know how difficult it was to deal with Jiang Shangzhen. As for what happened later, he chose to stick to him shamelessly. It was also not just because Jiang Shangzhen knew about the relationship between left and right and Qin Pingan. Among the cultivators on the mountain, Han Yushu was slightly better. He was actually very smart. However, for someone like Han Jianshu, even if he was in the Jade Raw realm, he still often knew the truth of a matter. He only stopped because he was afraid that Qin Pingan had a senior brother called Left and Right who was a great sword immortal. However, he would think a few steps less. He was like a chess player who only knew how to copy the rules. He was better than a bad chess player, but not much better. For example, he would not think about why Qin Pingan could become Left and Right's junior brother, and why a reclusive great sword immortal like Left and Right would be willing to use his unique method to favor his junior brother Qin Pingan. The world was complicated. One truth could cover up many truths. Just like Jiang Shangzhen himself. Did he only become a friend of the Grand Celestial Master of Mount Longhu, one of the Haoran Ten, because he became the sect master of Jade Gui sect? Of course not. Before this, Jiang Shangzhen had risked his life time and time again to fight with his sword. Therefore, even if Wei Ying was the sect master for another 1,000 years, as long as Jiang Shangzhen was not on the Divine Seal Peak, the Grand Celestial Master would never set foot on the Divine Seal Peak. Once Jiang Shangzhen was forced to leave Jade Gui sect, the Celestial Master's residents of Mount Longhu would even have a better impression of the entire Jade Gui sect. Fortunately, Wei Ying was very clear about these small matters and did not hold any grudges. This was also the reason why Jiang Shangzhen was relieved to let Wei Ying take over Jade Gui sect. Sect Master Han seems to have an impressive old friend in the Central Divine Continent. His words just now were not the least bit inferior to my friend who announced himself. Could it be that the Three Mountains Blessed Lands chose Taiping Mountain this time because they wanted to lean against a big tree and enjoy the shade of the Central Plains? Han Jianshu frowned slightly and was deep in thought. She snorted and used earth escape to hundreds of miles away. Then she used water escape to enter a large river. Finally, she traveled thousands of miles away. She had to hurry back to the Three Mountains Blessed Land in the East Sea of the Tongyi continent. She had to discuss this with the patriarchs in secret. Seeing those fancy escape techniques, Jiang Shangzhen facepalmed. The sister Jianshu was a little cute again. Standing at the peak of Mount Taiping, outside the flattened Hall of Patriarchs, Qin Pingan took out 3 incense sticks. The 3 incense sticks burned in the air. When the incense sticks burned out, Qin Pingan turned and walked to the edge of the cliff. His vision widened. The bright moon flew out of the sea and the yellow river flowed into the sky. In the day the hometown was far away and the mountains were beautiful. Mount Taiping cultivated me and the Hall of Patriarchs continued. He had to protect Mount Taiping for the sword cultivator Huang Ting in these 80 years. He had to make a trip to the Dafu Academy that he had purposely taken a detour to previously. Qin Pingan walked down the mountain. As for Han Jianshu's departure, he did not stop her. In fact, she hadn't even done anything superfluous. She had hidden a strand of sword will in one of her natal Qi palaces. Otherwise, Jiang Shangzhen would have been able to use the willow leaf to help her deceive everyone. At that point, even the blessed land of the Three Mountains would have been discovered. However, there was no need to do so to avoid alerting the enemy. In the entire Wanyao sect, it was highly likely that only one immortal, Han Yushu, was qualified to occupy a place in the camp. With Han Yushu's cautiousness, he must have deliberately concealed the identity of his first daughter, Han Jianshu. At the mountain gate, Qin Pingan walked to the Jindan Earth Immortal, whose background was unknown. He pressed down on the ball of soul and patted it lightly. The Jindan Earth Immortal shivered and trembled in fear. He did not even dare to beg for mercy. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Do you know who I am?" The Jindan Earth Immortal nodded. Qin Pingan, this senior, had said it himself. How could he forget? Qin Pingan said, Can you make yourself remember this name? The Jindan Earth Immortal's face was bitter. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and swore in his mind, I can swear that I will never tell anyone about what happened today. In fact, after the soul was stripped out of its body, it stood here as a door guard. All he cared about was guarding this little bit of inspiration. He really did not see or hear anything else. Chen Pingan said, I am a guest of Jade Kasha sect. I can trouble sect master Jiang to impart a secret technique of heart oath to you. Take it as compensation for the loss of your cultivation base. The Jindan Earth Immortal felt as if he was struck by lightning. Sect master Jiang? Jade Kasha sect's Jiang Shangzhen? He turned his head in a daze and indeed saw a man waving at him from the steps. That wretched signature smile and expression was as real as it could be. It was more effective than any words. The Jindan Earth Immortal's knees went soft. It was not that he did not have a backbone, but it was as if he had been struck by lightning too many times today. As a mere Jindan Earth Immortal, he could not take it anymore. Jiang Shangzhen had no choice but to impart a secret technique of Jade Kasha sect to him. This was a treatment that even a female immortal of the upper 5 realms did not have. In just a few years they were thriving again. Even as he spoke, Dai Yuan was carefully observing the senior's expression. Fortunately, he kept his hands behind his sleeves and was smiling, and did not seem to be angry. Chen Pingan said with a smile, You mentioned that the mystic realm controlled by your sect has 4 great sceneries, namely the Green Pearl Well, the Dragon Summoning Pool, the White Jade Mountain, and the Sword Tree, right? Fellow Taoist Dai, can you please tell me more about them? I'm a man who loves to listen to the stories of strange people and the secrets of mountains and rivers. Also, that ancestral master of yours is called Gao Taishu. It's a good name, and he is an old earth immortal who has the potential to break through the bottleneck. Fellow Taoist Dai, you are indeed from a wealthy immortal clan. You have 2 gold core cultivators in your sect. No wonder you can help your dynasty continue its reign. Dai Yuan smiled awkwardly. In the past he really thought so. As one of the 2 gold core cultivators, he had the backing of his ancestral master and his sect. In Yu dynasty, he was only slightly inferior to the immortal protector of the state who had hidden his strength and a general who was a martial artist of the far travel realm. Although the number of immortal mountains in Tongyi continent was still small compared to the vastness of mountains and rivers of a continent, it was easier for experts to emerge when the forces were gathered and the fate energy of mountains and rivers gathered. However, this was all in the past. Now, apart from the upper 5 realms, the rest of the Earth Immortals in the Tongyi continent would have to lower their realms when they met cultivators from other continents. This was especially true when they met cultivators from the Aquarius continent and the North continent. After hearing about the 4 sceneries, Chen Pingan clicked his tongue in wonder and said, Fellow Taoist Dai, your sect is really good at making money. The water from the Green Pearl Well could make female cultivators retain their youthful looks. As for the Dragon Summoning Pool, it was impossible for it to be a real flood dragon. It was a close descendant of the flood dragon. There were 36 caves of different sizes and a snow lake at the top of the mountain. The accumulated snow had not melted even after 1,000 years. Although it was known as the White Jade Cave Paradise, it was actually not one of the 36 small cave paradises. Of course, it was a title given by Dai Yuan's sect. However, the mountain was indeed extraordinary. There was a half-real and half-fake palace made of white jade. Vermilion buildings shone brilliantly and people came and went. Every 100 years an opportunity would befall the world. It could be a heavenly material and earthly treasure or a cultivation manual, which could be found by the direct disciples of the sect. In Dai Yuan's opinion, the sword system tree was the most ordinary one. In fact, a young nascent soul stage sword immortal was resting there after getting drunk and looking at the white jade cave while admiring the mountain. During this time he casually hung his sword on the tree. Later, when the nascent soul stage sword immortal reached the upper 5 states and the patriarch Gao Wenshu received the mountain and mountain bulletin, he ordered people to erect a sword system stele under the tree. Chen Pingan asked, Can the Green Pearl Well really preserve a woman's youthful appearance? Dai Yuan said in a low voice, To tell you the truth, senior, it's pure nonsense. Every year, several hundred kilograms of snow was moved from the snow lake in the mountain city to fill up a well with water. Then, a few kinds of exotic flowers and herbs were secretly crushed and thrown into the well, making the water in the well more colorful. Then, a few famous female cultivators of the Jade Annals, and every queen of the Yu dynasty, were invited to put in a few good words for the Green Pearl Well. Qin Pingan nodded and agreed. Suddenly he asked, the Yu dynasty is not close to here. The Ho family of the Old Dragon City is not a top sect. It's just one of the few big families in the Old Dragon City. Daoist Dai, you have the guts to come all the way here to covet the Peace Mountain and wrestle with the Wanyao sect in Little Longqiu? Dai Yuan immediately clarified, this is Ancestral Master Gao's idea. I've been confused. It's just that I don't dare to disobey Ancestral Master's orders. Dai Yuan put his arm around Dai Yuan's shoulder and continued to explain patiently to the senior beside him. As for the Ho family of the Old Dragon City, they have produced a very promising scholar with outstanding military achievements. Now he has become a gentleman of the Lakeview Academy. He is also a righteous gentleman who will most likely come to our Tongyi continent and become the vice mountain leader of the academy. Actually, our sect and the emperor of the Yu dynasty have heard about it. The gentleman of the academy has always had a normal relationship with his family. But this kind of thing we really don't dare to ignore it. Qin Pingan smiled, it's really hard for you Tongyi continent cultivators. You actually have to go to the Aquarius continent to gather information. Dai Yuan sighed, the Aquarius continent today is really something. Qin Pingan said, alright that's it. Daoist Dai, just pretend that nothing happened today. Maybe I'll visit your mountain one day. Daoist Dai, you've said so much, I've benefited a lot. Dai Yuan bowed even lower and cupped his hands. Senior, you're just an immortal who has descended to the mortal world to ask about the land. I'm really lucky to be able to help you. Qin Pingan patted the golden core cultivator's shoulder. Daoist Dai, don't worry about returning home. You just have to remember not to say anything that you shouldn't say. Just find a random excuse to get away with it. As for Senior Longqiu's nascent soul, I'll help you mediate. I won't let him bear any grudges against you. Dai Yuan's face was blank. Then his heart tightened. Mediate for what? There's no need for that. I get along well with little Dragon Qiu's nascent soul Senior. When I have nothing to do, I'll watch the mirror's image. Qin Pingan glanced at the golden core cultivator. Dai Yuan immediately cupped his hands again. Thank you, Senior. I'm so grateful. Seeing that the senior's eyes were still unfriendly, Dai Yuan came to a sudden realization. With a guilty expression, he hurriedly took out an antique ink stick from his sleeve and offered it with both hands. Please accept it, Senior. It's a small token of my appreciation. I heard from the Yu family's perfected state protector that this item has a small origin. It's called Pine Tree Daoist Ink Under the Moon. Every night, a little Daoist will fly on the ancient ink stick and ask questions. The answer is Black Pine Tree Messenger, Ink Spirit Minister. It's an old item from the palace of a great dynasty in the Central Plains. It's said that the emperor only gave it to the young and handsome officials of the Hanlin Academy. Qin Pingan took the ink stick and waved his hand. Dai Yuan pretended to be calm and left. He rode the wind and left. At first he was neither fast nor slow. Then he used all his strength to ride the wind and soon, his figure disappeared. Qin Pingan slightly increased the strength of his fingers and was about to crush the ink stick. However, Jiang Shangjin said, if you don't want it, you can sell it to me. Qin Pingan smiled and stopped what he was doing. The ancient ink slipped into his sleeve. Jiang Shangjin was more considerate. He sensed Qin Pingan's mental fatigue and stood up. Little Longqiu, this nascent soul stage big shot, I'll help you deal with him. Qin Pingan nodded. When Jiang Shangjin did things, he would only be more thorough than him. He walked back to the steps of the mountain gate and sat down. Qin Pingan now somewhat understood where Cui Dong's second dream came from. Yang Pu hesitated for a moment and picked up the empty wine pot. He stood up and said goodbye. Mountain Lord Qin, I plan to return to the academy. Qin Pingan immediately gathered his thoughts and stood up to cup his fists. Forgive me for not seeing you off. After Qin Pingan stopped, he handed the ancient ink stick to Yang Pu and smiled. You can't be biased. Yang Pu lowered his head and looked at the wine pot in his hand and then at the ink stick in Mountain Lord Chen's hand. He kept it in his sleeve and bowed again. After watching Yang Pu leave, Jiang Shangjin also solved the problem. Jiang Shangjin threw a piece of black stone to Qin Pingan and said, don't underestimate this thing. It's one of the glittering piles in the past. It's just that it was used by the Yuanying realm big shot to admire the moon in the water. It's pretty good. With this stone, you can see all the mirages in the continent. If Old Sun is still here, he will definitely fight with you for it. By the way, Old Sun asked me to pass a message to you at the end of the last meeting in the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Divine Seal Peak. Back then he did not act properly, but he still doesn't think that he did wrong. Qin Pingan nodded. I can understand. Since he didn't accept it, he had to accept it. Anyway, some personal grudges won't stop old Sun from being a true hero. Jiang Shangjin held the back of his head with both hands. It's enough to hear you say that. Old Sun seems like he doesn't care about his reputation, but he cares about it the most. However, as a sect master, there are many things that are beyond his control. Qin Pingan asked, what about my senior brother Zhua? Jiang Shangjin shook his head. I don't have any concrete information. I only heard that he and the level 14 sword cultivator Xiao Chua followed one of the doors to the ruins of N that appeared out of nowhere and went to the wilderness to ask for swords. There are also rumors that Mr. Zhua and Xiao Chua broke through the sky canopy and went to the ancient battlefield beyond the heavens. Anyway, the only thing I can confirm is that they haven't returned yet. Qin Pingan asked carefully, Buried River Goddess? Green Tiger Palace of Heavenly Fault Peak? Jiang Shangjin had a playful expression and smiled. The Green Tiger Palace's ancestral hall has moved to the Aquarius continent. It's doing well and has become a consecrator of the Dali dynasty. Our old friend almost couldn't bear to go south and return to his hometown. As for the Great Spring Mirage City and the Buried River Goddess, you can take a look at them yourself. I guarantee that they won't make you sad. Qin Pingan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Jiang Shangjin guessed Qin Pingan's thoughts and said, as for that one Haizhou, he went ashore in your hometown, the Aquarius continent, and then he disappeared. Jiang Shangjin's expression had never been so serious before. It's scary. I can't see it clearly, but it still makes me feel scared. When the Aquarius continent's formation was activated, it gathered and shrouded an area. No one knew what happened inside. Anyway, this is the biggest taboo in the Confucian temple. Only the talisman Yu Xian and the great heavenly master know the truth. Even I, the old sect master of the Jade Medallion sect, don't have the right to know. Qin Pingan pressed his forehead with a painful expression. There were 3 dreams in the creation cave. In one of the dreams, someone opened the sky first and someone else ascended to the sky. Behind the 2 of them, there were a few more people and then there were dozens more. However, this dream repeated itself. Qin Pingan couldn't see any of them clearly and couldn't remember any of them. Qin Pingan let out a long breath and asked softly with a heavy heart, Luapa Mountain? North Peak? Jiang Shangjin said, don't worry, the mountains and rivers are still intact. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the mood to hide in the God Seal Peak. I would have gone to your hometown. Qin Pingan placed the back of his hand on his forehead and sat back down on the steps. Jiang Shangjin smiled faintly and asked after he sat down, do you know a lady called Kuiyu? She has a round face and wears cotton-padded clothes and cloth shoes. She looks cute, has a good temper, and speaks honestly. Kuiyu is probably the only good lady from the demon race who was sincerely accepted by the vast world. She's very good. I don't know if I'll have the chance to meet her again, but I'm looking forward to it. Presently, this was something that was universally acknowledged in the world. 2 large batches of genius cultivators that were rarely seen in 1,000 years had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, and they belonged to the profoundness of the times and were blessed by the heavens. Not only had they survived the great battle, they had both broken through and obtained extremely great fortuitous encounters. When the fighting broke out, the 2 heavens involved even more heavens. That was especially true of the vast lands and the wildlands. The spirit energy of heaven and earth, as well as the natural destiny of mountains and rivers, had previously flowed in an orderly fashion. The first wave didn't have many people, but it was a sign that heaven and earth were going to be transformed. The most typical example was the 10 most junior cultivators and the 10 most reserve cultivators. In fact, even earlier, during the great year of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a large number of sword deity embryos led by Ning Yao appeared. Their counterpart was the 100 sword deities of the moon-bearing mountain in the savage world. The next group was not as young, but before the war they either focused on cultivation and were unknown, or because they hid their true cultivation. Then, in the chaos of heroes, they appeared out of nowhere and rose rapidly. In the end, each one of them was bright and dazzling, like a river of stars in the sky. For example, the new sect master of the Jade sect, Wei Ying, who was already a great sword deity, broke through to the immortal realm in the battlefield of the central capital of the old Dali. There was also the sword deity of the Golden Armor continent, Su Jun and Su Ku. As the guest of the Lu family of the Snow Mountain continent, they stepped into the Tongyi continent for the first time. Some busybodies had already begun to gather intelligence reports from various continents and limited mountain and river reports. They began to count the names, numbers, realms of these geniuses, especially their performance in the major battles, and then used this to guess the final height of their great Tao. Qin Pingan was puzzled and shook his head. The round-faced lady in cotton-padded clothes? I don't know, I've heard of her, but I've never seen her. Like Qin Pingan, he was one of the 10 young people. In his early years on the city wall, he had a small misunderstanding with a lady that was completely negligible. At that time, Qin Pingan mistakenly thought that she was Lu Kai, a sword cultivator whose flying sword naturally restrained him. Too many years had passed and his brain was not very good, so he could not remember it all. What round-faced lady in cotton-padded clothes? Perhaps, it was uncertain. It was useless to say or think more, and it was easy to misunderstand more. Jiang Shangjin felt that it was a pity. Qin Pingan took out the white jade hairpin, and prepared to tie up his hair again. In an instant, Qin Pingan quickly put away the white jade hairpin, and then hurriedly let Jiang Shangjin leave this place. The next moment, Qin Pingan lowered his head, bent his waist and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was far away from the mountain gate of Taiping Mountain. Then on the ground, a small but extremely big pit appeared. Qin Pingan seemed to have been punched without any strength to fight back, and almost lost half of his life on the spot. Even the 2 robes could not stop the blood from flowing all over his body. His small body was like a small world and everywhere was like a spring. Jiang Shangjin squatted next to the pit, and after confirming that the young hill master of Luapa Mountain was seriously injured, Jiang Shangjin was confused and could not tell whether it was true or not. He could only ask in his mind, "Hill master, what are you doing? Who are we going to trick this time? Another immortal came? And the kind that is not made of paper? Give me a definite answer, I will protect you." Qin Pingan, who was dying, said weakly, "Protect your ass, quickly pull me up." Jiang Shangjin hurriedly pulled Qin Pingan out of the ground. Qin Pingan looked dispirited and fell back on the ground, muttering to himself, "Good punch." Jiang Shangjin looked around and clicked his tongue in wonder. If this punch landed on his body, he would not be able to withstand it. The key was that Jiang Shangjin could not detect the real source of the punch at all. There was nowhere to hide and he could not withstand it. Fortunately, his hill master was responsible. Qin Pingan sat up, with a sullen expression on his face that he did not dare to curse. Finally, he said helplessly, "I can't not go to Cloud Cave Blessed Land." Jiang Shangjin laughed, "That's good, my Cloud Cave Blessed Land is famous for having many beauties." Qin Pingan sat cross-legged, handed the white jade hairpin to Jiang Shangjin, and asked him to take good care of it, and then fainted. Jiang Shangjin put away the white jade hairpin, carried Qin Pingan on his back, and used the camouflage technique and flew south as fast as lightning. What was a friendship of life and death? This was it. Qin Pingan had given his life, and the hairpin that was more important than his life, to Jiang Shangjin. Jiang Shangjin felt that it was not that important whether he was the chief high priest or not. The young hill master behind him had been feeling uneasy, but in the end, when he repeatedly murmured a girl's name in his dream, he gradually calmed down. Jiang Shangjin suddenly stopped and turned his head to look. A young man in white who was bleeding from his 7 orifices did not wipe it. With the cultivation of the immortal realm, he forced himself to travel across continents with the means of the ascendant realm. He was already at the end of his rope, so when he bumped into him he could not stabilize his mind and body at all. Jiang Shangjin almost stabbed the exhausted guy to death with a willow leaf. However, after seeing the man's face clearly, Jiang Shangjin smiled. What an audacious man who didn't care about his life. The young man's footsteps staggered as he rushed forward. In the end, Jiang Shangjin reached out and held his shoulder. The young man in white put his hands on his waist and gasped for breath. He raised his head and raised his hand, indicating that Jiang Shangjin should not speak and disturb his master's rest. The young man in white smiled brightly, but his face was full of tears. With a hoarse voice he said, "Let me carry master home." (752). On the 15th night of the moonlight was like water and the night was as bright as day. One of the 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, the Yellow Crane Base, was exceptionally beautiful. Tonight it was especially moving. There was a viewing pavilion built on a stone cliff. In the pavilion, a young man in white raised his butt and leaned on the railing, overlooking the flowing water. The river was vast and calm. Outside the Yellow Crane Base was a river named Lucien Cave. It was formed by the confluence of 3 rivers and 18 streams, including the Lotus Pond River and Gaian Stream. After passing by the Jinshan Temple upstream of the Yellow Crane Base, the water suddenly calmed down and became quiet. Coming to see the yellow crane base was like a girl who married into a rich family from the countryside. She could not help but be virtuous. There was once an ancient sword celestial who got drunk in this pavilion. There was a story about how he killed mosquitoes on the river. The young man in white lowered his head and muttered, "Everyone's heart is like flowing water, so the moon in the water is like a boat." Jiang Shangjin took off his boots and sat down, leaning against the pillar of the pavilion. He held a wine cup in his hand. The cup was brewed with celestial wine named moonlight wine. Jiang Shangjin gently shook the wine cup and smiled. Dong Shan's words are like the words of a celestial. The white-clothed youth was none other than Cui Dongshan. Sensing the unusual phenomenon of the sword offering ceremony at Peace Mountain, he immediately set off from the old site of the southern peak and risked his life to travel across continents. It was indeed rare for an immortal to end up in such a state just for the sake of traveling. As the owner of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, Jiang Shangjin still used the camouflage spell when he traveled around his blessed land. He wore a white jade crown, a yellow belt, a green robe and a pair of cloud shoes. It was a completely different style from the poor scholar in green robe who went to the inn outside Hue town at the border of the Great Spring. Chen Pingon was already in a heavily guarded private residence of the Jiang family on the Yunding Peak. He slept deeply for almost 10 years and had yet to wake up. Cui Dongshan sat alone at the door of the house and guarded for 3 days and 3 nights. Jiang Shangjin could not stand it anymore and passed the white jade hairpin to Cui Dongshan. When Cui Dongshan saw the children from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he came back to his senses and gradually regained his former demeanor. Today at dusk, Jiang Shangjin suggested that they visit Huang Heji to drink wine and admire the moon. Cui Dongshan brought a few children who were willing to go out to relax. Jiang Shangjin was really rich and overbearing, but his brain was also flooded with water. He actually spent a lot of money to make Huang Heji close its doors and refuse guests today. After the Jiang family's disciples who were in charge of Huang Heji received the Guyu money, they would join hands with the family's guests to close a mountain path from Jade Medallion sect to Huang Heji. They would also stop all the banished immortals who specially came to Huang Heji to enjoy the scenery. The 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land were located at the edge of the mountain and river boundary. The Jiang family spent a lot of immortal money to hire the mechanical masters of the Kanyu family and the Mahist family to work together to create an interconnected array formation of mountains and rivers, making it convenient for the banished immortals to visit along the way. For example, Huang Heji was the hub that connected the Yunding Peak and Mount Laojun. This caused most of the immortal masters who came to travel to visit the 18 sceneries in one go. The 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave was also famous for squandering money. As long as one had money in one's pocket, they would not have to worry about not having a place to spend it. Previously, Jiang Shangjin gave each of the 4 children a fasting jade token that was equivalent to a customs clearance document. Not only could they visit Mount Laojun casually, but the children also had the first-class fasting jade token of the blessed land. They could also pick up any ink stone from Yanxi Mountain. It was a special stone used to make the water dragon ink stone, one of the 10 famous immortal ink stones of Hauran. As long as the cultivators of the upper 5 realms did not use the magical power of heaven and earth in the sleeve, they could not break the prohibition even if they used things that were close to them, let alone carrying a wicker basket or a sack up the mountain. Mount Laojun was huge. The Jiang family had been mining it for thousands of years, but it was still far from being exhausted. Among the 4 children, Nalin's jade token was immediately in high spirits when the little girl heard about it. However, she was too embarrassed to ask Cui Dongshan and Zhou Fei to borrow things that were close to them. She just asked Yao Xiaoyan and Qing Chaolu to prepare their belongings and go to Mount Laojun to plunder the land. They must return with a full load. As for Bai Xian, forget it. Therefore, after leaving Yunming Peak and arriving at Yellow Heji, Nalin Yuji was not in the mood to stroll around. He directly asked Zhou Fei for the location of the array gate that led to Mount Laojun. Then he hastily led his men and rushed there. At that time, Cui Dongshan was very emotional. This little girl who only cared about money was very congenial with Luapa Mountain. She was not afraid of acclimatization. Jiang Shangjin raised the wine cup to Cui Dongshan and smiled. The mountains and rivers are broken, but the moon is still round. I am honored to invite you to enjoy this moon and drink this wine together. Cui Dongshan sat back on the bench and picked up the wine pot and a white porcelain wine cup. He murmured and poured a cup of wine for Jiang Shangjin. The sun and moon swam in the cup. Then he raised the wine cup high and drank a cup of wine with Jiang Shangjin with a smile. Cui Dongshan snorted as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes rolled back and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Shang almost thought that someone had poisoned the wine. Cui Dongshan burped and said casually, Wei Ying is too similar to you. The first few decades or centuries were fine. It was a good thing for your sect. With his temperament and skills, he can guarantee the prosperity of Jade Gui's sect. However, there is a big problem here. If Wei Ying wants to be himself in the future, he can only choose to kill Jiang Shangzhen. Not only was he exaggerating, he was also sowing discord between the two sect masters of Jade Gui's sect. However, Jiang Shangzhen understood Cui Dongshan's meaning. Jade Gui sect was Wei Ying's Jade Gui sect after all. Wei Ying was ambitious and had high aspirations. He would definitely not be willing to be the second Jiang Shangzhen. It was very likely that in the future the foundation of Jade Gui sect, the strategy, and the method of accumulating incense on the mountain would be deliberately opposite of Jiang Shangzhen's. The imprints of Jiang Shangzhen and Sun Yuan, the two sect masters, would be wiped out by Wei Ying one by one. In the end, Jade Gui sect would only be Wei Ying's Jade Gui sect. Then, after more than 100 years, Jiang Shangzhen's situation in Jade Gui sect would become more and more awkward. The situation of the Jiang clan and the blessed land of Cloud Cave would only become more and more subtle day by day. Unless Jiang Shangzhen really retired completely and no longer showed his face in public. He could not be the sect master of Jade Gui sect, but he could not run to Calligraphy Lake to be a sect master of a lower sect. With Jiang Shangzhen's temper, he would definitely not stay in Cloud Cave blessed land. The only way out was to wander around and be a wild crane. It was not that Wei Ying would be hostile to Jiang Shangzhen, who had the best military exploits in Tongye continent, but the situation of the people around her and the sect would force Wei Ying to constantly take over Jiang Shangzhen's position. In fact, this completely predictable situation was Jiang Shangzhen's own fault. Jiang Shangzhen abdicated too early and too fast. He could have waited until Wei Ying reached the Ascendant Realm. At that time, Wei Ying would succeed to the position of suzerain, which was a matter of course. Jiang Shangzhen would also support a large number of trusted subordinates, such as those young people of Jade Gui sect who were still willing to worship Jiang Shangzhen as a god. When these young geniuses grew up one by one, the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Divine Seal Peak would almost all be Jiang Shangzhen's followers. In the following 1,000 years, Jiang Shangzhen would be a veritable suzerain and the leader of the immortals on the continent. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, I am originally a transitional sect master. Not to mention the cultivators on the continent, even those cultivators with sect pedigrees in my own sect can't remember me for a few years. Cui Dongshan raised his head and said with a faint smile, Is Consecrator Zhou a person who belittles himself? How come I didn't know this before? Jiang Shangzhen leaned against the pavilion pillar and crossed his legs. He took a sip of the moonlight wine in his cup and said, In the end I'm still lazy. What others want but can't get, I'll throw it away like a pair of worn-out shoes. If I knew how to do things that should be taken for granted, I wouldn't be Jiang Shangzhen. Cui Dongshan also didn't want to talk about the affairs of Jade Gui sect. After all, it was someone else's family business. Looking at the deserted Huang Heji, he complained, You made such a big fuss and forbade tourists from coming to Huang Heji. Yunming Peak and Mount Laojuan's ferry must be full of complaints. What are you doing? Damn it, is there a need to do this? If my master knows about this, he'll definitely scold you for being a wastrel. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, I honestly paid for my own family with the identity of a banished immortal tourist. I also spent a lot of money on the Cloud Cave's blessed land, the Jiang family's snow. It's double the market price. I haven't asked for money from my family for a long time. It's been stored there and hasn't been touched. Every year, the dividends and interest are rolling in the account book. It's not a small amount now. Of course, my money is mine. The entire Jiang family's money is still mine. Cui Dongshan leaned against the railing and poured himself another cup of moonlight wine. He took a sniff and said, If we're talking about the ability to earn money, Brother Zhou can definitely be ranked in the Haoran 10. Lu Jubao, old man Yu Xian, stinky chest loser you. Brother Zhou, you're a really capable person. Jiang Shangzhen waved his hand. Not as good as you, the two of you. Cui Dongshan also waved his hand and said with a mischievous smile, These words spoil the mood. Let's not talk about this. It's annoying. Master can wake up soon and see how the Cloud Cave's blessed land makes money. Huang Heji occupied a huge area. The cliff's edge was lined with white jade railings that were more than 10 li long. They were all made from genuine snow. And the green bricks on the ground were all made from green taro mud that was produced from the fusion of mountain roots and cloud roots. Other than this viewing pavilion that occupied the best position, the Jiang family also invited experts to use the two kinds of magical arts, Dao field and snail shell, and long sun and moon in a pot, to ingeniously superimpose and build nearly 100 immortal mansions. Each mansion occupied several acres of land. Therefore, in a single Huangheji, whether it was a tourist or a resident of the mansion, everyone was quiet and did not disturb each other. Those snail shell immortal mansions in Huangheji were not for sale, they were only for rent. However, the length of time could be negotiated. Whether it was a short stay for 3 to 5 days or a long stay for 3 to 5 years, the price was different. If one wanted to directly rent from the Cloud Cave's Blessed Lands Jiang family for 3 to 500 years, there were only two possibilities. Every single immortal mansion had its own unique features and was extremely exquisite. It was to the extent that just the designs of 7 immortal mansions were treasures of other immortal sects and dynasties, and over 100 of them could be sold every year. The key point was that the Jiang family also opened the Mirror Flower, Water and Moon in Huangheji. It was unknown how many female cultivators on the mountain specially came to the Cloud Cave's Blessed Lands Huangheji mansion. Relying on the Mirror Flower, Water and Moon, they negotiated with the Cloud Cave's Jiang family to share the profits. Not only could they live there for free, they could also earn a large amount of immortal money, which could be used to buy many of the 18 scenery's wonderful items, such as rouge, face powder, robes, hairpins, painting scrolls, calligraphy, portraits of young sword immortals. Also, the moonlight wine in Jiang Shangjin and Cui Dongshan's hands was indeed infused with the moonlight essence of the Blessed Land's moon. This slight loss could be completely made up for by the expensive cost of the wine. The wine cup was a gift from the Blessed Land. After the cultivators drank the wine, they felt that it was troublesome and did not care for it. Then they would casually throw it into the river outside Huangheji. However, as long as they were willing to take it away, what did it mean? The wine cup was not a document. Those who could travel to this blessed land and drink the moonlight wine would not treat the wine cup as a rare item. They would only use it for daily drinking, calling friends and singing at banquets. Every night when there was a full moon, the moonlight would flow and the reflection of the bright moon would appear on the white porcelain. The white porcelain's natural patterns were like cloud patterns. After hundreds and thousands of years, the moonlight wine in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land Huangheji became a well-known elegant item among the cultivators on the mountain and the wealthy families at the foot of the mountain. Doing business was a business of taking money from other people's pockets. In the end, it was still a matter of working on the human heart. Jiang Shangjin understood the human heart, especially the thoughts of women. He was even more proficient in how to earn the immortal money of women. This was only a means of making money on Huangheji's side. The 18 sceneries of the Blessed Land were a source of income where immortal money surged everywhere. The moonlight wine in Huangheji, the white clouds on Yunming Peak, the scenery and cultivation were not neglected. The white reed brooms swept the clouds into the sleeve and brought them home, and all of this was realized by Jiang Shangjin. When Jiang Shangjin took over the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, although it was already a superior blessed land and was already famous for its wealth, it was far from the current situation. This young Jiang clan master, who was known for being unruly in the continent, had stood his ground against the opinions of the masses in the clan's ancestral hall and moved people with reason and emotion. To put it bluntly, it was that whoever dared to say no in the Jiang clan's ancestral hall, he would kill that person today. He would let them come in standing and go out in a dead body. In the end, Jiang Shangjin borrowed a large sum of money from clan master Sun Yuan and Song Shengtang, who was the Jade sect's god of wealth at that time, to raise the bottleneck of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land to a superior blessed land in one fell swoop. In this way, many of Jiang Shangjin's ideas were realized one by one. The so-called 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave were actually the 18 forbidden areas of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. To the numerous native cultivators, the 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land were like heavenly immortal treasures. The creator of the 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land had always been the Jiang clan's stylist. His surname was Chao, and he was known as Stylish Chao. His ancestor was once a down-and-out Mahist cultivator who was recruited by Jiang Shangjin. His descendants' cultivation realms were not high. Generation after generation, the sons inherited the father's work. In the end, the Cloud Cave Blessed Land and the Chao clan became a renowned family of builders. In fact, Cui Dongshan, who didn't really want to drink wine, suddenly changed his mind. Not only did he pour a full cup of wine, he even moved his butt and passed the cup to Jiang Shangjin. Jiang Shangjin was a little surprised. He could only sit up and pass the cup to Cui Dongshan as well. Unexpectedly, The youth in white slightly lowered the cup in his hand. Before Jiang Shangjin could move the cup down, the wine cup slightly clinked. Cui Dongshan changed the cup from one hand to two, said a toast and raised his head to drink it all. Jiang Shangjin nodded slightly. He also held the cup with both hands and drank the wine in the cup. It was definitely a special honor. It was not inferior to the return of the Dragon Tiger Mountain's great heavenly master to Divine Seal Peak. When had Cui Dongshan, or half of the embroidered tiger Cui Dong, ever deliberately lowered his status to an outsider at the wine table? Jiang Shangjin was very clear that it wasn't because of how Jiang Shangjin turned the tide in the Tongyi continent that he won Cui Dongshan's toast. To be honest, in terms of merit, who in the world could compare to the embroidered tiger? The Dragon Tiger Mountain's great heavenly master, White Emperor City's Zheng Juzhong, mellow scholar Qin Chunan, and even Bai Yi couldn't compare to the Dali Cui Dong. Therefore, it was his identity as a consecrator of Luapa Mountain and his friendship with Qin Pingan that allowed the young mountain lord's disciple, Cui Dongshan, to drink with Zhou Fei. Cui Dongshan casually threw the porcelain cup into the river and turned his head to look at the moon in the water. The white-clothed youth leaned against the railing again and lifted the wine pot. The wine poured into the water and muttered with a smile, "Not afraid of the deep water." Old Long Pan called the fairy to drink wine. The fairy despised me for being too young, I despised the fairy for being too tall, I poured snowflakes for 30,000 years, begging the master for money to buy the mountain. The master blamed me for being useless, I blamed the master for being too busy. Jiang Shangjin imitated him and threw away the wine pot and cup. He clapped his hands and praised, "Good poetry. When I return I'll have someone carve it on the cliff. It should be passed down through the ages." Cui Dongshan turned his head. Jiang Shangjin asked tentatively, "Have you flattered him?" Cui Dongshan asked back, "Brother Zhou, what do you think?" Jiang Shangjin laughed loudly. He mistook the cloud cave blessed land for Luapa Mountain. Cui Dongshan said without reason, that Han Jianshu, Dai Yuan, and the others must have returned to their own mountains. They must be experts that are admired by many. Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, "Of course. Han Jianshu will have many men's heartfelt admiration. Perhaps just a casual glance from her can make some young men toss and turn in bed, unable to sleep at night. Dai Yuan must also be an unrivaled earth immortal grandmaster in the eyes of many cultivators." Cui Dongshan asked again, "The drunk man under the sword tree is Lu Fang. Are you sure he went to the green netherworld?" Jiang Shangjin was a little embarrassed and nodded, "This guy is troubled by love. He can't get rid of the knot in his heart no matter what." Cui Dongshan said, "This friend of yours is different from the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin and the Wind Thunder Garden's Li Tuanjing. Actually, he can learn from the Green Netherworld's Year Palace removal, Wu Shuang descends." Jiang Shangjin said helplessly, "I told him about this. In the end, he thought for a long time and said, 'How could I bear to part with her?' He almost angered me to death." Cui Dongshan knew the inside story and was gloating. Just as he was about to say something, Jiang Shangjin hurriedly cupped his fists and begged, "Don't mention the past. It spoils the mood. It's easy to get upset." Cui Dongshan said, "If Han Yushu's Wanyao sect did not meet my teacher, he would have taken advantage of the situation and even had the chance to become the second Jade Gui sect. Then he could wait patiently for Jade Gui sect to make a mistake. For example, he could make a mistake similar to Tongyi sect. Even if the Tongyi sect that is on the verge of collapse could recover, Wanyao sect would at least be able to fight for second place." Jiang Shangjin hesitated for a moment. When he first met Qin Pingan at Taiping Mountain, Jiang Shangjin was in a difficult position. His words were reserved, as if he was unwilling to talk about the current situation in Tongyi continent. It was because the Aquarius continent and North continent had a very deep and good relationship. Most of them were very legitimate. The cultivators of these two continents spared no effort in infiltrating Tongyi continent from other continents. The sword cultivators of North continent had a deep relationship with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan was also a hidden official for many years. The Aquarius continent was also Qin Pingan's hometown. During the war, the mountains and rivers of these two continents were connected to form one continent. It was enough to shock the eyes and ears of the two continents. Now that they had gone south to Tongyi continent, it was inevitable that they would be arrogant. Cui Dongshan laughed, "You are very curious why Cui Dong wants to protect Tongyi sect in the dark, and not let the other continents' internal and external forces divide it up like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep?" Jiang Shangjin nodded and then shook his head, If he wants to support a force like a hub to go south for the Aquarius continent, and use it to restrict the local sects like Jade Gui sect, I am not surprised at all. What I am really curious about is, look at that Imperial Tutor's plan. It is obvious that he wants Tongyi sect to have a chance to return to its peak within 1,000 years, and become a continent second only to Jade Gui sect. One Tongyi continent was extremely tragic. Jade Gui sect's ascendant realm Sun Yuan. Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall, god of fortune Song Xingtang, Jade Pure realm female cultivator Lu Huamao, Tongyi sect master, great sword celestial Fu Lingqing. Taiping Mountain's old heavenly lord, mountain lord heavenly lord Song Mao. Fui sect master Ji Hai, they were all ancient people. After a long time, they had become pages of an ancient calendar. The most outstanding and powerful cultivators of the upper 5 realms had all died in battle, and there were many followers who had generously sacrificed themselves. As for the Tongyi continent's earth immortals who were closest to the mountain peak, more than half of them ran away and hid in the 5th world to enjoy their lives. Now that there were cultivators from other continents infiltrating Tongyi continent, the key was that Tongyi continent had no power and no reason to show any toughness. The huge Tongyi continent had a bad reputation, and it had become the laughingstock of the entire world. It was like an old man in his twilight years with a broken spine, unable to straighten his back and speak to outsiders. Like Fuyao continent and Jinjia continent, even though their mountains and rivers had sunk, they had fought many tough battles from the top to the bottom of the mountain, and only in the end did their mountains and rivers crumble. But in this way, with Tongyi continent as a foil, even the central divine continent had a good impression of those 2 continents. Pitiful, hateful, laughable, and lamentable, there was only one Tongyi continent. Cui Dongshan clasped his hands behind his head. What's there to be confused about? The young people of Tongyi sect are worthy of such treatment. Just like how Wei Ying is worthy of being the sect leader of Jade Gui sect, you are willing to give the position to a young person. It's the same logic. Do you think that the old bastard only has eyes for the Aquarius continent? To be honest, not to mention the North continent, even the Dali dynasty, Cui Dong does not care to be biased. Because he is even more lazy than you. This is a good way to put it. Cui Dong will definitely not allow people like Han Yushu to live an ignoble life, and even take advantage of the situation to steal a high position. That is too disgusting. The Tongya sect was even more miserable than the Yugui sect. They suffered the most, and it was in their hearts that they suffered the most. Since they suffered the most, they would have the best memory. They knew better than you what true suffering and torment were. Anyway, you and the young people of Jade Gui sect can be considered the true hope of Tongyi continent. Cui Dongshan turned his head. The sea of clouds covered the moon. He used a celestial technique and gently parted the sea of clouds with 2 fingers. He smiled. This is called parting the clouds to see the moon. Jiang Shangjun said with a double meaning, Brother Cui's move is indeed celestial. Cui Dongshan did not agree. He asked curiously, when my master heard that the backing of Yu dynasty was the old Longqing Ho family, what was his expression? Jiang Shangjun smiled. It was a half smile. He probably heard a joke that was not so funny. Cui Dongshan smiled and sat cross-legged. He shook his shoulders. That's great. We can go home now. Jiang Shangjun said, bring me along. Cui Dongshan patted his chest. Before Brother Zhou Fei returns to the Ascendant Realm, even if I have to make a scene, kneel and kowtow, I will make sure that the position of head consecrator is always empty. I will wait for Brother Zhou Fei to take his seat. Jiang Shangjun sighed. Although I never thought that I would be like this for the rest of my life, it's still the Ascendant Realm. It's not that easy to get there. It's difficult. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and lifted a sleeve. He rotated it gently. Is that so? Is it difficult? If it were other celestials, even me, they would find it difficult. It's very difficult as ascending to the heavens. But a Tongyi continent without an Ascendant Realm, and a future head consecrator that Luapa Mountain is sure to be, I think it's fine. Just wait. You can't rush it, but you can wait. As for whether it's 100 years or a few hundred years, I can't guarantee it. Jiang Shangjun smiled and cupped his fists. Thank you for your auspicious words. Jiang Shangjun glanced at Cui Dongshan's sleeve. That little girl called Sun Chunwang is still inside competing with you? Cui Dongshan nodded. Good seedling. Boss, you're a sword immortal. You're kind and generous. The sleeve that Cui Dongshan lifted was called By Ben Place. There was a little girl practicing swordsmanship inside. Previously, when he took the white jade hairpin from Jiang Shangjun, Cui Dongshan saw a group of sword immortal embryos with different temperaments. Cui Dongshan was not idle. He often chatted with them and reasoned with them. He said that they were not young anymore and they were all sword cultivators. They had to be sensible. They had to pay attention to what they said, do things with dignity and be calm. Small money comes from frugality. Don't you know it? Anyway, those who deserved to be beaten were beaten, scolded, and praised. Otherwise it would be inappropriate. By Xian, He Gu, He Xiangding, Yu Xie Hui, Yu Qingzhang, and Sun Chun Wang. These 6 little sword cultivators were all kept in Cui Dongshan's sleeve. The magical power of the upper 5 realms was very different. For example, Qin Pingan could only store things and there was no other mystery. However, Cui Dongshan's heaven and earth in his sleeve could control the cultivators who fell into his sleeve. All of their perceptions, and divine senses would be controlled by Cui Dongshan at will. It was easy to understand the saying that one day felt like a year. One could imagine how it felt to guard in a vast illusion for 100 years. Of course, Qin Pingan's heaven and earth in his sleeve was one extreme. Cui Dongshan's was another extreme. Even among the Ascendant Realm cultivators, except for Jing Juzhong of White Emperor City, no one was as powerful as Cui Dongshan's heaven and earth in his sleeve. One after another, Yu Xie Hui, He Gu, and He Xiangding almost lost their minds. They were thrown out of Cui Dongshan's sleeve by Cui Dongshan. After that, they looked at Cui Dongshan as if they were looking at the god of plague. Then it was Yu Qingzhang who couldn't stand it. After a few years in the mountain, it was Bai Xian who was old and had eyes on his forehead. However, this little bastard was not a cultivator who couldn't stand it, but he couldn't stand the innate emotion. He felt that it was too boring, so he begged Cui Dongshan to let him out. If Cui Dongshan really couldn't stand it, he would go out for a meal and chat and then throw him back. Cui Dongshan deliberately ignored him. As a result, the little bastard took out his flying sword and ran all the way. The flying sword followed him all the way until he ran out of spiritual qi. He fell to the ground and scolded Cui Dongshan for being a jerk. He didn't let Cui Dongshan see Master Hidden Official later, or he would make Cui Dongshan, a stupid student, suffer the consequences. So Cui Dongshan was very considerate. He first threw Bai Xian out of his sleeve and then suddenly grabbed him back. The kid was also able to judge the situation and was flexible. He began to flatter Cui Dongshan. When he found that it didn't seem to work, he began to say good things about Master Hidden Official. Cui Dongshan listened to him and then released the little bastard from his sleeve. He touched Bai Xian's head and smiled to remind the kid who didn't even dare to put his hands behind his back that he should be obedient in the future. Bai Xian had a sincere face and shouted that he must. However, Cui Dongshan was surprised. He said that such a loud voice would scare people to death. He was full of energy and could still practice the sword. So he threw Bai Xian back. He also found that the kid was most afraid of the female ghost with a pale face and bleeding eyes. So he let Bai Xian wander around dozens of places. Cui Dongshan said, "Illusions are born from the heart and realms are created by the heart." In the world of fish, insects, flowers, and birds there was a world of its own. It was a gloomy haunted house. In the end, when Bai Xian finally saw the light of day again, the kid grabbed the sleeve of the crazy Master Cui and began to cry out loud. The last one was a little girl with an ordinary appearance, Sun Chun Wang. She actually really concentrated on cultivating in the mountain and river in the sleeve. Moreover, she was very disciplined. She seemed to be sleeping but not sleeping. She nurtured the flying sword. Then she would get up on time every day to take a walk. She talked to herself and scribbled with her fingers. Finally, she would sit back on time and nurture the flying sword again. It was as if she was determined to continue like this until the end of time. Anyway, she would never open her mouth to beg Cui Dongshan for mercy. In addition, there were Qing Chaolu, Nailan Yufan, and Yao Xiaoyan. A little chef who would be in high spirits when talking about Master Chow, a little accountant, and a little muddlehead. Cui Dongshan found them pleasing to the eye, so he did not teach them a lesson. Recently, Cui Dongshan took the initiative to move the dragon beheading platform out of the white jade hairpin and let the group of children practice swordsmanship together. Occasionally he would personally supervise them. Until today, the 4 children Bai Xian, Qing Chaolu, Nailan Yufan, and Yao Xiaoyan followed the unpredictable Cui Dongshan, and the guy called Zhou Fei left the secret realm of the Yunming Peak and came to Huangheji to play. Then, when they heard that they could move stones at will in Mount Laojuan's Inkstone Mountain, they ran to try their luck and make a fortune. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "At least 9 Earth Immortal Sword cultivators in 100 years. Our Luapa Mountain is really scary." Cui Dongshan complained, "Sword cultivators need money the most." Jiang Shangzhen complained, "Talking about money? Brother Chui, are you scolding people? Chui Dongshan gave him a thumbs up. Brother Zhou Fei is so generous. Jiang Shangjin suddenly said, I heard that the fifth world made an exception for a young scholar, and allowed him to return to the vast world. His name is Zhao Yao? Is he from the same place as our mountain lord? Chui Dongshan nodded. Zhao Yao is most likely the future Dali imperial tutor. He will be groomed as the imperial tutor for a few years, and will assist the next emperor. It is the old bastard's doing. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Shangjin nodded. That makes sense. The current Aquarius continent situation was extremely complicated. The Dali dynasty that once occupied a continent, the Song dynasty emperor followed the agreement and allowed many of the old dynasties and vassal states to recover. But the capital of Dali that was built near Chibu in the central region, was still kept. It was handed over to vassal King Song Mu to oversee. Just how to properly settle this vassal king, who had made outstanding contributions and had a reputation that spread far and wide, would give Emperor Song He a headache. Song Mu, or rather Song Jisun, in that war his performance was too dazzling. He had gathered a large group of cultivators around him. Other than the true dragon GQ who could be regarded as half of the Ascendant Realm, and Martial Mountain's Ma Kuxuan, Song Mu had a close relationship with the sword cultivators of the North Continent. In addition, the 6 ministries of Pedu were all officials who had experienced the baptism of war. They were in the prime of their lives and were full of vitality. Each one of them was more than the other. Most importantly, each of them was brimming with talent and were extremely practical. They were definitely not people who would sit back and talk. That was why there was a saying that people would die from anger. It was widely spread in the Tongyi continent. Any middle-level official from the Dali Pedu was more than qualified to be the minister of the 6 ministries of the Tongyi continent. As for the Song clan dynasty, it used to be a continent that included the entire Aquarius continent. It was still ranked at the bottom of the 10 great dynasties. Now that it had given up half of its territory, it was named as the 2nd great dynasty in the Central Plains. And there was almost no objection on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Chui Dongshan smiled and asked, if I remember correctly, because of the war, the Cloud Cave Blessed Land lacked the rouge painting for 2 years. Recently, the Jiang clan has started to re-evaluate it? Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, I can ignore the Jiang clan's affairs. But this matter, I have to watch over it personally. One of the 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land was a rouge stage. It was also known as the Flower Deity Mountain by the Tongyi continent. At the peak of the high platform, there were 36 fairies and beauties standing on it all year round. Of course, they were all transformed by the Jiang clan's cultivators using the mountain and mountain secret technique. The rouge painting was divided into 3 volumes, 2 volumes and 2 volumes. There were 12 people in each volume. They were known as the 36 flower goddesses. They were all the most outstanding women in the celestial families on the continent and the dynasties below the mountain. Only they could stand on the platform. Chui Dongshan smiled and said, Brother Zhou Fei is busy collecting money again. No wonder you were willing to buy Huang Heji tonight. It's just a small amount of money. Jiang Shangjin laughed and said, it's just for fun. Earning money is secondary. Chui Dongshan asked casually, who's the first? Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, it was originally the new emperor of the Great Spring Dynasty, Yao Jinji. But this emperor asked someone to send a sum of money to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. I could only bear the pain and remove her name. In addition, Madame Huan Shi, who cultivated in the Taoist master residence, also sent a flying sword message to the Divine Seal Peak not long ago. How would I dare to act rashly? Before the truth of the 36 rouge paintings of the flower goddesses was revealed, the Jiang clan of the Blessed Land would give some information in advance. Therefore, those who were listed on the list, those who remained in the volumes, or those who were promoted from the lower volumes to the upper volumes, or even those who were unwilling to show their faces like the Great Spring Emperor Yao Jinji, could be discussed as long as they were given money. Apart from this, there were also many celestial masters who admired certain fairies. They could also give money to the Jiang clan. This was because there were more than 100 flower baskets placed at the Rouge Mountain. Each flower basket would be pasted with the name of a beauty candidate. Every celestial master would personally throw money into the flower basket or ask someone to send money to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. The amount of money in the flower basket would be obvious at a glance. It was said that when the old sect master Sun Yuan was still alive, he would take the initiative to find Jiang Shangjin every time the Rouge platform was selected. Those fairies who were admired by Sun Yuan had to be listed on the list. There was no room for discussion. After all, the catoptric deflection was Sun Yuan's greatest interest. Back then, even though he was separated by a continent, the images of the fairies from the Aquarius continent were very blurry, but the old sect master still often waited for them to show up and threw money without blinking. It was no wonder that old Sun often pointed at Jiang Shangzhen's nose and scolded him in front of everyone in the ancestral hall. If you spent half of your money on cultivation, you would have been in the ascendant realm long ago. The most exaggerated selection in history was when a female cultivator's flower basket was piled up with a small mountain of money converted from summer money to grain rain money. That woman was known as Huang Yiyun by the cultivators of the Tong Yi continent. Her real name was Yi Yinyun, and she was an extremely beautiful female martial artist. However, she didn't get listed in the list in the end. It seemed that Yi Yinyun had personally found Jiang Shangzhen. At that time, the Jiang clan master, who had just reached the unpolished Jade realm, had a bloody nose and a swollen face. He grimaced in pain for a few days and scolded old Sun for being a good-for-nothing. Why did he have to take the blame for the trouble he caused? Cui Dongshan sighed. The Great Spring Dynasty, the buried river god Yao Jinji. It's a pity that Pei Qian should still be on her way home, so she can't be the first to know the news. My little senior brother will be remembered by eldest senior sister again. When they left the Lotus Blossom blessed land, it was Pei Qian who accompanied her husband on the entire journey back home. Pei Qian's last flying sword message to the cloud-covering mountain came from the Yu family of the Central Plains. Pei Qian had most likely chosen the route of the pure Jade continent and the North continent, so she returned to the Luapa mountain later. Otherwise, if she went directly to the immortal fairy in the easternmost part of the Central Plains and took the old Dragon City's treasure-swallowing whale ferry, she could directly reach the southern peak boundary of the Aquarius continent. Now she should be near the capital of Dali. Jiang Shangzhen had a particularly deep impression of Pei Qian. Back then he had experienced the power of that charcoal girl at the Luapa mountain. In a battle of the Great Tao, he had wholeheartedly lost and admitted defeat. Cui Dongshan turned his head to look at the faraway Mount Laojun. Who would have thought that the cultivators of a continent could only travel to the Cloud Cave blessed land in the future to see the old scenery of the Taiping Mountain and the Fuyao sect again? Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said softly, "Flowers bloom when you plant them with the intention, and willows grow when you plant them without the intention." I never thought that I, Jiang Shangzhen, would actually accomplish such a great thing just by focusing on earning money. On the Mount Laojun, other than the Vassal Yen Mountain, the most famous thing was actually a painting of the mountains and rivers of the Tongyi continent. The Cloud Cave blessed land had chosen the most beautiful mountains and rivers of a continent and immortal residences. Tourists would be immersed in it and experience it. Moreover, it was like a saint overseeing a small world. As long as one was a cultivator of the middle 5 realms, they could casually shrink the mountains and rivers and enjoy the scenery. Of course, the mountain and river restrictions of each family would not appear in the mountain and river painting. Some secluded immortals who wanted to make a name for themselves did not have enough foundation to occupy a place in the mountain and river diagram. In order to attract potential cultivators or to make friends with the incense on the mountain, they would take the initiative to take out the immortals' diagram of their own mountain and ask the Jiang family to help make a hot copy and place it in the diagram, so that the cultivators of the continent would know their name. The two of them were speechless. In early spring the moon was bright in the sky. The moon was white, the mountains were cold, and the water was cold. The two of them were enjoying the blooming of spring flowers. Jiang Shangzhen said, "Qin Pingan should be waking up soon." Cui Dongshan nodded. "There's no hurry. We've waited for so many years. 1 or 2 more days won't make a difference." Jiang Shangzhen raised his eyes and looked at the mountain and river gate of the yellow hedgy boundary. He smiled and said, "The little money grubber and the others have returned. It seems like they didn't gain much." Cui Dongshan glanced in that direction and said, "Why don't you try my husband instead? I'll empty the entire Inkstone Mountain for you. As long as my husband has nothing to do, he can cultivate there." Jiang Shangzhen quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't dare, I don't dare." The group of children returned to Yellow Hedgie. Nalan Yuji was a small bookkeeper and a little money grubber. At this moment he was still not satisfied with using his hands to touch the white jade wall. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, he simply stood on his tiptoes and used his face as a rag. He wiped here and there, muttering about money and how it was all spent by the snow. Bai Xian, who had his hands behind his back, rolled his eyes. The little fatty Cheng Chaolu was rewarded with a famous nickname by Cui Dongshan, the invincible little divine fist. Cui Dongshan also said that as long as he learned martial arts from his husband, your master Chao, he would be able to reach a higher level. He would also reward Qing Chaolu with a more prestigious name. Nalan Yuji's fengsuan item was immediately filled with ink stones. Yao Xiaoyan and Qing Chaolu also carried a bag each. A piece of ink stone that was mined from Mount Laojuan's Crown Prince's Mountain was difficult for immortals to predict. Only extremely experienced inkstone craftsmen from blessed lands could estimate the quality of the material. As for those inkstones that could be seen with the naked eye, naturally they would not be randomly scattered on the mountain. In fact, the matter of climbing the mountain to pick up inkstones was originally for the traveling immortal masters to enjoy themselves. In the little girl's fengsuan object, in addition to the large and small stones and slates that have not been cut to determine the quality of the stone, there are also a few seals and many fans. They were all stolen from her sister. Nalan didn't dare to take too much of the jade archive. She only took less than half of it. She planned to do business with Cui Dongshan. This guy looked filthy rich and liked to claim that he was Master Chao's proudest disciple. He seemed to respect his teacher and would probably be very willing to spend money. However, she could not take everything out. She had to say that she only had one seal that she had painstakingly bought with a lot of money. After selling it at a high price, she would talk about it a few days later. Oh, she accidentally found a folding fan and sold it to him. She said that it was the treasure of the Yen family's shop in her hometown. In the end, she would take everything out and simply let him buy it. Anyway, she would not sell it alone. In the end, she would give him a family friendship price. If Cui Dongshan did not agree, then forget it. If he did not want to buy it, then so be it. However, Nalan Yuji felt that she should not sell everything. She wanted to keep one of the seals because she liked it very much. The words on the side of the seal, 8,000 credits is not as good as $800. Sincerity is no match for evil. The seal words on the seal, earning money is not easy, cultivation is very difficult. On a mountain, a group of cultivators left a snail shell mansion. There were 7 or 8 men and women. Their faces were young and their robes were different. At first glance, one could tell that they were either rich or noble people on the mountain. It was not that the mansion did not have a good view of the scenery, but the scenery around the Yellow Crane Peak viewing pavilion was so quiet. Seeing those young immortals coming from afar, Bai Xian jumped lightly and sat on the railing. He crossed his arms and looked at them coldly. Yao Xiaoyan was afraid of strangers, so she hid next to Nalan Yuji. Qing Chaolu was more carefree. She stood next to the white jade railing and looked at the river under the bright moon. The little fatty felt that if Master Chao was here right now, everyone would have a steaming hot pot. That would really be worthy of this beautiful scenery. A young woman in a dragon dress with a string of pearls in her hand opened her limpid eyes wide as she sized up the 2 little girls. They're so adorable, they're so delicate and delicate. Whose children are you? She walked quickly to Nalan Yuji and bent down, wanting to rub the little girl's head. Nalan Yuji turned her head away. The woman touched her again and the little girl turned her head again. The woman retracted her hand. Her eyes narrowed into crescents as she smiled. Little girl, what's your name? Nalan Yuji said in fluent Tong Yezhou language, I'm not familiar with you. That's more or less enough. After the woman heard this, dimples appeared on her cheeks. She looked even more beautiful. A young man with a first-class fasting jade tablet on his waist said in surprise, these little guys, could they be the disciples of the Jiang family from the Cloud Cave Blessed Land? All of them have fasting jade tablets. The woman glanced at him. Yu Qi, is your family the only rich one? The young man named Yu Qi smiled. They were a group of young talents from Tong Yezhou. This time they were traveling together to kill demons and gain experience. At the foot of Tong Yezhou Mountain, there were many things waiting to be done. However, there were still many demon cultivators who stayed on Tong Yezhou Mountain. Some of them were sneakily hiding in the mountains, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Some of them couldn't change their natures. They ran around and caused trouble. However, there were very few earth immortals among these demon survivors. The great demons of the upper 5 realms, Nascent Soul and Golden Core demons, had either died in the war or fled back to the wasteland through the entrance of the ultimate on the sea. Some couldn't escape in time and were killed by the surviving cultivators of Tong Yezhou Mountain and the nobles of Mount Longhu's celestial master residence. In addition, the Tong Yezhou Mountain was constantly infiltrated by cultivators from other continents. For example, the Ho family of Old Dragon City, which was allied with the Yu dynasty, and Sword Immortal Su Jun, who was guarding the mountain crossing. He was one of the people who spoke to the Tong Yezhou Mountain's god of wealth. No matter why these people came to Tong Yezhou Mountain, they were not careless about killing demons. Therefore the Tong Yezhou Mountain was still very peaceful. The elders of the various families were more at ease with the juniors traveling together and going down the mountain to gain experience. At the pavilion, Cui Dongshan looked at the group of youngsters and could not help but laugh. He turned his head to look at Jiang Shangzhen. Look. It's all because of your Jade Medallion sects in action that these fellow seniors have turned into dragons upon encountering a storm. All of them don't even care about you, old sect master Jiang. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, well said, well said. It's better than being scolded for being a dog in the manger. The immortal sects of the northern lands, Golden Peak Monastery, Heavenly Fault Peak, Green Tiger Palace, Little Dragon Chiu, and a few in the central and southern regions were now seen as potential sections. On the surface, the Tong Yezhou Mountain was dominated by the Jade sect. It was destined that there would not be any changes in the next 1,000 years. The Tong Yezhou Mountain, which had a terrible reputation, had tactfully sealed itself off. Other than that, some of the immortal sects that were originally deeply rooted and powerful had their vitality greatly damaged. Even the ancestral hall's incense had been wiped out. Therefore, the Golden Peak Monastery of the Northern Mountains joined forces with the great immortal White Dragon Cave of the Central Region and the Cloud Cottage of Mount Pu in the south. The three parties worked together to propose a Grand Mountain and Mountain Alliance. They advanced and retreated together. Currently, many of the disputes between the native cultivators of the Tong Yezhou Mountain and the foreign cultivators of the Aquarius continent and the North continent would be mediated by two great cultivators who vaguely became the monarch of the mountain and the prime minister of the mountain, of a continent. As for the owner of the Cloud Cottage of Mount Pu, it was Yi Yunyun, a woman who was purely a martial artist. Because she liked to wear yellow clothes, she had the reputation of Yellow Clothes Yun. However, this martial artist was obsessed with martial arts and didn't care about worldly affairs. As a result, she didn't care that the Cloud Cottage had become more than half a place for cultivation. During the war, she left her mountain alone. It was obvious that she was determined to die. She rushed to the Great Spring Dynasty and didn't plan to return to the Cloud Cottage. However, for some reason, the Mirage City was still standing. It became the biggest strange thing at the foot of the Tong Yezhou Mountain. The demon race's army and horses surrounded the capital of the Great Spring Dynasty from the beginning to the end but didn't attack. Because the Grand Alliance was held at the Peach Leaf Crossing in the territory of the Great Spring Dynasty, it was also called the Peach Leaf Alliance. Cui Dongshan clicked his tongue and said, poor brother Zhou Fei. Jiang Shangzhen sat cross-legged with his hands in his sleeves. Who said it wasn't? Fortunately, the fairies in the rouge painting can comfort me. The local cultivators of the Tong Yi continent had long been dissatisfied with the attitude of the Jade sect's Divine Seal Peak in many important matters. In addition, the location of the Jade sect's lower sect was Calligraphy Lake in the Aquarius continent and had a close relationship with the Song clan. Wei Ying was even promoted from the position of the True Realm sect's sect master. Therefore, the local cultivators of the Tong Yi continent felt that Jiang Shangzhen and Wei Ying were too selfish and unsightly. They wanted to rely on both sides but they didn't. They had been exchanging the loss of the Tong Yi continent's interests for the Jade sect's interests. The simplest reason was that Jiang Shangzhen had a good relationship with the current Great Celestial Master. If he allied with the Celestial Master Mansion of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, Jiang Shangzhen would show more strength and resist the encroachment of the cultivators of the Aquarius continent and the North continent to the south. He would strictly prohibit the cross-continent ferries from landing on the shore. How could the current Tong Yi continent be held back by outsiders? How could they allow outsiders to occupy high positions and implicate their own cultivators to be inferior to others? Cui Dongshan looked worried. Don't get into a conflict over there. If that happens, brother Zhou Fei will be in trouble. It was as if Cui Dongshan had casually smeared his face with yellow mud. Jiang Shangzhen's face was full of helplessness. What the hell was this? Not to mention a group of tourists, even if the disciples of the Jiang clan or the direct disciples of the Divine Seal Peak dared to provoke the Sword Immortal embryos who were temporarily the Mountain Master's unofficial disciples, Jiang Shangzhen wouldn't mind serving them according to the family rules. Fortunately, there was no conflict. The woman from Mount Pu's Cloud Cottage had a very good impression of the two young ladies and waved them goodbye. Nalen Yuji hesitated for a moment and waved his hand as a return of the greeting. However, the only child in the group of immortal masters looked up at Bai Xian, who was sitting on the railing, and asked, "What are you looking at?" Bai Xian ignored him. The child turned his head as he walked, staring at Bai Xian, and said, It's just a few fasting tablets. What are you showing off for? Bai Xian still didn't say anything. He just picked up the fasting tablet, shook his head and sighed softly. The child stopped and said with a smile, "What's your name? Let's be friends." Bai Xian put down the tablet and yawned, still ignoring his peer. The woman turned her head and said, "Lindsay, don't cause trouble. You should control your temper. Have you forgotten the trouble you caused in the capital of the Great Spring? Aren't you afraid of being punished by your master when you return to the White Dragon Cave?" The woman shifted her line of sight to the young man named Yu Qi and complained, "You don't care about Lindsay either?" Yu Qi said helplessly, "Miss Yi, you can call him Lindsay as you like. But according to the seniority in my family, Lindsay is my martial uncle." The child nicknamed Lindsay twitched the corner of his mouth and no longer cared about the mute sitting on the railing. He just looked at Nalan Yuji and Yao Xiaoyan. He smiled and raised his hands, making a gesture of pinching cheeks. Bai Xian jumped up and crossed his fingers. Nalan Yuji quickly turned her head and said, "It's fine. Don't mess around. Master Chow isn't here." The child sneered and left in large strides. But his steps weren't fast and he still fell behind the crowd. He turned his head and opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. It wasn't anything from his heart. He opened his mouth slightly and said two words with a smile, "Coward." Bai Xian stepped on the railing and said angrily, "So annoying." Because Master Chow had warned them not to reveal their identity as sword cultivators. He wasn't like Qing Chaolu, the little lackey of the hidden official, who would pester the hidden official to teach him fist techniques every day. Bai Xian had secretly sworn that in this vast world, he would learn from the hidden official. As long as he fought with someone, he wouldn't lose a single battle. If he could use his flying sword, Bai Xian would have beaten that bastard until he cried for his parents. The little fatty, Qing Chaolu, suddenly stepped forward. He took off his bag and placed it on the ground. Then, without a word, he walked towards his peer who had an extremely high seniority in White Dragon Cave. That Lindsay wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. He walked sideways and turned his head to look at the little fatty who looked silly. He hooked his hand, indicating that if you make the first move, don't blame me for not holding back. Yu Qi sensed that something was wrong. He quickly walked to his martial uncle Lindsay's side and said half-jokingly, all right. Martial uncle, you're just a middle 5-realm cultivator. Why are you competing with these children?" Lindsay glanced at the two girls and smiled, "They're just grotto-dwelling realm cultivators." While Yu Qi was talking to Lindsay amiably, he spoke to the little fatty telepathically, "Go back. Don't cause trouble. Otherwise, when your sect's elders come, you won't be able to bear the consequences." In the pavilion, Cui Dongshan held back his laughter and clicked his tongue in wonder. White Dragon Cave's cultivators are quite unreasonable. Jiang Shangzhen extended a finger and rubbed his temples. "My head hurts. The White Dragon Cave's ancestral master is only a nascent soul." However, the current White Dragon Cave's cultivators did indeed have the qualifications to do as they pleased in Tongye continent. It was not because of their cultivation level but because of their influence. Jiang Shangzhen asked, "Aren't you going to do anything about it?" Cui Dongshan shook his head, "I'll take care of it. It's time for these sword immortal embryos to know what they're capable of. It's not good to think too highly of themselves or underestimate themselves. When they reach Luapa Mountain in the future, unless their cultivation level is higher, they'll be able to leave the mountain for training. Otherwise, there won't be many opportunities to fight on the mountain." Even without Huang Heji's incident today, I would have let them fight with outsiders in other parts of Cloud Cave Blessed Land. Since Cui Dongshan had said so, Jiang Shangzhen continued to watch the show. If this matter caused him to be recorded in the Mountain Lord's account book and lose his position as head consecrator, Jiang Shangzhen would definitely beat the crap out of the White Dragon Cave's ancestral master. Cui Dongshan focused his gaze and suddenly asked, "Have you ever wondered why I was able to open the mountain restriction on the White Jade Hairpin?" Jiang Shangzhen nodded. "Naturally, it's because Qin Pingan left behind clues. I'm guessing that you're the only one who can open it." Cui Dongshan asked again, "Then have you ever thought that my husband's sword immortal sacrifice at Taiping Mountain was really just a romantic sword immortal or an impulsive decision?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled. "Lu Ji, Qi Tingji, Lu Jinglong, Xie Songhua, Song Pin and all the other sword immortals know that the hidden official has returned to the vast world." Cui Dongshan turned his head and said with a shocked expression, "Brother Zhou Fei's brain sure is sharp." Jiang Shangzhen cupped his fists. "You flatter me. We're all from the same family after all." On the other side, Cheng Chaolu took a deep breath and chanted a few fist formulas in her heart. 1,000 stances, 10,000 punches, one stance. What was it again? Forget it, let's fight first. The little fatty stomped heavily on the ground and his fists moved like a snake. He then stomped on the ground and jumped up high. He raised his arm and his strength was full. His strength was like a thunderclap and he struck out like a whip. The young white dragon cave cultivator with a jade-like face was punched in the head, causing his head to tilt to the side. In the blink of an eye, he smashed into the ground with a bang. Finally, his upturned legs slumped to the ground. However, he fainted on the spot after taking a punch from the child. Cheng Chaolu rushed forward and arched her legs slightly. She kicked the man's forehead and suddenly exerted force. The young man slid dozens of feet away and slammed into the white jade railing. Cheng Chaolu continued running forward. She suddenly tilted her body and dodged an immortal arcane artifact that resembled an immortal binding rope. She pressed 2 fingers together and gently tapped the ground. With a flip of her body, she dodged another spell that restrained her. The little fatty was as agile as a leopard in the forest. He arched his back and continued running towards the young man who was already foaming at the mouth and twitching on the ground. In the end, he kicked Yuchi's head. The back of his head slammed into the white jade railing several times with a clang. The little fatty was only focused on this one person. He was very one-track minded and did not care about the rest. As for the kid named Lin Ziling, it was boring to hit him. Moreover, it was easy for him to be unreasonable. Master Chow had said that after learning boxing, one must be aware of the light and heavy punches. Cheng Chaolu was really afraid that with one punch she would cripple or kill that muddle-headed kid. This was the advantage of sword cultivators, especially sword immortal embryos. Among cultivators, sword cultivators and military cultivators were the best at nourishing the spirit and strengthening the body. Therefore, sword cultivators did not summon their flying swords and military cultivators did not use their spells and abilities. They were very much like pure martial artists. Cui Dongshan was stunned. The little fatty's temper is not bad. Even I have misjudged him? Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, indeed, he doesn't usually look like one. Cui Dongshan said regretfully, among this group of people, there are still those who are willing to be reasonable. Otherwise, today's results would have been better. Bai Xian and the rest would have had a chance to draw their swords. What a pity. The Mount Pu Cloud Cottage of the Tongya continent was similar to the Thunder God Temple of the Snowy continent. They were both fist types that could be famous in their own continents. Yi Yunyun and the martial sage Wu Chang, who carried a bamboo sword and a wooden spear on his back, were both living martial artists. They were both named as the top 10 grandmasters in the history of the Tongya continent. They were fully deserving of the title of martial sage. However, Wu Chang was not interested in establishing a sect. He was even less interested in passing down the legacy of the fist type than Yi Yunyun. He did not even take in a single disciple. Moreover, whenever Wu Chang made a move, it was extremely heavy. A martial artist of the Tongya continent fought him in a Wenquan. In the end, the martial artist was severely injured and died in less than 10 years. Wu Chang only suffered minor injuries. During that battle, Wu Chang had coincidentally left his hometown and was in the central divine continent. He originally planned to ask Wenquan Pei Cup, but the mountains and rivers of his hometown collapsed too quickly. Wu Chang could not make it in time. He could only go to the South Pasua continent alone and kill many demons on the battlefield. A delicate youth wearing a green robe and a white jade belt flashed and stood beside the little fatty. He reached out and grabbed Cheng Chaolu's shoulder. He smiled in a clumsy Tongya continent accent and said, that's enough. Otherwise, this kick will really hurt the foundation of the great Tao of others. Cheng Chaolu retracted his fist and silently retreated to Naren's jade archive. Bai Xian squatted on the railing and slapped the little fatty's head. He smiled and said, little lackey, you're half as elegant as me now. Cheng Chaolu smiled foolishly and scratched his head. It was his first time fighting after learning martial arts, so it was quite embarrassing. Jiang Shangjin glanced at the delicate youth's footsteps. Interesting. It's that Wu Chang stance walking. He probably took in a disciple from outside the village. He's a very young golden body realm cultivator. Cui Dongshan curled his lips. That's considered young? If he met my even younger senior sister, wouldn't that brat bounce 3 times on the ground with one punch? Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, Brother Cui, if you say that, we won't be able to continue this conversation. Cui Dongshan stood up. This fight definitely won't be able to continue. I'll go clean it up. Brother Zhou stay here and drink. The child from White Dragon Cave who was nicknamed Linzi had a livid expression. He stood beside the delicate youth and stared at Ching Chaolu. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me your name." Ching Chaolu thought for a moment and answered in a methodical manner, "I just got a nickname in the pugilistic world, Invincible Little Divine Fist." Lindsay was so angry that his eyes turned red. He was about to take out an offensive natal item when the delicate youth reached out and pressed down on his shoulder. He was intimidated and his spirit chi was forcefully suppressed. The youth smiled and said, "Lindsay, there's always someone better than you. So when you're outside you can't be too willful." The child said angrily, "Guobaimu. Yuchi is about to be beaten to death. Why are you siding with an outsider?" The delicate youth was somewhat helpless and said telepathically, "Have you forgotten? Yuchi is a Dragon Gate realm cultivator. No matter how careless he is, even if he gets punched, he won't be knocked to the ground by that child and faint on the spot. There's an expert who secretly used the body-fixing technique on Yuchi." A white robe appeared on the railing out of thin air. He squatted there and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm a friend of Invincible Little Divine Fist. If you want to beat, scold, or kill, come at me." When Chui Dongshan appeared and squatted on the railing, Bai Xian, who was originally sitting there, quickly slid down to the ground. Guobaimu faced the white-robed youth and cupped his fists. "Junior Guobaimu greets Senior Immortal Master." Chui Dongshan wiped his face with his sleeve and was a little worried. The other side had such a clever kid. How could he add fuel to the fire? The two protectors of the snail shell immortal abode were really incompetent. They were still watching from the sidelines and didn't show up. Chui Dongshan waved his hand at Guobaimu, indicating for him to go to the side. He looked at White Dragon Cave's Liner and said, "Your White Dragon Cave's elder master is the prime minister of a continent. As Yuchi's martial uncle, you're a cave realm immortal less than 10 years old. You're a unique cultivation genius in the continent. Your seniority, status, and cultivation are all there. What are you afraid of? How dare you say that my invincible little divine fist is a coward? Why don't I help you pick someone and you two can spar?" Bai Xian's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and pressed Ching Chaolu's big head. He gently pushed it away and strode forward. I'll do it. The White Dragon Cave's child's expression was uncertain. A young cultivator standing beside Miss Yi was about to speak. Chui Dongshan didn't even turn his head. "Go away. I can't afford to offend the monarch of the mountain, the Golden Peak Temple. I can only pick on the soft persimmon of the White Dragon Cave." At this moment, two elders in the Yellow Crane Base Immortal Abode finally couldn't hold themselves back and arrived together with the wind. One was the chief consecrator of the Golden Peak Temple, Nascent Soul Realm. The other was a martial artist of the Cattail Fan Cloud Cottage, Far Travel Realm, and one of Yi Yunyun's direct disciples. With the protection of these two experts as well as the martial artist of the Golden Body Realm, Guobaimu, and the Dragon Gate Realm, Yuchi, this trip could be said to be smooth sailing. They didn't expect to stumble like this in the Cloud Cave blessed land. It wouldn't be good if word got out. The reason why the two Dao protectors didn't rush to appear was because they were worried on a deeper level. They were worried that the four children had a relationship with the Cloud Cave Jiang clan or the Jade Gui sect's Divine Seal Peak. Their trip to the Cloud Cave blessed land was a kind of goodwill towards the Jiang clan and the Jade Gui sect, or rather, a show of weakness. Disregarding that Cattail Mountain Cloud Cottage's Yi Yunyun, the other two nascent soul realm elders of the Golden Peak Temple, Du Hanliang and the White Dragon Cave's old ancestor had grasped the hearts of the people of the Jade Gui sect's Divine Seal Peak. They had always been careful and paid great attention to the situation. Especially Du Hanliang, who had secretly paid a visit to the Great Sword Immortal Wei Ying, which led to the Alliance of Peach Leaves. However, Du Hanliang didn't even mention a word about this matter to the White Dragon Cave's old ancestor. Seeing the handsome youth in snow-white clothes, the Far Travel Realm martial artist cupped his fists and bowed, while the chief consecrator of the Golden Peak Temple bowed. Chui Dongshan accepted it with a smile, but his mouth was still fanning the flames. "What, you want to bully us just because you have more people? I'm someone with a teacher. When my teacher appears, he'll destroy the White Dragon Cave with one punch and destroy the Golden Peak Temple with one kick. Are you afraid?" That Far Travel Realm martial artist cupped his fists again. "Immortal Master, you must be joking. It's just a misunderstanding not worth mentioning. The children don't often go down the mountain to travel, so they don't know the severity of the situation." Chui Dongshan sighed. Another one who was more reasonable. Very annoying, he shifted his butt and slid down the railing. He bent his knees and slowly stood up, shaking his snow-white sleeves. Bai Xian glanced at that white dragon cave child and followed suit. He crooked his palm but he didn't speak. He only said 2 words one-on-one. Cui Dongshan slapped Bai Xian's head and reprimanded, "Idiot, if you're careless you'll kill this white dragon cave's middle 5-realm immortal with a fart. When the time comes, can you afford to pay for a few pieces of snow? You have to use the money." "You have money?" Yao Xiaoyan said softly. "Sister Yuji has money." Nailin Yuji nodded and said, "Is 5 xiaozhu enough money?" Bai Xian sneered, "When I fight one-on-one I always sign a life and death contract." "Pay my ass." Cui Dongshan said to Yuji, "Remember to copy this down. When you go to Master Chao's hometown it'll be useful. I definitely won't lie to you." Bai Xian put his hands behind his back and said like an old man, "You're called Lin Zi, right? When the forest is big there are all kinds of birds. Very well, I won't bully you. Your realm is higher than mine and you're older than me. Let's fight one-on-one. If you beat me to death I won't have anyone to avenge me. If I beat you to death those white dragon pits and whatnot of yours can come and find trouble with me. If I frown I'll be your long-lost father." Cui Dongshan had already strangled Bai Xian's neck with his arm. The child was still shouting over there, "Come and beat me to death. If you have the ability let's fight one-on-one. If I wasn't stopped by my brothers I would kick your dog face. When you go back home your parents will ask you where your son is. Damn it, you better watch yourself. Don't be alone at night." Bai Xian turned sideways. One foot stepped on the ground, the other lifted up and kicked quickly. In the end he spat hard. It was like he was using a flying sword. Cui Dongshan almost couldn't hold back and let go of this little wild dog. Why was this little bastard so annoying? Cui Dongshan felt that if he were that immortal Master Yuji, he would also want to beat this little bastard to death. The group of people didn't continue to cause trouble. They carried away the still unconscious Yuqi. The child of White Dragon Cave, who had been renamed Linzi and had a wild father, was dragged away by the young woman surnamed Yi. In a private residence of the Jiang clan on Yunming Peak, Qin Pingan opened his eyes and closed them. After a while he sat up and noticed that his shoes were facing the bed. Qin Pingan was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. He put on his shoes, picked up the blade-strengthening gourd and the narrow saber chop can from the table, and hung them on his waist. After walking out of the house, he discovered that it was a place with beautiful scenery. It wasn't very luxurious. Instead it was very quiet and elegant. The residence wasn't big. There were bamboos in front and water behind. On the other side of the gurgling stream there were bamboos. It was a sea of bamboos, verdant and glistening. The shadows of the bamboos danced in the wind and the moon. After admiring the scenery of his residence, Qin Pingan shrank the mountains and rivers. He pushed open the restrictions of the mountains and rivers with a palm and rode the wind to the peak of Yunming Peak. He asked a few questions of a cultivator of the Jiang clan before slowly descending the mountain, preparing to head to Huang Heji. On Huang Heji's side, Cui Dongshan sat back on the railing. Bai Xian had obtained Cui Dongshan's approval and was sprawled on the railing like a duck. Cui Dongshan asked with a smile, "Qing Chaolu, you're that bold?" The little fatty said gloomily, "I'm the only one who learned fist techniques." What he meant was that Master Chao wasn't by his side. Out of so many people he was the only one who could fight. He couldn't embarrass Master Chao. Cui Dongshan sat on the railing and supported himself with his hands. He swung his legs in a lazy manner, but he said the most hurtful words. "Little fatty, it's a pity that the rank of your flying sword isn't high. Your cultivation talent is mediocre. Let's not talk about Chen Li and the other elders, who were brought out of their hometown. You can't even compare to Bai Xian and the others. You're at the bottom." They were all sword cultivators, but there was a difference between sword immortal embryo and sword immortal embryo. There was a difference between heaven and earth. But within the sword immortal embryo, there would be a difference of superiority and inferiority. It could be the difference between heaven and earth. The sword immortal embryo of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was roughly at the Aurus core stage and had a chance of reaching the nascent soul stage. If one's luck was better, such as not dying prematurely or dying on the battlefield, they would be sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Simply put, they had a chance of becoming a jade-level sword cultivator. This vast world's Aurus core and nascent soul sword cultivators could be called sword immortals. In terms of sword cultivators, Tongyi continent was only slightly better than Aquarius continent, and was about the same as Snow White continent. Qing Chaolu was gloomy. He lowered his head and said, When I was training with Master Chow in private, Master Chow said that for the cultivators in the world as well as us sword cultivators, talent can really be used as food. If you have good talent, you can have a lot of rice. One bowl can be 2 or 3 bowls of other people's. This is called the ancestor bestowing food to you. But if you don't have a lot of rice, you won't starve to death. If you want to eat more and grow taller, you have to be more hardworking than others and give yourself special treatment. Master Chow also said if other people with good talent are still working hard, what to do. Don't be afraid because there are ways. Cui Dongshan smiled. What ways? Tell me. Ching Chaolu raised his head, shook his head, he was happy. It's an exclusive mental cultivation method that Master Chow imparted to me, I won't say. Unless there's someone stupider than me and it's a friend, I will tell him. Anyway, Bai Xian, Yu Ji and the rest are all smarter than me, why should I nag about this? Master Chow said before, if a person's ability is not great, if the logic in his mouth is too great, it will annoy others. So there's no need to rush, I'll leave it for now. Cui Dongshan nodded. No wonder my master will only teach you fist techniques. Cheng Chaolu shook his head hard and said telepathically, that's not it, it's others who are not willing to learn. Master Chow can't force others to learn fist techniques. Master Chow's fist techniques are so high, it's so rare. But let me tell you something secretly, don't spread it. Actually, Bai Xian, He Gu, He Xiangding and the rest all want to learn, but they can't bring themselves to do it. Master Chow probably knew, so he said it twice and told me to go back to the house to walk and set up more stances. You can even remember this? Yu Ji will copy it down sentence by sentence. I'm afraid I'll miss out on the theory, so I often borrow it from her. I have to give her money for every page I read. I don't have money on me, so Yu Ji specially helped me organize a small account book. You really gave it to her? Otherwise? A real man never goes back on his word. Cui Dongshan slapped his forehead. Yu Ji, this little money grubber would probably be Pei Chen's little follower in the future, and the kind that would be very loyal? As for Ching Chaolu, this little fatty chef, his master would really like her. Zhu Lian would probably like her too, not to mention the fist techniques. At least the old chef's culinary skills would be the best candidate to inherit his legacy. His master never liked children who could bear hardships. Even if the child could not bear hardships, his master would not feel that it was wrong. Cui Dongshan suddenly stood up and turned around, only to see a green robe passing through a mountain gate on the other side of the river below Yellow Crane Peak. Cui Dongshan stood on his tiptoes and stretched his neck, waving with all his might, shouting at the top of his lungs, Master, Master! You're here. The green robe turned into a rainbow, rushing straight to the peak of Yellow Crane Peak. Like a sword cutting the river, the originally calm river surface was surging up and down. In the blink of an eye, the man landed on the white jade railing, smiling warmly. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed on the head of the youth in white. The student was still a youth, but the master was already taller and more slender, so he needed to bend down slightly to talk to the student. He did not say anything. Jiang Shangzhen slowly walked over, Qin Pingan jumped down from the railing, Cui Dongshan immediately followed. Bai Xian chuckled. This big white goose was obviously more of a lackey than Ching Chaolu at the hidden official's side. Bai Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. If Qin Pingan knew about today's matter, he estimated that he would not be any better than Ching Chaolu. Bai Xian tiptoed and was about to sneak away, but Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and gently pressed on his head. Qin Pingan asked, what happened? Nailin Yufan and Yao Xiaoyan, the two girls, immediately felt that someone was supporting them. Even Yao Xiaoyan, who had a soft temperament, was somewhat indignant. It was a late unhappiness. Bai Xian hurriedly reminded the little fatty at the side, a man should take responsibility for his own actions. Ching Chaolu, show some martial spirit. Today's matter, I have already done my best for you. Ching Chaolu shrunk his neck and said, oh. Qin Pingan listened to Nailin Yufan's straightforward military report and glared at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan blinked his eyes and played dumb. Qin Pingan said, well done, in the future you have to stick together no matter who you are, you can't be bullied by outsiders. But don't forget the 3 rules I said before. Nailin Yufan coughed a few times to moisten his throat and began to recite loudly, first, try not to fight people you can't beat and don't scold people you can't beat. We are young and we are not afraid of losing face if we lose. The green mountains do not change and the green water will flow forever. Keep the accounts carefully and practice swordsmanship well. Second, if you have a reason and you have to fight seriously when you have to fight, but you must have a sense of propriety, and you must never fight to the death with others easily. Third, if you can't beat them, don't try to be brave and run away quickly. If you can't run away, bow down and admit your mistake first, and then find Master Chow to get back your face. In addition to the 3 rules, there is a postscript. In short, pretend to be a grandson before the fight is to be a grandfather after the fight. Bai Xian, who liked to put his hands behind his back every day, was a little guilty today, so he applauded for the first time to reward Nalan Yufan. Cui Dongshan also clapped quickly without making a sound. This was the unique skill of Luapa Mountain, and it was a secret. He was indeed a teacher. Listen, this teaching and explanation, the words were simple, the principles were simple, and the principles were simple, interlocking, and invulnerable. Qin Pingan reached out and weighed Qing Chaolu's bag, which was full of big and small inkstones, and said, "It's a little light, you can carry 5 or 6 pounds more." Qing Chaolu nodded vigorously, and Yao Xiaoyan was a little embarrassed. Qin Pingan immediately smiled at the little girl and said, "Girls don't have to carry so much." Qin Pingan turned to look at the empty-handed guy who was hiding. "Am I right, Master Bai Xian?" Bai Xian said with a cheeky smile, "Young master, it's young master." On Qin Pingan's side, Bai Xian had always been very heroic. This little rascal was not stingy and immediately grabbed Cui Dongshan by the neck and pulled him back. Let's go to the pavilion to talk." Bai Xian immediately wailed, "Master Chow, save me." Qin Pingan stopped Cui Dongshan, and glanced at Huang Heji's snail shell dojo, and smiled at Qing Chaolu and the other children. "Go back to Yunming Peak first." The children swaggered out of Huang Heji and went to the riverside ferry, and then to the opposite bank to return to Yunming Peak. Bai Xian, who was listless, immediately put his hands behind his back when he could not see Cui Dongshan, and cursed, saying that the White Dragon Cave bastard would suffer from his sword sooner or later. On Huang Heji's side, Jiang Shangzhen quickly left, saying that he was going to Mount Laojun, and that there was a fairy sister he was familiar with there, so he gave a pavilion to the teacher and student. Cui Dongshan snapped his fingers and a golden lightning pool flashed, isolating the world. After Qin Pingan sat down, he asked softly, "Why are you here? Did you happen to be in Tongyi Continent?" Cui Dongshan pecked on rice like a chicken and nodded vigorously. "Teacher, don't you think it's a coincidence?" Qin Pingan was skeptical, and after a moment of silence he looked around and said softly, "Seeing you, I feel like I'm dreaming again." Cui Dongshan sat upright and grinned. "It's true, it's absolutely true, there's no what if." Qin Pingan nodded and looked at the spring river bright moon night, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Dream after dream, when the heart is in the right place, the mind is not in the right place. In the misty world, life and death is fleeting, real and illusory, but seeing the bright moon above Huang Heji's head, one could not help but be speechless, and silently look at the moon in the middle of the river. Returning to self-reflection, I went out of the river and laughed. Only then did I know that I have a pearl shining through the mountains and rivers, not afraid of a big dream, planting the Tao tree in my heart for 10,000 years. Qin Pingan took off his boots and sat cross-legged. He waved at Cui Dongshan, and then turned to look at the river outside the pavilion. Cui Dongshan moved to sit beside teacher and looked into the distance together. Qin Pingan patted Cui Dongshan's shoulder lightly and asked, "Are you okay?" Cui Dongshan nodded and smiled, "Very good. Seeing teacher, it's even better." Qin Pingan lightly clenched his fist and knocked on his chest and asked his student, "Are you okay?" Cui Dongshan still nodded, "I'm okay. How about teacher?" Qin Pingan nodded, "I'm okay." Qin Pingan placed his hands on his knees. "Over at Luopa Mountain?" Cui Dongshan laughed, "That's even better. Otherwise, how would I dare to be the first to see teacher, to be scolded and beaten?" After a moment of silence, Cui Dongshan laughed, "Tell teacher something fun?" Qin Pingan laughed, "Tell me?" Cui Dongshan held back his laughter. "There's a female martial artist called Jing Qian. She's at the peak of the mountain, and has made a name for herself in the Central Plains and Aquarius continent. That year, after the war ended, there was an endless stream of people who went to seek her out. Then I met a hero who went to seek her out. That brother was only at the 7th level, and he swore to me that there was no pressure at all in beating her. After one punch, he could lie on the ground and sleep, peacefully waiting to wake up. He just had to ask her for compensation for his medical expenses." Qin Pingan's face was puzzled, shocked, and then his eyes were full of laughter and finally some sadness. Qin Pingan said helplessly, "No wonder someone was willing to fight 4 rounds with Chao Ci." Cui Dongshan grunted, because she felt that since teacher had lost 3 rounds as the first disciple, she had to lose 1 more round or else she would be punished. So even though she knew she couldn't win, she still fought. Qin Pingan raised a hand and scratched his head. So that's how it is. After a moment of silence, Qin Pingan smiled. Then wouldn't I have to beat Chao Ci 7 times in a row? As for whether it works, I have to try. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Central Plains. Cui Dongshan turned his head. Hey, why was this sister eavesdropping on my conversation with teacher? Qin Pingan turned and saw a girl in yellow standing beside Jiang Shangzhen. She had just arrived and logically speaking should not have heard him. But with Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan around, it was hard to say. Qin Pingan glanced at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan immediately raised his hands. In all honesty. As expected, she smiled. I didn't listen much, just the last sentence. You have to beat Chao Ci 7 times in a row. That's admirable. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but when you spoke, your martial arts aura was a little scary, so I couldn't help myself. She clasped her hands. So I'll apologize to you first. The girl was extremely beautiful, even more slender and elegant than a pavilion. When she stood beside Jiang Shangzhen, they were a good match. Qin Pingan put on his boots, stood up and smiled. It's illegal to boast. The girl outside the pavilion was the owner of Mount Pu's Cloud Cottage, the ultimate martial artist Yi Yunyun. She was one of the 10 grandmasters in the history of martial arts in Tongya continent, and the second in martial arts today. With the majestic fist intent of a grandmaster and her yellow clothes, it was easy to recognize her. Yi Yunyun's eyes sparkled and she asked, Can I spar with you? Qin Pingan waved his hand. No need. I can see that Cloud Cottage has a good reputation. What kind of logic was this? Yi Yunyun asked doubtfully. Isn't it a reason to practice martial arts in the same realm? It's a rare opportunity. Although you're a senior, shouldn't you cherish it a little? Now in Tongya continent, Wu Kuang hasn't returned, and I'm the only 10th realm martial artist. Yi Yunyun was the youngest martial artist in the vast world, other than Chao Ci. Although it was very likely that Jing Qian or one of the direct disciples of the Thunder God Temple's Pei Asyang would replace her position soon, Yi Yunyun was the youngest. But Yi Yunyun was still the youngest. So since the other party didn't deny that they were in the same realm, they must be both 10th realm martial artists. Qin Pingan looked calm. Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan both had strange expressions. Yi Yunyun became more and more confused. Senior, did you not travel to Tongya continent for Mount Pu's Cloud Cottage? Almost every ultimate martial artist traveled across continents to spar with someone in the same realm, and there were very few exceptions. Yi Yunyun didn't think that a pure martial artist of the same realm would joke about the outcome of the one boxing with Chao Ci. Qin Pingan said, Actually, I'm a junior. Yi Yunyun suddenly understood. The martial arts fate surged to Tongya continent just now. It seemed that this person had just reached the 10th realm from the 9th realm. If so, even if he was older, according to the rules of the martial arts world, he could still be counted as her junior. But in this way Yi Yunyun had a reason to use the one boxing. A foreign martial artist breaking through the realm with the title strongest in his hometown was a great one boxing in itself. Luckily Wu Kuang wasn't in Tongya continent. Otherwise she wouldn't even have a chance to use the one boxing. Yi Yunyun cupped her fists solemnly and didn't say anything. Many of the snail shell immortal mansions looked at the pavilion with their eyes wide open. It was very lively. Some female cultivators with graceful figures had already secretly activated their catoptric deflection. Because Huang Yiyun was going to use the one boxing with someone. Unfortunately, there was a mountain and river array set up at the pavilion, and they couldn't see the pure martial artist's face inside. Could it be that Marshal Saint Wu Kuang had returned home? Qin Pingan glanced at the snail shell immortal mansions. Many cultivators had walked out of the mountain and river array and were either leaning or sitting on the white jade railing. So even if they were originally willing to spar, they had completely lost interest in it. A young woman was traveling alone in the Tongya continent. She first took a cross-continent ferry from the Central Plains to the old site of the Fushou sect. Then she headed north from the Great Spring Dynasty. She followed a route she had once taken and headed north. Along the way she passed by the ruined Hu-Er town and the border inn. She traveled through thousands of mountains and rivers, both familiar and unfamiliar. She walked all the way to the small archbridge of Heavenly Fault Peak. Then she suddenly didn't want to go home. She went back the same way all the way back to Great Spring Empire. She passed by Mirage City, climbed the Screen Peak and then went down the mountain. Finally she went all the way south, planning to take a look at Chishan Ferry in the southernmost part of Tongya continent. After seeing Chishan Ferry she realized that she still didn't want to go back to Aquarius continent. So she went a Jade sect. After hesitating for a long time, she was willing to spend money to travel around the Cloud Cave blessed land. Moreover, she made up her mind to only go to Mount Crown Prince of Mount Laojun, because she heard that at Inkstone Mountain there she could pick up stones that could be used to make inkstones for free. What if? Therefore she stayed at Inkstone Mountain for many days. She really picked out a few good inkstones and put them into her fengsuan object. But today the slender young woman saw the 4 children. She could tell at a glance that they were sword immortal embryos. Then she focused her mind and hid her body. She pricked up her ears to listen to the 4 children's cautious and soft conversation. Cui Dongshan suddenly turned his head to look at the opposite side of the river. Even he felt that it was inconceivable. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Jiang Shangjun's mind followed closely behind. Good fellow, no one noticed that she had quietly broken the mountain and river restriction? Were those consecrated elders and guests guarding the ferry all useless? On the opposite side of Yellow Crane Peak, the earth suddenly trembled. The entire river stagnated. A young woman in black was stunned for a long time. Then she rose from the ground and landed near the pavilion. She turned her back to the pavilion and faced Yi Yun. She only said one sentence. Are you worthy of my master's Wen Quan? Everyone watching from afar thought it was a joke, but no one dared to laugh out loud. A man in a green robe rushed out of the pavilion and came to her side. He gently raised one hand and bent 2 fingers. He gently knocked a chestnut on the young woman's head. His voice was gentle. How can you talk to your senior like that? The young woman frowned hard. She turned to look at her master. She was afraid that she was dreaming. She didn't even dare to cry out loud. She was afraid that she would wake up from the dream if she wasn't careful. Chen Pingan pressed Pei Qian's head with his palm and shook it. He said with a smile, "Oh, you've grown so tall. Why don't you greet your master?" Pei Qian finally turned sideways. He lowered his head and called his master softly. Then he said sadly, "It's been so many years. My master wasn't here. No one cared about me." Chen Pingan sighed and knocked a chestnut on his first disciple's head. Then he looked at Huang Yiyun with a smile and cupped his hands in return. Yi Yun didn't know what to do. That young man in a green robe with a saber and a wine pot. His expression and eyes seemed to be sincerely apologizing, but also seemed to be saying, "Don't practice Wen Quan. You'll die." You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.